Chapter 1544. The two guys posted their photos on their Facebook pages. Then, they tactfully and loudly said that they'd won after a hard fight. Chun Zhao held his phone and looked at the two old men's Facebook. They all had a lot of followers, especially Stephen, who had millions of followers. The group of people below sang praises. Basically, no one thought about how the two old men managed to drag a 400-kilogram super big fish onto the boat. In the past 2 days, Chun Zhao had been familiarizing himself with how to use celestial power. It wasn't combat. Other than feeling that his body had broken through another limit, his combat style hadn't changed much. However, Chun Zhao realized that there were other uses for celestial power. For example, when he infused his immortal power into the fishing rod and fishing line, the external objects, it made the external objects tougher. As for the supernatural power that Old Turtle had mentioned, Chun Zhao still hadn't seen it. At around 3 in the afternoon, the Hydra stopped. Stephen and Rasfa both put on their diving suits. The three planned to dive for fun. Chun, you're not wearing a diving suit? Chun Zhao took out a portable oxygen tube. It was connected to a nozzle. I'm fine with this. The three went into the water one after another. Stephen and Rasfa both had diving experience. However, this was the ocean, after all, and they were in the deep waters. Chun Zhao couldn't guarantee their absolute safety, so he went with them. As long as they were beside him, he could guarantee their safety. Just then, the 5 tiger generals swam over. Stephen and Rasfa were all frightened when they saw them. Chun Zhao gestured to the two. Then old Guan swam to Chun Zhao and rubbed his huge head against Chun Zhao. Stephen and Rasfa knew that one of Chun Zhao's hobbies was pets. Moreover, they were already used to the strange pets in Chun Zhao's house. However, they were still frightened when they saw the 5 sharks of different sizes. Among them, Old Guan was the largest. He was more than 6 meters long and looked terrifying. Although they had seen Amon's terrifying body, when they first saw Amon's body, because Amon had the appearance of a killer whale, they didn't feel that it was too scary. No matter how big Amon was, it was just a shock. But sharks were different. Their impression of sharks was that they were scary and bloody. Stephen reached out and touched tiger shark Lao Zhang, who was circling around him. OL Zhang wagged its tail and swam away from Stephen. Rasfa gathered his courage and approached the other sharks. Chun Zhao made a gesture and grabbed Old Guan's fin. Old Guan turned around and pulled Chun Zhao deeper into the water. Stephen and Rasfa did the same. They pulled Old Zhang and Old Ma's fins and dove deeper into the water with their help. However, even if they had diving equipment, 30 meters was already their limit. For ordinary people like them who had never been trained, if they dived too deep, the first thing to suffer would be their eardrums. However, Chun Zhao controlled the water flow to reduce the water pressure they had to endure. That was why they could dive to a depth of 50 meters. No matter how many times he dived, the underwater world was always fascinating and mysterious. The 5 tiger generals patrolling around gave Stephen and Rasfa a different sense of security. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have enough oxygen, they wouldn't be willing to leave the seabed. After half an hour of diving, Stephen and Rasfa finally surfaced. When Chun Zhao came up, he tossed a gold coin to each of them. This is for you. This is? I found it underwater, Chun Zhao said. It's probably another sunken ship nearby. He'd indeed found it just now, but he wasn't very interested in sunken ships right now. The 2 coins had been soaked in the sea for who knew how many years. Their surfaces were already corroded beyond recognition. There were also things and dirt on them. Chun, is there really a sunken ship? Let's keep looking. It might be an unknown treasure. Next time, Chun Zhao said casually. Let's treat this treasure hunt as an activity between the 3 of us. Let's see what we can find in the end. Sure, Stephen and Rasfa weren't actually interested in the treasure. They were more interested in the exploration and search process. After all 3 of them had more than $1 billion in wealth. Even if they found an ancient sunken ship, it would only be a few $1,000,000. Most deep-sea salvage companies in the world were already very lucky to find and salvage a sunken ship worth a few $1,000,000 each year. Stephen and Rasfa were still very excited when they returned to the boat. They kept planning what to do next. At night, The three ate sashimi and drank beer, enjoying the night at sea. The dazzling stars made one's imagination run wild. A car was stopped outside the supernatural organization's headquarters. One Kasig looked at the old man in front of her. "Stop. Who are you?" Aduz knocked on the car in front of him with his baton. One Kasig got out of the car and looked Aduz up and down. He didn't have any magic. A normal person? One Kasig was suspicious. Or could it be that she couldn't see through him? Or was she in the wrong place? One Kasig couldn't be sure. After all, she'd spent a lot of effort to find the supernatural organization. She wasn't sure who the person who'd given her the information was either. He'd only given her a large area to look for. When Kasig had looked around for a few days before finding this place. "I'm looking for Mr. Chun. I'm his friend." "You're our president's friend?" Aduz didn't hide his suspicion at all. He picked up the walkie-talkie and changed the channel. "Hello, Mr. West. Someone here says he's looking for the president." When Kasig was delighted. It seemed like she hadn't found the wrong place. This was the place. A while later, West walked out. Seeing Wen Kasig, he studied her. "Hi, how are you related to our president?" "Friend. Since you're a friend, you should have our president's number, right?" West didn't believe Wen Kasig just because of her words. "I met him during the Turin ghost ship operation on Arma Island," Wen Kasig said. "I don't have his number." "Oh, why are you looking for our president?" "Business. More accurately, I want to cooperate," Wen Kasig said. "Can you tell me what kind of cooperation it is?" Wen Kasig looked at West. "I want to ask your president to help me complete 3 missions from the Scarlet Church." "Miss, I'm afraid you're in the wrong place. Our president won't take them." Chapter 1545. Wen Kasig furrowed her brows. "Mr. Chin won't take it." "Of course, we're not mercenaries," West said. Disappointment appeared on Wen Kasig's face. This was her last resort. Just then, Jalanash saw Wen Kasig at the door. She walked over. "Miss Wenk, why are you here?" Jalanash and Wenk weren't close, but they'd at least met on Hydra. "I'm here for Mr. Chan." "President? What's up?" "Because of the durian operation on Omar Island, the organization suffered heavy losses, so the elders in the organization asked me to complete 3 missions issued by the Scarlet Church. I borrowed $200 million from my teacher. I hope you can help, Mr. Chan." West's expression suddenly turned serious. "The president has been busy recently. He can't accept your request, but the others in the organization are free. We can totally accept it." "Wait, sir, you just said you're not mercenaries." "We're not mercenaries, but we're willing to help others. Plus, you're our president's friend. How can we do nothing?" West said very righteously and seriously. Wen Kasig looked at West's expression. She really didn't have much confidence in him. Apart from Mr. Chun, does anyone else in the organization have the ability to complete the mission? Of course. Our president is powerful, but we're not weak either. Right, Jalanash? Miss Wenk, why don't we talk inside?" West warmly invited Wen Kasig into the organization. Wen Kasig saw the ghost floating over. The ghost brought her a cup of coffee. Wen Kasig was a little surprised. There were very few organizations that used evil spirits or spirits for chores nowadays. But she also realized that there were ordinary people in the supernatural organization. "Miss Wenk, you said that if we help you complete 3 missions from the Scarlet Church, you'll pay $200 million, right?" "Yes," Wen Kasig said hesitantly. "But are you sure that other than Mr. Chun, your organization has the ability to complete the mission?" "Of course. Our president is like a nuclear weapon. Under normal circumstances, he won't make a move. However, when he does, it'll be a piece of cake. Most of the time, we're the ones who accept the missions and commissions," West said. "Can you show it to me?" Wen Kasig asked. "Wait a moment," West said. "Call Gaia over." Not long after, Gaia arrived. "West, did you call me?" "Yes, this is Miss Wenko. She has a mission for us, but she has doubts about the strength of our association, so she hopes that you can show us." Gaia glanced at Wen Kasig, and Wen Kasig was also looking at Gaia. From Gaia's body, she felt a surging and scorching magic power. Unlike Chun Zhao, Wen Kasig only felt danger when she interacted with Chun Zhao. Gaia, on the other hand, was completely exposed. There was no doubt that this tall woman was very strong. Gaia thought for a moment and asked, "To what extent?" "Use your strongest ability," Wes said. Since it was a display of martial power, it was only natural that they would display their strongest martial power. "Then let's go to the empty space outside," Gaia said. Wang-Sieg followed Gaia to the empty space. Gaia took a few steps forward and twisted her shoulders. West snapped his fingers. "Let's begin." Gaia's body suddenly burst into flames. With a whoosh, she turned into a 15-meter-long fire dragon. Wang-Sieg's expression changed. She took a few steps back in fear. A human's posture and a dragon's posture were two different feelings. "Roar!" Gaia roared at the sky. Ever since Chun Zhao provided her with dragon blood, she had been purifying the dragon blood. During this time, Gaia had been purifying the dragon blood. Her power had also increased greatly. Now, after her transformation, her body length had reached 15 meters, and she could maintain this form for 3 hours. "Miss Wenk, what do you think of Gaia?" "So powerful." Wang-Sieg's face was filled with astonishment. In her eyes, Gaia was already a powerful existence that wouldn't lose to Chun Zhao. It seemed that she had underestimated the supernatural organization. She'd thought that Chun Zhao was the only powerful person in the organization. Now, it seemed that the organization was much more powerful than she'd imagined. Gaia returned to her human form. "Miss Wenk, you don't have any other questions about us accepting this mission, right?" "Of course, no problem." Wang-Sieg nodded hurriedly. "When can you start the mission?" "You know that the Scarlet Church's missions are all very difficult. We need to prepare. Can you give me an accurate time?" "We'll do the first mission in a month," Wes said. "What do you think?" Wang-Sieg thought about it. Indeed, even the powerful supernatural organization wouldn't casually take on such an extremely difficult mission. They definitely needed time to prepare and filter the mission. "Okay, but I hope to go with you," Wang-Sieg said. Miss Wenk, you know that even we have to do our best for this mission. If there's a big battle, we might not have time to protect you." She had to admit that this was a huge insult to Wang-Sieg. Since when did she need someone else's protection? She wasn't that weak that needed someone else's protection. "I don't need anyone's protection," Wang-Sieg said angrily. "I won't be a burden." "Okay, we'll inform you when we move." "Then, should we discuss which mission is the first to be completed?" Wang-Sieg asked. Not all of the 98 missions issued by the Scarlet Church were of the same difficulty. There were even a few missions that were deemed as impossible to complete. Of course, even if it was a simple mission, it was only relative. None of the quests were truly simple. Until now, apart from the Turin that Chun Zhao had destroyed with violence, none of them had been completed. "No, we don't have time for now," Wes said. "We have other things in the next few days." "What's more important than the Scarlet Church's mission?" "Underground exploration," Wes said. "In a few days, the main force of our organization will go underground under the President's lead. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor Mobile Version." Chapter 1546. After sending Wang-Sieg away, a horn sounded from the headquarters. Everyone froze. Then the ground shook. However, the sound of the horn soon stopped. "What's going on?" West looked at the headquarters in shock. The people in the headquarters ran out too. Everyone thought it was an earthquake. A while later, Helis walked out with the death horn in her hand. Her hair was covered in dust. Chun Zhao had given her the death horn. "Halles, what happened?" West immediately ran forward to ask. "I tried to use the death horn that the president gave me to wake up the demon," Helis said, a bit embarrassed. "Then, the abyss demon woke up and couldn't control it, so it destroyed the 3rd floor of the basement. It doesn't matter if the basement is destroyed, as long as the people are fine." West was famous for being stingy. He had to be calculative when applying for funding for the members, but he was generous now. It was mainly because of Wang-Sieg's warmth. As long as he succeeded, he would have funding for the next 10 years. "Is it under control now?" West asked. This mission wasn't easy. If Chun Zhao didn't get involved, it would be difficult for the members. Even West didn't dare to say that he could definitely complete it. So, it was better for the members to be as strong as possible. "I put the demon's corpse back to sleep. I can't control it completely." Helis shook her head. "It still has some memories from when it was alive. Then keep working hard, West said. If you have any requests, just tell me. President, that's about it. West told Chun Zhao about Wang Xig's mission. There was no need to hide it from Chun Zhao. One reason was that he couldn't hide it. Moreover, Chun Zhao could also step in and help when necessary. Chun Zhao didn't mind that West had stolen his business. The $200 million mission wasn't a small amount. The association didn't have enough funding right now. If they could get $200 million, the association would have enough funds for the next few years. To be honest, if Wang Xig came to find Chun Zhao, he might not get involved. Chun Zhao didn't like Wang Xig. He still remembered how she'd tricked him last time. However, she'd asked the supernatural organization, so Chun Zhao didn't mind helping. Yes. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. West, don't you think that $200 million for 3 missions isn't her bottom line? West raised his eyebrows. President, what do you mean? I heard Wang Xig talk about the Hunters Guild before. In the 200 to 300 years since its establishment, it's said that the legendary Van Helsing was from the Hunters Guild. After hundreds of years of accumulation, who knows how much wealth and foundation they have accumulated. 200 million US dollars should be a drop in the bucket for them. Try it. Just say that I'm very dissatisfied with this price and my attitude is very dissatisfied. See if you can raise the price. President, aren't you friends with Miss Wenku? Friend? Not really. We just know each other, Chun Zhao said calmly. Chun Zhao would never admit that Wang Xig was his friend. All right, I understand. Hearing that Chun Zhao and Wenku Xig were not friends and that Chun Zhao sounded disgusted, West immediately understood. West had accepted it so easily because he thought that Chun Zhao and Wenku Xig were friends. With Chun Zhao's personality, if they were friends, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't be calculative with them. Therefore, West didn't even try to bargain and agreed to Wang Xig's request. Now that Chun Zhao had tacitly agreed, West didn't have to be polite anymore. President, you better come to the association tomorrow. Helis refining of the Abyss Demon has reached a critical stage. I heard that the last stage needs to erase the demon's memory fragments. This needs to awaken the demon, but the awakened demon can't be controlled. It's best if you can be there and help Helis control the situation. Sure, I'll go at noon tomorrow. Back then, Helis had said that it would take at least a year to completely refine and control the demon. But because Chun Zhao had given Death Horn to Helis, it seemed like the progress was much faster. The next day, Chun Zhao arrived at the headquarters. As soon as he got out, Max, who was in charge of the parking lot, floated over. Chun Zhao was stunned to see Ghost Max. President, what's wrong? Were you injured recently? Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao looked at Max. There seemed to be a crack on his body. The crack was obvious in Chun Zhao's eyes. It could even be considered a serious injury, but Max didn't seem to feel it. Last time, when I went out to drink with the dudes, we met a spiritualist. He hit me with magic. Luckily, a dude stopped him and explained. Max said, I've indeed been feeling uncomfortable these days. I can't gather the aura of death. Stand there and don't move. I'll take a look for you. Max didn't doubt Chun Zhao. After all, Chun Zhao was the supernatural organization's nuclear weapon. There was no use worrying. If Chun Zhao wanted to hurt him, one slap would be enough. Chun Zhao pulled Max's arm and sent his immortal power into Max's body. In an instant, Max let out a moan of pleasure. Chun Zhao saw that his immortal power was repairing the crack on Max's body. It seeped into the crack like glue. Then the crack disappeared. Huh? Chun Zhao didn't expect his immortal power to be so effective at repairing the spirit body. Moreover, he seemed to be able to see the damage of the spirit body. He didn't have this ability in the past. Was this the so-called divine power? Chun Zhao wasn't sure. It was a unique divine power. Or could it be that everyone who possessed celestial power had this ability? Hey, President, my spirit body is complete. My spirit body is very complete, Max exclaimed in surprise. Complete. Chun Zhao was stunned. After death, people would either fall into hell or stay in the human world. However, most spirit bodies that stayed in the human world would turn into evil spirits. This transformation process was quite damaging to the spirit body. Many spirit bodies would only be left with negative emotions. Their rationality and intelligence would all disappear. Most spirit bodies in the organization were powerful. At least they had intelligence, but they had flaws in their emotions too. But didn't Chen Zhao just repair the damage to his spirit body? Chen Zhao was confused. Did he just repair all the damage to his spirit body? Please remember the original domain name of this book, Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1547. Chen Zhao entered the association. Helis had been waiting for a long time. President. Chen Zhao nodded. The demon's corpse is still in the basement, right? I haven't controlled it yet, Helis said. I can't send it into the death dimension. Then I'll go down and bring it up. Let's go to the empty space. Chen Zhao went down to the 3rd floor and was about to put the demon's corpse into his spatial ring. Suddenly, he saw the demon's soul. It was very broken. Chen Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at the soul fragments. 10 minutes later, Helis came down. She'd been waiting for Chen Zhao upstairs. But after 10 minutes, Chen Zhao still didn't go up. President, what's wrong? Can you extract the demon's soul? Chen Zhao asked. I can't. I can only erase its soul. You can ask Lady Pamela about it. Chen Zhao called Pamela over. Pamela, I want the demon's soul. Can you extract it? No problem, Pamela asked. But President, the demon's soul is all fragments. What do you want it for? I've been studying soul magic recently, Chen Zhao said. I need some souls for research. I understand. Pamela didn't ask further. Chen Zhao asked Ruan Faxi for a few soul containers and took out all the demon's soul fragments. If the Abyss demon was still alive, Pamela wouldn't have been able to extract its soul so easily. She might not even be able to defeat it. However, the Abyssal demons had already been dead for almost a year. Apart from some instinctive consciousness, it had almost lost all its self-awareness. So Pamela didn't have to spend much effort to pull out all the soul fragments. Then, it was time for Helis. Chen Zhao sent the demon's corpse to the empty space. Although the demon's soul fragments were all empty, it still had instinctive consciousness. As soon as Helis awakened the demon, it immediately attacked everyone around it. It was even more violent than when it was conscious. Chen Zhao picked up the chain he'd prepared. Apart from Chen Zhao, no one else could use it. It was a ship's anchor chain. Each link weighed hundreds of kilograms and was 100 meters long. But in Chen Zhao's hands, the chain was still a bit light. Chen Zhao spun the chain in his hand twice and then threw it out. The chain wrapped around the Abyss demon's neck, after which Chen Zhao held it tightly. The Abyssal demon frantically struggled. Right now, it was just a moving corpse without any consciousness. Chen Zhao pulled the demon to the ground. Looking at Chen Zhao, Gaia walked up and said, Chen, let me try and see if I can pull it down. Chen Zhao loosened the chains, and the demon immediately climbed up. Gaia quickly caught the chain, but then she was thrown away by the Abyssal Fiend's immense strength. Gaia still did not let go of the chains. He transformed into a fire dragon the moment he was flung away. However, in terms of size, Gaia was still much smaller than the Abyssal Fiends. Although the Abyssal Fiend demon was only left with a shell, its fleshly body was still terrifyingly strong. The others took the initiative to step back and watch Gaia and the Abyssal evil demon wrestle. The Abyssal Fiend's strength was not at its peak, but it was impossible for Gaia to kill it. The value of the corpse was in its completeness. If Gaia burned it with fire, Helis would probably turn against her. After all, Helis had spent 7 to 8 months refining the Abyssal Fiend. Now that it was almost done, Gaia could only try. However, in terms of strength, Gaia was still weaker than the Abyssal Fiend in the Fire Dragon form. Gaia bit the chain and quickly circled around the Abyssal Fiend. In the end, the Abyssal Fiend was tied up like a rice dumpling and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Gaia returned to human form. Gaia, you're so strong, Helis said. Gaia smiled bitterly. Strong? She was just bullying the Abyssal Fiend for its lack of intelligence. If the Abyssal Fiend was controlled by Helis, its combat ability would definitely soar. Moreover, she could not completely suppress it like Chen Zhao. Helis climbed onto the Abyssal Fiend's head using the ladder and then drew magic patterns with fluorescent powder. Fluorescent powder was a type of magic powder, similar to magical phosphorus. However, fluorescent powder was made from the skeletons of the dead. Only necromancers would use fluorescent powder. Then a green magic pattern was imprinted on the abyssal fiend's head. The process was rather complicated. Chun Zhao could not understand it at all. Only Ruan Faxi could instinctively understand it. After completing the magic vein patterns, Helis stood on the chest of the abyssal demon and chanted an obscure magic incantation. Chun Zhao and Gaia stood on either side and pulled the two ends of the chain so that the abyssal fiend could not move. Gradually, the abyssal fiend calmed down. Its eyes had turned from pure black to a ghostly green. After completing the incantation, Helith let out a long sigh. President, Gaia let go. I'll try and see if it works. Chun Zhao and Gaia let go. The abyssal fiend was still lying on the ground. Looking at the huge body before her, Helis yelled, "Get up!" The abyssal fiend stood up clumsily. Its eyes flickered with a dark light. "Kneel and reach out your hand." The abyssal fiend knelt before Helis and opened its hand. Helis stood on the abyssal fiend's huge palm. Chun Zhao and Gaia also became vigilant. If the abyssal fiend made any strange movements, they would act immediately. Thankfully, their worries were unnecessary. The abyssal fiend did not do anything to threaten Helis. After that, Helis gave a few more complicated orders. Actually, Helis did not need to say her orders to the abyssal fiend. After confirming that Helis could completely control the abyssal fiend's corpse, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The abyssal fiend was more than 30 meters tall. Even though it only had physical attacks, it still possessed unparalleled destructive and offensive power. Helis hoped to equip the abyssal fiend with a pair of weapons suitable for its size. Genkira and Donya Tianchi immediately started arguing again. They both felt that they could design and create weapons suitable for the abyssal fiend. Donya Tianchi's plan was to design a huge samurai sword, while Genkira felt that a pair of dual swords was more suitable for the abyssal fiend. As for how to choose, it would depend on Helis' choice. Gaia was the person with the most experience in using weapons in the association. She felt that both weapons had their own advantages. She felt that both weapons could be chosen and equipped. Chapter 1548. West, do you understand this? Chun Zhao took out the magic scroll he'd gotten from Blood Mary the other day. What? What language is this? I don't understand it. West shook his head. Maybe Elise can. Ask her. The most knowledgeable person in the association was Elise. After all, her bloodline contained half of the Witch Society's magic library. A while later, Elise was called to Chun Zhao. Elise, do you understand this magic scroll? Is this ancient Greek? It's my first time seeing it. Elise looked at the magic scroll in shock. If it's your first time seeing it, how do you know it's ancient Greek? Chun Zhao was even more confused. I've read some ancient books that explain the rules of ancient Greek, Elise said. Then can you translate it? Elise shook her head. No one could translate it. Ancient Greek has long been lost. Some archaeologists now should have some understanding of ancient Greek, but most of their research is based on guesses or inferences from modern Greek phrases. But President, I'm afraid only people of that era can understand the ancient Greek on the scroll. Elise shook her head. Chun Zhao believed that there were definitely people in the world who could translate it. For example, Blood Mary the 23rd, who'd given him the magic scroll. However, the bet between them was only about the ownership of the spell. If you want to find her, she'd probably make some requests. Chun Zhao didn't want to beg her. Oh, Elise, do you have any books on the soul? Yes. President, are you going to change to soul magic? I'm suddenly interested. If you do, organize a set for me. I want all the books on the soul, even the basics. Elise slowly closed her palms. A ball of green magic appeared between her palms. The magic spun and sparks flew. Gradually, a brand new magic book appeared in Elise's hands. President, this is the most comprehensive book on the basics of soul magic, Elise said. Tell me when you're done. Chun Zhao accepted the magic book. It looked like it was only a few hundred pages long. So little? Are you sure it's the most comprehensive foundation of soul magic? Guild leader, soul magic is even rarer than necromancy magic. Since ancient times, there hasn't been a single person proficient in soul magic. Hence, very few people research soul magic. As far as I know, There are only a dozen or so books on soul magic. Hearing this, Chen Zhao could not help but feel dazed. A dozen magic books? That was indeed very rare. Compared to other types of magic, it was thousands of times worse. For example, elemental magic, divination magic, voodoo magic, and so on. There are thousands or even tens of thousands of magic books. However, there were only a dozen or so books on soul magic. One could well imagine how rare soul magic was. When he returned home with a magic book, Fei Lai was doing yoga in the yard while reading the Book of Changes. When Fei Lai saw him, the first thing she said was a genteel, ancient language. "Dear, you're tainted with evil spirits and your glabella is black. Did you come into contact with something unclean recently?" "Fei Lai, can we speak human language?" Chen Zhao didn't understand at all. A proper foreigner wanted to discuss metaphysics with him. Who could stand that? "Answer me first. Did you come into contact with something unclean?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes in exasperation. What was so strange about that? He came into contact with unclean things every now and then. Today, he'd come into contact with an abyss demon's corpse. It should be considered unclean, right? "Yes. Master, do you have a way to save me?" "Save my ass." Fei Lai rolled her eyes at Chen Zhao and spoke in pure English. "Master, why aren't you saving me? Why are you scolding me? The evil spirits in your body have dispersed. They can't invade your body at all. Although your glabella is black, it's quite full. The sun and moon are bright. You're clearly impenetrable. I understand why my glabella is black, but where's the midriff? And where's the sun and moon?" Chen Zhao had watched Hong Kong horror movies since he was young. Basically, all of them had a black glabella, so he naturally knew that it was the forehead. However, he really didn't know where the midriff was or what the sun and moon represented. The midriff is the line from the middle of your eyebrows to the tip of your nose. The sun and moon are your left and right eyes. Fei Lai explained patiently. Unless it's plastic surgery, the midriff shouldn't change, right? No. The aura observation technique says that the face is like a mirror and the heart is like the face. As the heart moves, the face changes. If the face changes, the fate can be seen. I don't understand. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. Are you even Chinese? Fei Lai was a foreigner, but she was criticizing Chen Zhao's bloodline so righteously. Chen Zhao was speechless. He really wanted to tell Fei Lai that even a proper Chinese wouldn't understand the metaphysics she was talking about. Chen Zhao wondered if he should change subjects for Fei Lai. Otherwise, Fei Lai would always learn Eastern metaphysics, and Chen Zhao would be very embarrassed. Should he ask Alice for a few Western prophecy books? To put it simply, the face is born from the heart. If the heart changes, the face will change. If the face changes, the fate will change. Whoosh, Chen Zhao exhaled. She finally spoke human words. Then why is the left and right eye called the sun and moon? The aura observation technique says that humans have yin and yang spirits. The yang spirit connects to qi and the yin spirit connects to spells. For example, last time, I covered my right eye so I couldn't see Turin. I could see it with my left eye because the right eye can connect to yin qi. You can't say that, Chen Zhao argued. You can see Turin because its yin qi has turned into a physical form. If it were a normal spirit, you wouldn't be able to see it either. That's one reason, Chen Zhao argued. The other reason is that the entrances aren't opened. For spiritualists like you, the entrances of your left and right eyes are already open, so you can see spirits with both eyes. I'm a normal person and my entrances aren't open, so I can't see spirits. Even if it's a materialized spirit like Turin, my left eye can only connect to qi and not spells, so it can't see the yin qi of a spirit. Fei Lai's explanation seemed to make some sense. Fei Lai, can you see my qi? Fei Lai thought about it and said, it's a special feeling. I don't see your qi, but your face. I know it's your qi. Chapter 1549. Chen Zhao really didn't know that Fei Lai had actually learned something by herself. After all, Chen Zhao's head hurt just from reading those ancient books. Chen Zhao also knew that Fei Lai had been learning Mandarin by herself when she was learning it. She would occasionally communicate with Chen Zhao or ask him some questions in Chinese. But now, Chen Zhao didn't even dare to say that he could teach Fei Lai. Little Jerlin and Larissa were playing beside the dragon's head. It had become an important entertainment spot for the two girls. Chen Zhao also sat in the dragon's mouth. Leaning against a tooth, he crossed his legs and read the magic book in his hands. The soul was the most mysterious thing in the world. Even gods didn't dare to say that they completely understood the soul. Chen Zhao read the first 2 sentences that were deliberately mystifying. He continued reading. Compared to the West, the East had a much deeper understanding of the soul. Easterners divided the soul into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls were fetal light, the second was refreshing spirit, the third was nether essence, and the 7 spirits were dead dog, hidden arrow, sparrow een, thief devouring, non-poison defilement, and smelly lung. The 7 spirits corresponded to joy, anger, sorrow, joy, fear, hate, and desire. The 3 souls corresponded to wisdom, self, and memory. The Western spiritual world believed that the soul was a whole, but reality proved that the soul did indeed have 3 souls and 7 spirits. After death, the soul that lingered in the human world would be damaged to a certain extent. According to research, these souls that lingered in the human world would have certain emotional or personality defects due to the damage to their spiritual bodies. Chen Zhao read the contents of the magic book. The contents of this book seemed to have been written by a foreigner who knew a lot about China. Many of the contents were quotes from China's classics or metaphysics. Chen Zhao realized that the author of the book wasn't just a metaphysical spiritualist. He also liked to verify things from a scientific perspective. The most interesting theory was that the author believed that after death, the fetal light that represented the self would be damaged first. When the fetal light was damaged, there would be a deviation in one's self-awareness. Other than representing self-awareness, the fetal light was also the outermost layer of protection for the soul. Then the refreshing spirit, which represented wisdom, and the nether essence, which represented memory, would also be damaged. The 3 souls were like onions. Once they were peeled off layer by layer, the 7 spirits mixed within would also start to dissipate. However, this process wouldn't last forever. In fact, it wouldn't last long. When the spirit body stabilized, the stronger spirit body would become an evil spirit. If the embryonic light was severely damaged, the spirit body would gradually evaporate like alcohol coming into contact with air. Chen Zhao found this theory interesting. It also mentioned that if the soul was completely shattered, the 7 spirits would dissipate like air. All the soul fragments would only be fragments of the 3 souls. Among them, the white light belonged to the embryo light, the blue light belonged to the refreshing spirit, and the green light belonged to the nether spirit. Chen Zhao took out the soul fragment he had extracted from the abyss demon. There were indeed white, blue, and green soul fragments in these soul containers. Chen Zhao looked at these soul fragments. If he used immortal power to forcefully repair them into a complete soul form, would each soul fragment become a complete and independent soul? Chen Zhao was a bit hesitant. It was like someone chopping off a person's hand and then cloning the person's arm. Give it a try. Chen Zhao picked up a blue soul fragment and poured it into his palm. Chen Zhao chose the blue soul fragment because it belonged to intelligence. It didn't have memories or a self. If Chen Zhao used a white or green soul fragment, the repaired soul would have the abyss demon's memories or a self. It would definitely know his past, so Chen Zhao chose the blue soul fragment. Chen Zhao started to send immortal power into the blue soul fragment. The blue soul fragment started to expand, becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. However, Chen Zhao felt more and more pressure. No, he had to stop. Chen Zhao felt powerless. Chen Zhao didn't think it would be so difficult to repair one of the 3 souls. Repairing Max's soul had been very easy. Why was it so difficult now? Chen Zhao looked at the blue soul in his hand. It was half the size of a person now and had the shape of the abyss demon. However, there were many gaps. As expected, repairing these soul fragments was almost a god's power. Chen Zhao didn't think he could continue. Moreover, the more complete it was, the more difficult it was. The moment Chen Zhao stopped, the blue soul quickly dissipated. Chun Zhao hurriedly sent the blue soul into the container. However, the dissipation didn't stop. It continued. What was going on? The blue soul dissipated until it was the size of the original soul fragment. Only then did it stabilize. Chun Zhao frowned. Was it because it didn't have the protection of fetal light? After recovering his immortal power, Chun Zhao tried again. This time, he needed a white soul fragment and a blue soul fragment together. Then he poured immortal power into it again. It was the same process as last time. Halfway through the repair, the soul had already formed. Chun Zhao's immortal power couldn't continue, so he could only stop. This time, the soul was also dissipating, but it wasn't as big as before. It was probably because of the protection of fetal light. After half of the soul had dissipated, it finally stopped. From its appearance, Chun Zhao could vaguely tell that it was a demon soul. This soul was still in a daze. Occasionally, it would raise its incomplete arm or float in front of Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at the soul before him and thought about what to do with it. Never mind. I'll keep it and study it with Blackie. Thinking this, Chun Zhao put the half-finished soul back into the container. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was 4. Chun, are you free right now? I'm busy, Chun Zhao answered without thinking. It's almost dinner. Then I'll call Fei Lai, For said. Okay, why are you calling me? There's a troublesome patient in the hospital. I need your help, For said. Patient? I'm an illegal doctor. Don't forget that you owe me a favor. Who's the patient to you? Why are you calling me to return the favor for this patient? For rarely asked Chun Zhao to help treat patients nowadays. The patient is an important witness, but a month ago, he got into a car accident. Get to the point. The patient has been unconscious for a month. If he continues to be unconscious, someone will be acquitted. What's your relationship with the suspect? Chapter 1550. Chun Zhao was pissed off, for had forced him to skip dinner. When Chun Zhao arrived at Chantilly Hospital, for was having dinner with another man in the hospital's cafeteria. The most important thing was that the man looked handsome and rich. If he were in the movies, he would be like Tony Stark. Seeing Four grinning from ear to ear at the man's teasing, Chun Zhao got even angrier. Chun Zhao walked up and said in annoyance, For, I rushed here without even eating dinner. You're having so much fun chatting with someone here. Am I disturbing you? Moscow Priest lifted his head and looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. For, is this your friend? Chun, did you come by plane? I thought you'd need at least an hour. For was also confused. The distance between Moon Coast and Chantilly Hospital was at least 80 kilometers. 30 kilometers were in the city. How did Chun Zhao get to the hospital so quickly? That was why Four had come to the cafeteria to eat first. In fact, it was Chun Zhao's first time driving a sports car. In the past, it was just driving. Today, Chun Zhao was suddenly interested. He sped on the highway in his Porsche 918. Chun Zhao drove for less than 10 minutes on the 50-kilometer highway. With Chun Zhao's superhuman reflexes, driving close to 300 kilometers per hour was nothing. Of course, the price was that Chun Zhao would have to change the tires of his sports car tomorrow. After that, Chun Zhao felt bored. He wouldn't do it again, even if he was beaten to death. No matter how fast the sports car went, it couldn't be faster than Chun Zhao himself. There was no excitement to speak of. To be honest, Chun Zhao had tried it in front of his house. On the ground, Chun Zhao could run as fast as a fighter jet. Even Chun Zhao himself couldn't change the direction of his extreme speed. Unless he ran in a straight line, Chun Zhao would crash into the obstacles on the road. Up until now, Chun Zhao hadn't found any clothes that he could wear while running at full speed. Sometimes, Chun Zhao envied the Hulk's underwear. No matter how big his body became, no matter what kind of attack he suffered, it could still remain intact. Once Chun Zhao unleashed his full speed, the first thing to break would be his clothes. Even Xingyi Hayes couldn't protect his clothes. Recently, he had been thinking about using dragon scales to make underwear. Otherwise, once the battle started, Chun Zhao might give himself a torn clothes buff first. Mr. Mesko, this is the doctor I introduced to you. Chun Zhao looked at Moscow. For some reason, he felt that Moscow was strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Mesko Pearl had an extraordinary aura and was handsome. He was tall and slender. Even if he were to appear on the runway, he would still look good. However, Chun Zhao felt that there was something indescribable about Moscow Prior. Temperament? Chun Zhao looked at Mason in confusion. For noticed that Chun Zhao kept staring at Moscow Prior with a strange expression. Mason also felt goosebumps from Chun Zhao's stare. "Sir, is there anything on me?" Chun Zhao shook his head. "You don't seem to have any injuries, so you don't need my treatment." Four's face darkened. She'd already told Chun Zhao over the phone that it was a comatose patient from a car accident. Chun Zhao clearly didn't want to help. If Four didn't threaten him with a favor, Chun Zhao probably wouldn't move at all. "Mr. Mason is the biggest farmer in California," Four introduced. "He's my sister's boyfriend. He's also a medical professor at UCLA. The two shook hands. Chun Zhao put more strength into his grip. Mason's face reddened, but he didn't make a sound. Chun Zhao wasn't purposely making things difficult for Mason. Chun Zhao only wanted to confirm if Mason was a spiritualist. Even if he wasn't an enhancer, his hidden magic would automatically be released when he was attacked. This was an instinctive reaction of the body. But Chun Zhao didn't feel any magic from Moscow Prior. It seemed that he wasn't a spiritualist. For had thought too much. With Four's ability, it wasn't that easy to hide magic from him. "What's the relationship between the patient and this farmer?" Chun Zhao asked. "The patient is called Nulong Kirik. He's one of Mr. Mason's farmers," Four said. "You said that Nulong Kirik is a witness for a case. What's going on?" "Mr. Chun, you're a doctor, right?" Mason furrowed his brows. He felt that Chun Zhao was being too nosy. "I like to listen to gossip. Only then will I be in the mood to treat patients." Hearing that, Mason and Four both stared at Chun Zhao with darkened expressions. "Do you know about the poisoning incident at Daipa Farm half a year ago?" Four asked. Chun Zhao froze. As a doctor, he obviously knew about it. It was said that 40 or so employees of the farm had a party at night and went to get some corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes for the party. In the end, more than 30 people got poisoned and 13 died. The incident was huge. As a doctor, Chun Zhao had also received some data. He knew that they'd been poisoned with cyanide, and it was found in the food. Cyanide was extremely poisonous and had a high fatality rate. Most of the time, people died before they could even save them. Then, the police found cyanide on the plants in many fields of Daipa Farm. Cyanide couldn't be used to make pesticides, so it was obvious that someone had purposely poisoned the sprayed pesticides. 3 months ago, Nulong Kirik admitted that he was the poisoner and that the person who ordered him was Lila Gavich, a billionaire and the boss of Beck Chemicals. His main product is cyanide, Four said. But a month ago, Nulong Kirik was involved in a tragic car accident while escorting a shipment. He fell into a coma as a result. Was he silenced? Chun Zhao asked. From the current situation, it looks like he was silenced, Four said. Chun Zhao looked at Four. What does this have to do with you? Chun Zhao couldn't help but think that Four had asked him for help because she liked Moscow Pearl. In the list of poison deaths, there's a child that I just cured. He's only 10 years old. He survived throat cancer, but he couldn't survive a conspiracy. Chun Zhao looked at Macy. Why did that patient stand out and expose us? Even if he turns himself in, he'll go to jail for decades. Remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor mobile version. Chapter 1551. One of the victims is Nulong Kirik's family. As a capitalist, Chun Zhao had gradually come to understand how sinister capitalists could be. Even if things seemed clear, it was not certain whether the truth was as everyone saw it. Of course, guesses were just guesses. Even if the truth was different, it had nothing to do with Chun Zhao. He was here to return Four's favor. Actually, the sisters were quite similar. After Four finished dinner, the three returned to the hospital. In the hospital, Chun Zhao saw someone he was familiar with, Charla. Charla had just anesthetized a patient and walked out of the surgery room. In America, being an anesthetist was the easiest and the highest paid job. Of course, a top-notch anesthetist like Charla sold her skills. One had to know that many anesthetics were harmful to the body, so the control of dosage was also very particular. Moscow looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao seemed to know everyone in the hospital. The doctors and nurses that came and went all greeted him. "Chun, can you hurry? There's still a patient waiting for you." He's been in bed for a month anyway. There's no hurry, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. He had no intention of speeding up at all. A female nurse walked over and said some nonsense. When they reached the ICU, Chun Zhao pushed open the door and saw an unconscious patient lying on the bed. After a month, Nulong Kirik was as thin as a stick. He could only rely on injections to maintain his life. This kind of ICU, to maintain vital signs, cost thousands of dollars per day. A normal family couldn't afford it at all. When Chun Zhao saw Nulong Kirik's soul, he was stunned. There was a nail in the head of Nulong Kirik's soul. Clearly, someone had done something to Nulong Kirik's soul. Who came here? Chun Zhao asked. Is there a problem? For asked, confused. Just asking, Chun Zhao said calmly. Other than the attending doctor, there should only be the nurses, For said. Aren't you the attending doctor? It's not like you don't know that I'm in charge of oncology. For rolled her eyes. I'm not familiar with neurology. Other than the attending doctor and nurses, did anyone else come in? Do I count? Moscow priest took the initiative to speak. Doesn't he have any other family to visit him? Yes, but now all of his relatives want to cut ties with him. Even though he has been unconscious for more than a month, not a single relative has come to visit him. Chun Zhao snickered. This was basically being betrayed by his own people. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. For a bit of money, he did such a thing, causing the deaths of dozens of people and even his own family. It would be strange if such a person was not deserted by his friends and family. Chun, can you wake him up? For looked at him. Actually, she wasn't sure if Chun Zhao could wake slave Kirik up again. After all, he was in a vegetative state. Chun Zhao had awakened a vegetative state last time, but that didn't mean he would succeed the second time. I'll check first, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao walked up and checked Nulong's body. Nulong Kirik's body was basically unharmed. Then the problem lay in his soul. Chun Zhao moved his palm to Narang's forehead. Mason, who was standing behind Chun Zhao, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Even though Chun Zhao didn't turn around, he could see Moscow's every movement and expression. He really wasn't a normal person. Chun Zhao had always suspected that Moscow was a spiritualist. For spiritualists, if they sensed something, 99% of it would come true. Now that Chun Zhao confirmed that there was something wrong with Moscow, he was even more certain. As expected, a spiritualist's intuition was never wrong. Chun Zhao pinched the invisible nail between his two fingers. He pulled it lightly, and Nulang's soul moved along with it. Chun, do you have a solution? For asked. For go out for a while. I have something to discuss with Mr. Moscow. What? For frowned. What couldn't he say in front of her? The consultation fee. I don't want you to see my ugly face. Chun Zhao grinned. For glared at him, annoyed. Even if she used a favor to invite Chun Zhao, she couldn't just let him take the consultation fee. Fine, I'll leave it to you. I'm leaving. For turned and left the ICU. Chun Zhao turned to look at Moscow priest. Mr. Moscow, you're a spiritualist too, right? Moscow looked at Chun Zhao and shook his head. I'm not. You're not? Mr. Moscow, you don't have to hide it from me. I'm indeed not a spiritualist, but I'm also from the spiritual world, Moscow said meaningfully. What do you mean? Chun Zhao was confused. Not a spiritualist, but someone from the spiritual world? Whatever. Since he couldn't understand, he wouldn't care. It didn't have much to do with him anyway. So you stabbed the nail in his forehead? Chun Zhao asked. Yes. Moscow nodded. I did it. Why? Don't you want him to wake up? I did it to save his life, Moscow said. That car accident almost cost him his life. If I hadn't used a secret technique to lock his soul with the soul-locking nail, he would have died a long time ago, said Moscow Puel. Then take it off now, Chun Zhao said. Take it off? Are you sure? Moscow looked at Chun Zhao hesitantly. If I take it off, his soul might leave his body and dissipate. Take it off, Chun Zhao said calmly. I'm a doctor, Chun Zhao said calmly. I'm a doctor who knows a lot about the soul. Chun Zhao didn't even need to draft a lie. He'd only read one magic book and hadn't finished it. But in terms of treating soul damage, even Satan might not be better than him. Moscow reached out and took off the soul-locking nail. His technique was very special. At least Chun Zhao could see something, but he couldn't understand it. Moscow clearly didn't use any magic and it didn't seem to be magic either. Chun Zhao couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. But Chun Zhao didn't have the time to chat with him now. After he pulled the nail out, he immediately went forward and poured his immortal power into Churang Kirik's soul. The effect of immortal power was very good. It immediately stabilized Nulong Kirik's soul and allowed his soul to reunite with his body. Chapter 1552. Mason was also astonished by Chun Zhao's methods. Healing the soul, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At least, he'd never heard of anyone who could heal a damaged soul. Magic? Doubt rose in Mason's mind. All right, Chun Zhao stood up. I don't want to know about the inside story. It has nothing to do with me. You understand? Of course. This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Chun. Chun Zhao didn't want to get involved in this. Don't get far involved either. Chun Zhao didn't know if Moscow priest had dragged Far into this intentionally or not. Of course, it was also possible that Chun Zhao was overthinking. Mason didn't bother to explain. He wasn't familiar with Chun Zhao, so he didn't think that there was a need to explain. At this moment, Nulong Kilik moved and opened his eyes. Both Chun Zhao and Mason looked at Narang Kirik. Seeing Mason, Nero's expression changed in an instant. He pulled off the blanket and jumped off the bed, wanting to rush out of the room. Moscow Pule moved like a nimble monkey. He jumped over the bed, and with a tap of his toes, he somersaulted in front of Nulong Kilik to block him. Nero Kirik, where do you think you're going? Mason asked calmly. To be honest, with Nero's current condition, he couldn't run very far. Far heard the commotion and pushed the door open. When he saw Nulong Kirik standing there, he was shocked. Chun, looks like he's already recovered. Chun Zhao shrugged. Far didn't understand the situation. Nero Kirik was curled up in a corner, while Moscow Pule stood in front of him, looking down at him from above. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions. Am I right, Nulang Kirik? Narang Kirik raised his head and looked at Moscow Pule in fear. Far, how about you treat me to supper? But here, what's wrong? What can I do for you? Miss Far, thank you for your help. I think I should get him discharged. Also, the police will be here soon, Mason said. All right, Far could tell that something was wrong, but she didn't pursue the matter further. I hope the culprit will be punished. Of course, you'll see. Chun Zhao and Far left the ward. Chun Zhao's mind was still thinking about Moscow Pride's elegant movements. That set of movements looked very ordinary, and even most gymnasts could do it. But to Chun Zhao, it was different. Maybe gymnasts could do it too, but it was impossible for him to be as elegant and casual as Moscow Pule. He didn't look like he was completing a difficult movement. It was more like he was jogging or walking easily. However, Chun Zhao indeed did not feel any magic from Moscow prior. Chun, do you know what's going on? Farron could not hold back his curiosity. Chun Zhao shook his head. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to get involved in some messy scheme. Scheme? You're saying that Mr. Moscow has a scheme? I didn't say that. I'm just reminding you that a rich person like him will have a lot of complicated entanglements, even if it's an ordinary lawsuit. You're rich too, right? For said, looking at Chun Zhao. You're not any less than him. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Huh. You don't even have a medical license. You dare say you're a law-abiding citizen? Don't ask me for help next time, Chun Zhao shouted. That won't do. Just once isn't enough to repay the favor you owe me. I shouldn't have asked you for help in the first place, Chun Zhao said in annoyance. At that moment, the elevator door in front of them opened. Two men wearing windbreakers, gentlemen's hats, and sunglasses walked out. That's weird. It's such a hot day, but someone's wrapped up so tightly, Far said. Chun Zhao glanced at the two and chuckled. Maybe they're fans of the Matrix. With that, Chun Zhao pressed the elevator button. When Chun Zhao and Far walked out of the building, gunshots came from upstairs. The window of one of the wards flashed twice. Then, a figure broke through the window and fell to the ground. Far cried out in surprise and hurriedly ran over. The person who fell down was Mason Pryor. Mr. Mesco, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Although Mason fell from the third floor, he seemed to be fine. Fury was written all over Mason's face. He angrily punched the ground with his fist. Damn it, damn it. Nulang Kirik is dead. They have spies in the hospital. The moment Nulang Kirik woke up, their gunman came. Gunner. It's those two from before? For suddenly understood. Chen Zhao looked at Moscow's expression. It seemed that he was really angry. If he was pretending, it could only be said that his acting skills were really good. Where are the two gunmen now? Are they still in the hospital? For asked. For don't mess around, Chen Zhao said, pulling her back. You're a doctor, not a cop. They're all dangerous killers. But they're hiding in the hospital. It's possible. As they spoke, the entire hospital building suddenly fell into darkness. They cut off the hospital's power. Chen Zhao shrugged. A while later, the police arrived and the three took statements. More police searched the hospital building to see if the two gunmen were still in the hospital. The good news was that apart from Nulang Kirik, no one else was injured. On the other hand, Nulang Kirik was shot in the head with a single shot. Even Chen Zhao couldn't come back from the dead in such a situation. Chen Zhao and Moscow stood not far away, for was still taking statements. You found the two gunmen? Why do you think so? Nulang Kirik is still in the ward. He hasn't come out yet. How can anyone know? Chen Zhao raised his doubt. Less than 10 minutes after Nulang Kirik woke up, the two gunmen came. I can't help but suspect that someone leaked the news. Apart from me, and you, no one else knows that Nulang Kirik woke up. Anyway, it's definitely not the two of us. Moscow's expression was very ugly. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Please remember this book's domain name. Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1553. The ICU was monitored 24 hours a day. It was monitored 24 hours a day. Moscow Pool thought of this possibility. Chen Zhao was an outsider, so no matter what he guessed, it had nothing to do with him. Who was recording the police statement, had already finished. She wasn't in a good mood. She'd asked Chen Zhao to treat Nulang Kirik. But Nulang was cured, but he was dead. Go to Moon Villa and stay there for a few days, Chen Zhao said. You can also take a few days off from the hospital. Although probably wouldn't get involved in these messy things, Chen Zhao was still worried. No matter what, was his sister-in-law. No thanks. Rejected Chen Zhao's suggestion. There's a lot of work at the hospital. I don't want to take a break. Rejected Chen Zhao's suggestion. Stay away from that man, Chen Zhao whispered. He's dangerous. However, Moscow Pool seemed to still hear Chen Zhao's voice from more than 20 meters away. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhao. Laughed. Chen, you're not jealous, are you? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm going home. Chen Zhao tried to slow down when he got home. After all, his sports car was too fast when he came. The tires were all worn out. Even the slightest step on the brakes would cause the car to skid. Chen Zhao didn't want his sports car to be damaged. Otherwise, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair. However, when he drove out of the city, Chen Zhao felt another car following him. There weren't many cars on this road, and Chen Zhao was driving so slowly. If the car was just passing by, it would have overtaken him already. Chen Zhao still didn't plan on speeding up. He just drove at a steady pace. When he reached the coastal road, the car behind finally overtook him and stopped in front of Chen Zhao's car. Chen Zhao got out of the car, and a few people also got out. One of them was a big boss. He was of medium height and had a big belly. He held a cigar in his hand and wore an expensive suit. However, it still couldn't hide his nouveau riche aura. The fat man swaggered over to Chen Zhao. There were two fully armed bodyguards beside him. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes at the fat man. He had the same aura as Moscow Pool. No, more accurately, they were similar. After all, Moscow Proust was rather elegant and handsome. In ancient times, he would definitely be an elegant young master. As for the fatty in front of him, he would be a nouveau riche in any era. Of course, it was also possible that he was faking it. Mister, how should I address you? The fatty asked. Do we know each other? I didn't know you before, but it's not too late to get to know you now. The fatty's attitude was quite arrogant. I'm Lila Gavich, the boss of Bell Chemicals. Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at Lila Gavich. I just want to see what kind of person can save my enemy, Lila Gavich said. I'm a doctor. Lila Gitch waved the hand with the cigar in it. No. Ordinary doctors can't do that. I personally shattered Nulang Kirik's soul. Although Moscow Pool used the soul-locking nail to temporarily stabilize Nulong Kirik's soul. He still couldn't wake him up. As time passed, Nulong Kirik's soul would dissipate sooner or later. But you managed to restore Nulong Kirik's soul, so you aren't an ordinary doctor. You must be a spiritualist, right? And then, are you going to take revenge on me for interfering? Huh? No, of course not. He stood before Chen Zhao and patted his shoulder. I'm not that stingy. You're not Moscow Pearl's man. I just admire you. How about it? Come work for me. I can pay you well. Chen Zhao looked at Lila Gavich with a smile. Mr. Lila, do you know that I'm very rich? I think I should be richer than you were before. Lila Gavich froze. How much money do you have? My total assets should be more than $5 billion. Lila Gavich's expression suddenly turned strange. He realized that using a lot of money to bribe Chen Zhao seemed to be completely useless, unless he gave all his assets to Chen Zhao. Never mind. Goodbye. Lila Gavich turned around awkwardly and left decisively. Mr. Lila, I want to know, did you send the 2 killers in the hospital? Lila Gavich looked back at Chen Zhao and nodded. Yes. Do you want to interfere? No. Just satisfy my curiosity. Oh, that female doctor is my sister-in-law. I hope you won't hurt her accidentally. Of course, Lila Gavich replied. Lila Gavich replied, my battle with Moscow Pearl will not involve ordinary people. What about the Daipa farm poisoning incident? You think they're ordinary people? Lila Gavich asked, unconcerned. Chen Zhao was stunned. It seemed that this was more complicated than he'd imagined. However, he didn't know what kind of grudge Lila Gavich and Moscow Pool had. Neither of them were ordinary people. They both had a similar aura. But Chen Zhao still couldn't tell where they came from. Oh, are you interested in doing business with me? No, I'm not interested in your grudges. Chen Zhao rejected directly. I'm not interested. Lila Gavich said that he wanted to do business with him. But Chen Zhao had already done business with him. Thus, he had to be on the opposite side of Moscow Pool. The guy didn't have any good intentions. Plus, Chen Zhao wouldn't easily get involved in unfamiliar industries. What a pity. Lila Gavich's face was filled with disappointment. This time, he really didn't look back. Chief, are we just going to let that Asian go like this? Lila Gavich's subordinates found it strange. Since when was Lila Gavich so nice? Even if Chen Zhao was a spiritualist, it shouldn't be enough to make Lila Gavich retreat, right? Plus, it wasn't like they hadn't fought spiritualists before. Most spiritualists could be killed with one bullet. Since that guy didn't panic at all when facing so many of us, he probably has some trump card, Lila Gavich said seriously. Our main target right now is Moscow Pool. I don't want to make unnecessary enemies. Moscow Pool and his people are our biggest enemies, Lila Gavich said seriously. After a moment of silence, he asked, by the way, have you found the entrance? Chapter 1554. Daiyura Farm must be in that area, Lila Gavich's subordinates said with certainty. Lila Gavich's men said with certainty, Daipa Farm isn't big. It shouldn't be hard to find. Not hard. Our people can't even enter Daiyura Farm now. You think it's easy? Chief, we can't go on the ground, but we can fly in helicopters. Can they shoot our helicopters down from the sky? Lila Gavich's eyes brightened. That's right. Rent a few more helicopters. Just name the price. We just need to find them. Chief, that guy's accusing you. The trial will start in 3 days. Moscow Pool wants to stall me with this? Dream on. Prepare yourselves for the next few days. Once we find the entrance, we'll charge in. If Moscow Pool and his tribesmen want to start an all-out war, then bring it on. We're not a bunch of white dogs. Lila Gavich's face was ferocious. His eyes were deep and serious. He was tough, but he knew that a war between the two races wouldn't benefit either side. He knew this very well, and so did Moscow Priest. Just like before, when he had blocked Chen Zhao's way with an arrogant attitude. Actually, he had come to test Chen Zhao's attitude. After confirming that Chen Zhao wasn't related to Mason and that Chen Zhao wasn't a nobody that could be bullied, he displayed a carefree attitude. Lila Gavich wasn't an idiot. He knew how to judge the situation. Mason returned to Daiyura Farm. The seemingly peaceful farm was actually filled with traps and sentries. Mason got out of the car. 2 people walked out of the house, both fully armed. One of them was holding a bow and was as tall and slender as Moscow Pule. Chief. Yes, let's talk inside, Mason said. Mason wasn't in a good mood. His expression was even more serious. There were more than 10 people in the living room. Some were standing, some were sitting, some were standing. There were men and women, young and old. Lila Gavich has already shed all pretense of cordiality, Mason said. It's been going on since we lost more than 30 people. One of the elders glanced at Mason and said with some dissatisfaction, "You're still hoping to use human law to restrain him. Not using human laws? With the weapons in our hands? With bows and arrows? Or with the blood of our people? We are not afraid of death, as long as death has meaning." Mason sighed. "My fellow countrymen, this is no longer the Middle Ages. All of you have your own families. Are you really going to start a war? It's not our choice. It's Lila Gavich and his fallen scum's choice. We don't want war, but we're not afraid of it," a tall man said. "Now is not the time to talk about this. The war is coming." Moscow Pule looked at his clansmen. "Lila Gavich has basically confirmed that the entrance to the cave is here. They will definitely investigate it in 3 days. 3 days. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, Lila Gavich won't be able to do anything. A few days ago, those depraved bastards have been wandering around the area." Mason frowned. "Was there a conflict?" "No, they didn't enter our territory. Send all the underage children out of the farm. Send them to our land." "No, I can already draw my parasite bow. I can fight," a boy said with a red face. "I can help too," another girl said decisively. "Children, I'm not joking. This is a real war," Mason said sternly. "I'm not discussing this with you. This war has nothing to do with the children. The children were the future of their clan. No matter how the war ended, it had nothing to do with them." At this moment, the other tribesmen also felt Mason's attitude towards them. They vaguely realized that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. In fact, in the past 300 years, the two clans had fought many times. From individual fights to group conflicts, there were even fights between more than a dozen people. From individual fights to group conflicts, there were even fights between more than a dozen people. Mason wanted to send the children back to their land. This was no longer a conflict. It was a real war. No one objected to Mason's decision, except for the children at the scene. In a Porsche dealership, 2 underage girls were sitting in a Porsche. "Coward. Mason is a coward. He doesn't deserve to be our leader," Vader roared. "Shut up." Bauer's expression was extremely dark. Just then, a sports car drove into the store. Their father, a Braysai, walked up enthusiastically like a businessman. Chun Zhao got out of the car, and a Braysai walked up. "Hello, Mr. Chun. How can I help you?" Chun Zhao was an old customer of this store. He had bought both cars here, as well as the Porsche 918 he had given to the handsome boy. At the same time, the 2 cars were also taken care of and repaired here. Apart from buying cars, Chun Zhao spent tens of thousands of dollars here every month. This was why a Braysai was especially polite to him. "I need to change my tires," Chun Zhao said. "All right, I'll arrange for the repairman to come over and give your car a thorough inspection," Abraki said. "Would you like coffee or tea?" "No need," Chun Zhao said. "I'll just walk around your shop. Please help yourself." Abraki was obviously willing to let Chun Zhao walk around the shop. Perhaps Chun Zhao had his eyes on that car. He had planned to buy a car. The main reason was that his garage was too big, but there were too few cars. Therefore, Chun Zhao planned to put 2 or 3 more in to make up the numbers. Chun Zhao went to Bader and Bauer's car. He first walked around the car, then said to the 2 children sitting in the car, "Gentlemen, is it convenient for me to try this car? What if I don't?" Bader looked up at Chun Zhao, his tone rather unfriendly. Bauer tugged at Bader and then said to Chun Zhao, "Sorry, sir. My brother is an idiot." "Of course, beautiful lady, I can see that." Chun Zhao glanced at Bader. The kid was clearly in puberty. He was uncharacteristically rebellious toward everything. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Bader immediately jumped up. "Kid, what did you say?" Chapter 1555. Abraki came up and slapped Bader's head. Bader, shut up. After scolding Bader, Abraki turned to Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. My son was too rude to you. Chun Zhao chuckled. What else could he do? Scold his son in front of his father? Although Bader was in his rebellious phase, he was still in awe of his father. Standing behind Abraki, he secretly clenched his fist for Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, what do you think of this car? It's not bad. I don't think I've seen it on the market, Chun Zhao said. This is a Porsche 917 1960 commemorative edition. The entire design is the same as the 1960 version, but the engine is the latest model. Porsche only produced 3, and this is one of them. If no one buys it, it'll be sold to another store in 3 months. How much? Chun Zhao asked. $5,400,000. Abraki looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes shining. Can I bargain? Abraki rubbed his hands awkwardly and looked at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, this is a Porsche car. It doesn't belong to me. I don't have the right to decide the price. Fine. Help me with the procedures, and then I'll send you to my house. Abraki was overjoyed. He only earned a small amount from this car, but it was almost half of his monthly income. A few beautiful female employees surrounded Chun Zhao, serving him tea and water. One of them had helped Chun Zhao with the procedures when he bought a car. When she saw Chun Zhao, she didn't come over immediately. Instead, she went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup, and then ran over to greet Chun Zhao. Bader looked at Chun Zhao, who was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. He couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes. He was the young master of this store, but the employees here never treated him nicely. Yet, an outsider received such attention here. It was said that women were easily jealous, but in fact, men were no less jealous than women. After a while, Abraki walked over to Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, the tires are changed. Only the 2 back wheels were changed. The front ones are fine, so they don't need to be changed. Chun Zhao was a big client, but Abraki didn't dare to cheat him of his money. Losing a big customer for such a small amount of money was definitely the stupidest business. Someone like Chun Zhao could buy a $5 million sports car without even blinking. Abraki wouldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Under the greetings of the female employees, Chun Zhao drove away. But just as he reached the intersection, a figure suddenly rushed out. Chun Zhao slammed on the brakes and heard a scream from the front. Chun Zhao was sure that his car hadn't touched it. He was also sure that the person had jumped in front of his car on purpose. Chun Zhao got out of the car and walked to the front. He looked at Bao on the ground. Just then, Bader rushed out from the side. Kid, you. Bader grabbed Chun Zhao's collar. My coat is a Baroness, $9,888. My shirt is a rabbit head, $3,888. I also have a team of lawyers under me that doesn't have any clients yet. My car is also equipped with a driving recorder. Chun Zhao looked calmly at the youth who was a head shorter than him. Before you do anything, you have to confirm if your father is willing to pay the compensation. Bader wasn't old, but he was still scared by Chun Zhao. The so-called rebellious phase only happened to people close to you. Most youths felt that their families allowed them to be rebellious. That was why they vented their frustrations and unhappiness on their family members. But others wouldn't give in to them, such as Chun Zhao. If you do anything, I can guarantee that you'll be sent to the juvenile detention center for half a year. You think I'm afraid of you? Bader still looked aggressive, but his tone had softened. Clearly, he also realized that it wasn't a good idea to work with his sister to blackmail Chun Zhao. Kid, you should learn to control your emotions. Chun Zhao patted Bader's cheek. Bader was so angry that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chun Zhao. I'm going to kill you. Just because of that, I can let you stay in the juvenile detention center for half a year. Just then, Bauer pulled Bader away and smiled sweetly. Sir, I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. We actually just want to play a little joke with you. They didn't say the other half and blackmail Chun Zhao for some money. Their father had a sizable sports car shop, but they didn't have much pocket money. Their first impression of Chun Zhao was that he was rich. Secondly, they thought that Chun Zhao wouldn't mind spending some money to solve a small problem. Unfortunately, they were still too inexperienced. Just then, a sports car of the same model as Chun Zhao stopped beside the three. A tall, sexy woman wearing sunglasses alighted from the Porsche. "Mom." Bao Er's expression froze. The woman came before Chen Zhao. She looked at the furious Bader and then at the panic-stricken Bao Er. She immediately guessed that her child had gotten into trouble again. "Sir, may I ask if my two children have offended you in any way?" "Nothing, just a small misunderstanding." Chen Zhao glanced at the two children, not planning to pursue the matter. After Chen Zhao left, Undine turned to look at the two kids. There was no anger on her face, but Bao and Bader could feel the frosty coldness from their mother. "I thought that even if I don't send you back to the clan and keep you by your father's side, he'll still be able to discipline you." Undine's tone was extremely cold, and her face was emotionless. "But I was wrong. Your father can't control you at all." Their father, a Brack, was just an ordinary person, an ordinary businessman. He didn't know how special his wife and two children were at all. "Looks like I have to send you back to the clan land." "No, no, Mom. Don't send us back," Bauer yelled. "If you send us there, we'll die. We'll definitely die. Once we go in, we'll need at least 3 years to come out. I don't want to spend our adolescence there." Undine's expression returned slightly. She also couldn't bear to send her children to the clan land. If they were sent there, it would mean that they wouldn't see each other again for at least 3 years. "Can you promise that you won't cause trouble again?" "Yes, yes. I promise I won't cause any more trouble." Chapter 1556. Bader still cared about his dignity, but his sister Bao had completely become her mother's puppy. She would do whatever her mother wanted her to do. She would say whatever her mother wanted her to say. Bader was a bit of a male chauvinist, but Bader was actually more afraid of his mother than Bao. Bao had been obedient and clever since she was young. She always showed a sweet mouth to everyone. But Bader had been punished by his mother Undine since he was young. Undine was also having a headache now. If she didn't send the two little bastards to the clan's land, who would watch over them? Moscow Pearl had already ordered them to assemble. A war between the two clans could really break out. And as one of the guarantees of their clan's combat power, Undine couldn't hide at home to watch over the two little guys. But their father couldn't watch over them. Until now, Abrasai still thought that Bauer and Bader were just active and lively. He still didn't know what was so special about Bauer and Bader. In his eyes, they were just kids. Even if you stuffed a gun in their hands, they might not dare to pick it up. "Mother, take us to the farm," Bader suddenly said, looking up. "You shut up," Undine immediately reprimanded. That wasn't a child's game. It was the real charaba. Even Undine didn't dare to say that her side would definitely win. Not to mention that she had to bring the two brats along. But the two kids' eyes were shining, and they couldn't be stopped. No matter how strict Undine's tone was, it couldn't erase the light in their eyes. In the end, Undine still sighed. She knew that she had compromised. "Go and tell your father," Undine said coldly. Bauer and Bader went to their father's shop and told Abrasai that they were going on a trip with their mother. Abrasai thought that they were really going on a trip and repeatedly told them not to cause trouble for Undine. Undine brought the excited Bauer and Bader to the farm. Mason was having a discussion with a few elders of his tribe. When they saw the black-faced Undine come in with Bauer and Bader, everyone in the front hall was stunned. "Undine, why did you bring them here? Didn't I say that all the underage children in the tribe are to be sent to the land?" Mason questioned angrily. "Mr. Chief, since I've brought them here, I've already made preparations. If they die in battle, then it's their fate," Undine said indifferently. Even if he valued Bader and Bauer's lives more than anyone else. But that was all she could say now. "Furthermore, I don't think it's a good thing to send the children to the clan's land. Flowers that have not experienced the wind and rain will not be able to support the clan's future," Undine said. Mason and the other old men were stunned for a moment before they fell silent. "Since you are here, take a seat," Mason said softly. Hoo. Just then, the sound of a helicopter came from outside. "Who's here?" Undine was puzzled. "No one is coming. It's that group of bastards' helicopters." Mason clenched his teeth and said, "Since today, they've been using helicopters to fly around our farm, trying to find out where the entrance is. Why don't they shoot down?" Undine's eyes were filled with anger. They've been guarding against us, hovering a few hundred meters above the ground. How can we shoot them down? A few hundred meters above the ground. Only a sniper rifle could hit them. But the turbulence from the helicopter could deflect the bullets. Besides, there were many good archers in the tribe who used bows and crossbows, but not many who used guns. Of course, they were not stubborn people. They knew the power of guns. It was just that their tribe was born with great talent. He was gifted in using bows and crossbows. Almost every child could learn how to use a bow and crossbow in a short time. Undine walked out of the house and looked at the helicopter flying high in the sky. Her face was filled with anger. Although Undine was a woman, she was famous for her temper in the tribe. But now, their nemesis was doing whatever it wanted above their heads. How could she tolerate it? Undine grabbed a machine gun out of nowhere and fired furiously at the sky. However, doing so would only allow him to vent a little. Week and Xinjiao arrived at the headquarters of the association. Many people were gathered in the empty space. Klaus and the Lightning team, Gaia, Little Grove, an elite Ruan Faxabon, Moraz, Jalanash, Giselle, Moore, and Alice. They were all going to explore the underground this time. Originally, Helis and Norma wanted to participate too, but their heat resistance was really not high enough. More accurately, their own magic made them very sensitive to high temperatures. They were even more sensitive than regular people. It wasn't just them. Many people in the association wanted to go underground too, but they couldn't reach the heat resistance standard, so they lost the chance. Both Chen Zhao and West were firm on this matter. Those who couldn't reach the standard couldn't go. There was no room for negotiation. Underground exploration wasn't a joke. Even Chen Zhao wasn't completely confident that he could bring them all back safely. There was a huge risk involved in this matter. After all, they weren't facing demons, but nature, the most violent force in the world. Are all the participants here? Chen Zhao looked at everyone. Previously, he'd thought about giving everyone uniform, but he still couldn't come up with a style that everyone was satisfied with. Unexpectedly, everyone's uniform was the same this time. I'll say the ugly words first, Chen Zhao said. Even I'm not confident this time. So if you're scared, you can leave now. Once you go underground, it'll be impossible to leave. President, don't worry, Klaus said. No one will leave. What a joke. If anyone left now, it'd be a huge embarrassment. Which of the people who signed up to participate wasn't proud and arrogant? How could they accept something like getting cold feet? Actually, Chen Zhao had made a lot of preparations. For example, he'd brought many resources. Then let's go. President, are we going to the Crypt Demon's Nest? No, Mirror Lake, Chen Zhao said. Mirror Lake? Why are we going there? President, did you leave something behind? No, Chen Zhao said. There's an underground river that leads deep underground. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao, stunned. They didn't expect Mirror Lake to have an underground river. Chapter 1557. They arrived at Mirror Lake. Everyone felt a little sorry for the once beautiful villa that was now only a ruin of Mirror Lake. Of course, to Chen Zhao, it was just a house. Even if it was destroyed 10 or 100 times, it would be fine as long as no one was hurt. The biggest value of Mirror Lake and the surrounding land wasn't the house. It was the natural scenery and some changes that had been made to the land, and the old turtle's internal alchemy that had sunk into the lake. Hey, are you really not going to consider buying accident insurance before we leave? Angelite's words drew everyone's angry glares. Unelite, do you want to die? Unelite, you better buy insurance first, or I won't be able to resist killing you. They all glared at Unelite with murderous expressions. Okay, stop messing around, Chen Zhao said. The underground river tunnel is over there. Is it okay for you to swim there? Unelite sprinted. He stepped on the water surface and dashed hundreds of meters away. He stood where he was. Chen Zhao flew over directly. When he was above Unelite, he looked at him in confusion. Unelite, how did you step on the water? President, my feet vibrate at a high frequency to increase the contact area, Unelite said. Chen Zhao looked at Unelite and realized that his legs had been moving at high speed. Just then, the others arrived one after another. Of course, apart from Chen Zhao, only Gaia and Jalanash could fly. However, they didn't choose to fly over. Instead, they chose to swim. People always said that magicians had poor stamina, but that wasn't the case. In fact, this was not the case. Most mages had much better stamina than ordinary people. Non-strengthening type spiritualists couldn't completely convert magic into stamina or strengthen their bodies. However, magic could still improve their bodies. Spiritualists were also much more resistant to damage than regular people. A grenade could cause fatal damage to a regular person, but it might not be fatal to a spiritualist. As for Klaus and the lightning team, they wouldn't be tired even if they swam 10 kilometers. Everyone arrived at the designated spot. "I'll go down first," Chun Zhao said. "You guys follow. You need to hold your breath for at least 3 minutes. Prepare yourselves. If anyone can't do it, just say it. I have a portable oxygen inhaler." In the end, no one asked for a portable oxygen inhaler. Chun Zhao dove into the water and into the entrance of the underground river. Compared to the difficulty of going up last time, going down was much smoother. After all, they were going with the flow. Chun Zhao was the first to go down, mainly to clear the obstacles. After all, this was the entrance to an underground river. Who knew what kind of things were sucked in every day? It could be a stone or a tree branch. Some of them were obstructed by the terrain and rocks. If the others were to follow the current and hit an obstacle at such a high speed, they would most likely be directly injured. Chun Zhao quickly cleared the obstacles along the way. The others also slid down and followed closely behind him. In less than 3 minutes, Chun Zhao's body lightened and he fell uncontrollably. Putong! Chun Zhao charged into the underground lake. Behind him, Gaia fell into the water. Then, the association members fell down one by one. When everyone emerged from the water, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. This place was not as dark as they had imagined before they set off, nor was it as scorching hot as they had imagined. At least within the range of this underground lake, everyone could still feel a trace of coolness. The surrounding rock walls seemed to contain some minerals. They were glowing weakly at the moment. However, the entire rock wall made the entire underground lake resplendent and gorgeous. There were some species in this lake that were completely different from those on land. Most of them had no vision, but they had extremely powerful senses of smell and perception. Last time, Chun Zhao had killed many of them. Now, there were no threatening creatures in the entire lake. From this, it could be seen that these species grew very slowly. They needed sufficient time to develop. It could be more than 10 years, or it could be decades, or even longer. "Don't be careless," Chun Zhao reminded. "There are some dangerous creatures in the water." In fact, everyone's area was within Chun Zhao's surveillance range. If there was really danger, Chun Zhao would be the first to react. While they'd been in the water, some larger creatures had indeed approached. However, they'd all been scared away by Gaia's dragon aura. Even if Gaia didn't transform, she still had her dragon aura. The more sensitive a creature was, the more sensitive they would be to this aura. "Let's go to the shore first," Chun Zhao said. When they reached the shore, they realized that there were many skeletons here. "What happened here? Last time I was here, I killed many creatures in this lake," Chun Zhao said as he poured out the water in the helmet. This helmet had been developed by Jalik. Although the main body of the helmet was made of metal, it was a metal that didn't conduct heat. It had very good heat insulation. The helmet's visor was dark glass. Apart from sniper rifles, normal guns couldn't penetrate it. Together with the dragon scale armor, it looked like a single soldier battle armor in sci-fi movies. Of course, this set of equipment was worn by Chun Zhao, Klaus, and the lightning team. Apart from magic resistance, the dragon scale armor also had strong resistance against attacks and was not easily damaged. Traditional spiritualists like Jalanash, on the other hand, were more casual in their outfits. They were wearing magic dragon scale armor, which would not increase the weight of their bodies, nor would it affect their spell casting. Gaia didn't need any equipment at all. She could jump into the lava directly. Chun Zhao also put on the dragon scale armor because it looked really cool. The only thing that made Chun Zhao unhappy was that he'd wanted to add a cloak. In the end, Ruan Faxpin, Donya Tianxi, and Jenkira all rejected Chun Zhao's suggestion. They said that a cloak wouldn't increase one's combat ability at all. Instead, it would be a burden, especially the long cloak that Chun Zhao had requested, one that dragged on the ground. It was superfluous. Chun Zhao was very unhappy. However, seeing that they designed the dragon scale armor so cool, Chun Zhao could reluctantly forgive them. Chun, where should we go now? Gaia turned to look at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao froze. He looked at the tunnels on the wall nearby. They seemed different from what he remembered. Chapter 1558. Although the movement of the tectonic plates under the ground was very active, however, they should still be deep within the Earth's crust. The thickness of the Earth's crust was less than 20 kilometers, but it was already very thick for humans. Of course, there were also places to eat. Chun Zhao wasn't sure if they were at the boundary between the thin layers of the Earth's crust. If it was at the boundary of the thin crust, then the crustal activity here would be very active. It was like a flowing water source. Perhaps in a day, it would change the landscape. Chun Zhao remembered that he had discovered a lava pool in this area last time. Chun Zhao became more and more suspicious. Could this be an active continent? If that was the case, perhaps a small earthquake would bring about a disaster. Of course, since they were here to explore, everyone must be mentally prepared. Just pick one. This one, Chun Zhao said casually. Chun Zhao lifted his foot and was about to walk into the chosen tunnel when Gaia said, "I'll walk in front." "Oh, then you take the lead." They were here for the trial anyway. If Chun Zhao took the lead, it would be meaningless. But since Chun Zhao didn't want to take the lead, he would take the tail. Gaia led the way, while Chun Zhao protected the back. But Gaia had just walked into the chosen tunnel. Suddenly, something red flashed by. Before Gaia could react, he was sent flying. It was a gigantic arachne. Chun Zhao was already quite familiar with the arachne. This arachne's main body was only 4 to 5 meters long, but its limbs were over 25 meters long. There was also a group of ordinary arachne following behind this big arachne. Prepare for battle. Gaia stood up. She looked energetic and uninjured. Chun Zhao still stood at the back, not planning to attack. These spider demons are great food, Chun Zhao reminded. Their flesh contains a substance that can strengthen magic and body. I call this substance Earth Essence. Normal Earth Essence is white. If the content is higher, it'll be dark yellow or bright yellow. The best is gold. Don't waste it. Ruan Faxi was beside Chun Zhao. He didn't attack either. In fact, he took this opportunity to come here to look for some connecting materials that could not be found on the surface. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Ruan's interest was piqued. No matter how intense the battle was, Ruan Faxi would pick up a severed arachne limb and dig out a piece of tender flesh. He sniffed and immediately smelled the aroma of crab meat. But it was even more fragrant. Ruan Faxbin licked it again. Although it hadn't been cooked, it was already in the palate. Ordinary arachne possessed very little earth essence. It was very rare. Ruan Faxi tried several times and used various alchemy techniques, but he couldn't extract it. "Give it to me. I'll teach you how to extract it." Chun Zhao was an expert in this. After all, he was the first person in the association to know and come into contact with the essence of the earth. Chun Zhao sent his immortal power into the spider's broken limb, destroying its structure. Then he took it back. The earth essence in the arachne's flesh came out along with it. Chun Zhao had used magic power before, but now it was immortal power. However, the principle didn't change, and neither did the results. It was just that there was too little earth essence in a severed limb like this. It might not even be 1 gram. Chun Zhao could probably only extract about 5 grams of earth essence from an entire arachne. Gaia, Klaus, and the lightning team will handle the battle at the front, Chun Zhao called. Everyone else, come over and extract the earth essence together. But we have to separate the quality of the earth essence. Don't let low-level earth essence mix with high-level earth essence. It'll affect the quality. Leader, we found it. We found the entrance. Lila Gavich was overjoyed. Everyone move out. Those who are underage shouldn't come. On this point, Lila Gavich and Mesco Pryor were surprisingly in agreement. They looked like big capitalists on the surface, but they actually had their own races behind them. Even if it concerned the future of the 2 races, he didn't want to bet on the future. No matter which race it was, children were the hope of the future. Lila Gavich appeared to be carefree and even looked like a mafia boss, but that was just his disguise. The future of the Dark Elves depends on this operation. Elves had appeared in many European mythologies. According to legends, elves were handsome, free, elegant, and had long lives. They were a race that lived with nature and were good at using bows and arrows. In these legends, there was always a name that wasn't so beautiful: Dark Elves. If elves were a collection of all good things, then Dark Elves were a collection of all evil. Dark Elves were always accompanied by derogatory terms like evil, darkness, and depravity. However, this wasn't the case. The only difference between Dark Elves and White Elves was their race. It was like the difference in skin color among humans. Of course, racial discrimination had always existed among the elves. The war between the White Elves and Dark Elves had lasted for 3,000 years. Since ancient times, the two races had been incompatible like fire and water. There had been a short period of peace, but not long after, war would break out again. In fact, elves didn't just consist of Dark Elves and White Elves. There were also some elves from other branches. For example, there were Forest Elves, Sea Elves, and Wilderness Elves. However, these three were already quite rare. Even if they were probably hidden in human society. Even the mainstream Dark Elves and White Elves didn't have any news about them. Lila Gavich brought his people to the outskirts of Dypa Farm. However, before they could step into the farm, the owner stopped them. Mesko Pool couldn't hide his anger as he saw Lila Gavich get out of the car. "Bastard! What are you doing at my farm?" Lila Gavich's eyes flashed with anger at Mesko Pool's insulting words. Even though White Elves had called Dark Elves this way for thousands of years, every time Lila Gavich heard it, he would still be furious. However, Lila Gavich remained calm and had a smile on her face. "Of course I'm here to play. What? Am I not welcome? Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1559. Here to play?" He brought the entire Dark Elf tribe here to play? Mosko glanced at the fleet of over 50 black MPVs behind Lila Gavich. Each car could carry at least 8 people. In other words, there were over 400 people in these 50 cars. Lila Gavich had really brought his entire tribe. The tribesmen behind Mosko had already surrounded him. Everyone was ready for battle. Some no longer concealed their weapons. Regardless of whether it was a crossbow or a gun, both were already in his hands. But no one fired, because they knew that once they started fighting, it would be time for the war to start. Everyone was waiting for Mosko's orders. "You brought so many people here to play? My farm doesn't welcome you." Lila Gavich took a deep puff of his cigar and spat it on Mosko's face. "That isn't up to you." Just then, in another direction of the farm, there was a sudden loud noise, followed by a ball of fire rising into the sky. Mosko's expression changed drastically. He looked at Lila Gavich. Oh no, you fell for it." Mosko was furious. "Attack!" Lila Gavich suddenly moved and retreated. Mosko's expression was uncertain. He wanted to do it himself, but he had to bring people to reinforce the other side of the farm. It had to be said that Lila Gavich had played his hand beautifully. He appeared personally and had his men drive over 10 cars to block the entrance of the farm. This made Mosko think that Lila Gavich was going to attack the farm from the front. In fact, the 50 or so cars were empty. Each car only had one driver. "Leave 100 people behind. The rest, follow me," Mosko Pearl said. Mosko led his men to reinforce the other side of the farm. But when they arrived, they found that the battle was already over. There were over 10 corpses on the ground. They were all Dark Elf corpses. What happened? Did they retreat? Mosko asked in shock. "Patriarch, that's all they came. We've already annihilated all of them." Mosko's expression changed again. Damn it. He fell for it again. That old fox. "Quick, send reinforcements to the front." Mason exclaimed. There were 100 clansmen left in front, and if the true main force of the Dark Elves was in front, then his clansmen would suffer disastrous losses. At this moment, Undine said, "Chief, what if this is another trap?" Mason was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. What if this place was still an illusion? If the Dark Elves were to charge in this direction, it would be troublesome. No, he couldn't continue like this. If this went on, he and his clansmen would be too passive. Everyone, gather at the big house. Macy said. Actually, the best way was not to take the initiative to intercept. The farm was so big, with an area of more than 10 square kilometers. If they were to block the leaks everywhere, they would be exhausted. With the cunning of that old fox, Lila Gavich, it was only a matter of time before he killed them with this trick. But in fact, this was a mistake that Moscow Priest had made. In fact, they were the defending side, so they didn't need to rush around. They could wait at ease and gather all their forces. They wouldn't be tricked by Lila Gavich. At this moment, at the front of the farm, after Mason left with his men, Lila Gavich also launched an attack. The people in the 50 vehicles all came down. He had purposely created an illusion to make Moscow think that all the cars were empty. In fact, it was just a diversion tactic. His real goal was to take out the white elves in front of him. But at this moment, a loud horn sounded from the center of the farm. The white elves who were fighting fiercely with the dark elves at the front heard the horn and started to retreat. Lila Gavich was a little disappointed, but he couldn't do anything if the white elves wanted to retreat. Chief, what do we do now? How many did we lose? Including the 15 that pretended to attack from the back and the crossfire just now. 28 died. What about them? They left around 40 bodies. That's a big loss, Lila Gavich said with a pained expression. Although they had used a trick this time to let the Dark Elves gain a little advantage, they also lost people. However, they had also lost people, so it was hard to say who had taken advantage of the situation. Spread out and enter, Lila Gavich ordered. Chief, aren't we going in together? One of his men asked. Idiot, there are countless mines buried along the road. Going in head-on is suicide. They probably have heavy weapons, Lila Gavich said. Actually, there was another advantage of spreading out. They could avoid a war of attrition. Both the Dark Elves and the White Elves didn't want to fight a war of attrition. Lila Gavich and his men weren't here to fight to the death with the White Elves. They were here to enter the entrance to the crypt. The farm was filled with sorghum and corn. It was big enough to hide a person. The Dark Elves started to spread out to the fields and move towards the entrance of the crypt. There were also White Elves hiding in the fields. Soon a fight broke out in the fields. Lila Gavich walked towards the center of the farm from the main road. Thud! Lila Gavich suddenly felt like he had stepped on something. His reaction was extremely fast. It wasn't the reaction of a fat man at all. Lila Gavich dodged to the side. An explosion instantly engulfed him. But when the flames of the explosion dissipated, Lila Gavich continued forward unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. Who knew how many mines he had stepped on along the way? Lila Gavich wasn't hurt at all. That bastard Moscow Prowl. How many mines did he plant here? Lila Gavich cursed to himself. When this war is over, this farm will probably be destroyed. After all, there were hundreds of mines buried in the farm. If his men or children stepped on them, they would be in deep trouble. When he reached the end of the road, Moscow Prior stood in front of Lila Gavich. Bastard, where are you going? Lila Gavich's face twitched. He took a deep puff from his cigar. What a hateful bastard. Can't you let me pass more easily? Your body can pass. Chapter 1560. With a flick of his right hand, Mescal shot a dagger at Lila Gavich. Asterisk sway, asterisk meng, asterisk shao, yin, asterisk calm. Lila Gavich took a step back, but he was too slow. The end of the cigar in his mouth had been cut off. Lila Gavich looked even more displeased. He increased his strength and flicked his finger. Mescal shot out another dagger and cut off another half of the cigar in the air. The dagger didn't change its direction. It still shot at Lila Gavich. The moment it was about to hit Lila Gavich. Lilagovich, on the other hand, seemed to be transparent. The dagger passed through his head unscathed. It wasn't the first time Mescal and Lila Gavich had fought. He knew Lila Gavich's ability very well. Shadow. That was the ability of the Dark Elves. But it wasn't innate. Only the High Dark Elves could awaken it. Lila Gavich looked like a meatball. In fact, he was a High Dark Elf. The High Dark Elves could freely switch between reality and shadow. Be it physical or magical attacks, he could easily dodge them. Of course, this trick wasn't invincible. The high dark elves couldn't hide in the shadow forever. With Lila Gavik's current strength, he could hide in the shadow for 3 seconds. But for Lila Gavik, 3 seconds was enough to change the situation. Mescal shot 3 daggers in a row. This time, Lila Gavik had to hide. It was as if Macy Cole had countless daggers on him. No one knew where he hid the daggers, but he kept shooting them at Lila Gavik. Suddenly, Lila Gavik lifted his clothes. Mescal looked up. He saw that Lila Gavik's clothes were full of grenades. Mescal's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. But at this time, Lila Gavik had already taken off his coat and thrown it at Mescal. Mace Keller moved even faster. He pointed at the jacket that was full of grenades. A white light shot out from Mescal's finger and instantly enveloped the coat. Under Mescal's control, the coat suddenly rose into the air. Bang! It wasn't the sound of grenades exploding. Those weren't grenades at all, but smoke bombs. Oh no! Mason Koppel groaned inwardly. He had been tricked again. That damned old fox. The smoke bomb instantly enveloped the area. Lila Garovic laughed proudly. But at this time, Mescal could no longer see Leelage. Ouch! Leelage suddenly cried out in pain and reached out his hand. Lilajewix was surprised to find it was a little girl. Then a roar came from the fog. Let go of Bow Air. Lila Gagewitch grabbed at the thick fog with his other hand, and Bader was also caught in his hand. This is an adult's game. Kids get lost. Although Lila Gagewitch and the White Elves were mortal enemies. However, he still had a moral bottom line in his heart. Lila Gajevic threw the 2 kids out of the thick fog. Lilajevic had no intention of fighting. His real goal was not to fight to the death with the White Elves. He planned to enter the entrance of the crypt. These smoke bombs were not ordinary smoke bombs, but special magic smoke bombs. These magic smoke bombs could quickly spread around in a very short time. Soon, half of the farm was shrouded in the thick fog released by the smoke bombs, with the center of the farm as the origin point. Lilajevic walked in the direction of the entrance of the crypt. At this time, Mescal could not find Lilajevic at all. He could not even tell where he was going. Lilajevic was quite pleased with himself. This time, he had schemed against Mescal and played him around. It was a rare victory. But at this time, a chill approached. Lilajevic stopped in his tracks and caught an arrow between his fingers. Lilajevic saw Bow Air's figure flash in the thick smoke. At this moment, Bader launched another sneak attack. However, he was facing Lilajevic, a high dark elf. Even if he didn't use the shadow element, he had absolute power under his bloated appearance. Lilajevic clenched his left hand, and Bader's fist was caught by him. Little guy, if you don't get lost, I won't go easy on you. However, Bader responded with a kick to Lilajevic's crotch. Damn fatty, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lilajevic suddenly pulled Bader. Bader screamed as an arrow hit him in the shoulder. Bow Air, you shot me. Sorry. Bow Air apologized in the thick smoke. Lilajevic snickered. These 2 little fellows posed no threat to him at all. However, the game ended here. Lilajevic threw Bader aside and continued to walk toward the entrance of the crypt. Soon, Lilajevic found the entrance. Lilajevic laughed strangely again. Mescal had planted many mines at the entrance. However, this mine was no threat to him. Suddenly, Lilajevic frowned as Bader attacked again. However, he did not know that there were a large number of mines buried here. Lilajevic hesitated for a moment, then pulled Bader over and threw him into the entrance of the crypt. How could that idiot Mescal let 2 miners participate in this war? You kill Bader. I'll kill you. Bow Air, who was hiding nearby, saw that Bader was thrown into the entrance of the crypt. She immediately shouted and rushed toward Lilajevic. At the same time, she shot 3 arrows in a row, but they did not hit Lilajevic. She had stepped on a mine herself. Lilajevic gritted his teeth. Fuck, I was an intruder, but now I've become a babysitter. That idiot. Lilajevic used the same trick again and threw Bow Air into the entrance of the crypt. At this time, the thick smoke began to dissipate. Lilajevic took out a black horn and blew it. Woo! Mescal's expression changed. This was the signal for the Dark Elves to retreat. Had Lilajevic found the entrance? Maskell rushed to the entrance and saw Lilajevic standing there. "Are you here to see me off, Maskell?" Lilajevic grinned at Maskell. Chapter 1561. Mosco's face darkened. He could no longer stop Lilajevic now. Lilajevic was just too cunning. He had thought that Lilajevic would fight him head-on, but it turned out that Lilajevic had no intention of doing so. He had been trying to avoid an all-out war. Now Lilajevic had one foot in the entrance, but at this moment, a frost arrow shot over. Lilajevic dodged it with a shadow, but the frost arrow exploded in an instant. The cold air it released turned into an ice wall, blocking the entrance. At that moment, Moscow Pool and Lilajevic's expressions became very interesting. Moscow had thought that he had lost. Lilajevic had thought that he had won too, but the result had been reversed. The entrance was sealed in ice. Most importantly, Lilajevic had no choice but to retreat. This was the center of the farm. The Dark Elves had already retreated after hearing Lilajevic's horn. Now, there were only White Elves around. Seeing Undine walk out, Lilajevic's expression became even more interesting. "Hi, Undine. I'm so happy to see you." "Fatty, how do you want to die?" Undine asked coldly. If it was just Moscow and Undine, Lilajevic would not be afraid. Even if he could not win, he could still escape. But now, he definitely did not have to face just Moscow and Undine. "When are you going to divorce that useless man?" Lilajevic asked with a shy face. "You're still talking nonsense when you're about to die." "I'm babbling nonsense? I know you've been living apart for a year." Lilajevic smiled. "Oh, I saw your two kids just now. They're called Burr and Bader, right? Where are they now?" "I accidentally threw them into the entrance of the crypt. By the way, don't worry, I left a mark on them." Now, it was Undine and Moscow's turn to change. "You damn fat pig!" Undine roared angrily. What an affectionate title. Lilajevich seemed to enjoy the affectionate title. "Undine, don't open the ice seal." Mason looked at Undine. Lilajevich smiled, but said nothing. Mason became even more anxious when he saw Undine's hesitation. "Undine, do you want our plan to fail? And I've told you before, don't bring children to the battlefield." Mason exclaimed excitedly. Lilajevich knew her old lover too well. The more impatient Mason was, the more Undine would run in the opposite direction. Undine looked at Lilajevich and said coldly, "They are your children. If they die in there, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Lilajevic's expression became even more interesting. He opened his mouth for a long time, but no sound came out. After saying that, Undine pointed her finger, and the ice wall instantly cracked before collapsing. Instead, Lilajevich jumped into the entrance to the crypt. Lilajevic kept slipping down, her mind a mess. "No wonder they could find me in the thick smoke," Lilajevich muttered to himself. "They have dark elf blood." Outside the entrance, Mason glared at Undine angrily. Before he could speak, Undine sprinted and jumped into the crypt. Mason's expression changed. After a moment of hesitation, he still jumped in. Since Lilajevich had already entered the crypt, he couldn't fall behind. The battle ended. "Is anyone hurt?" "Raz," Chun Zhao said. "You're in charge of checking them. If they're injured, treat them." It was a good battle. They'd killed hundreds of spider demons, including a big one. There was a big bottle of the most common earth essence, about 2 liters. There was a small bottle of the more advanced earth essence, less than 100 grams. There was also a small bottle of the best golden earth essence, about the same amount as the advanced ones. The main thing was that the big spider was more than the normal ones, and the quality was high too. Everyone had worked together to kill the big spider, but Gaia's contribution was the most. No one could deny this. However, this battle definitely wouldn't be easy. This was only the first battle, but it had already made everyone feel pressured. They continued going deeper. Most of the time, they needed a light source to explore the way in the tunnel. However, they didn't need to bring their own light source. Alice, Jalanash, and Ruan Faxbin all had a spell that could create a stable light source. Even more, Raz knew this little spell. Suddenly, the ground shook. A crack appeared under everyone's feet. "Oh no!" Chun Zhao suddenly sped up and grabbed Ruan Faxbin, who was hanging in the air. Ruan Faxbin was also frightened at this moment. This was because beneath his feet was a pool of magma. The sudden earthquake had torn the passageway apart, exposing the magma river below. Thankfully, the crack wasn't big. They could jump over it. However, this earthquake still served as a reminder to everyone. The danger they faced wasn't just from the underground creatures. There was also the power of the earth. This was the biggest threat. Even Chun Zhao didn't dare to say that he could protect them completely. Chun Zhao still walked at the back. This was a good position. He could observe everyone in front. But the second earthquake came again. It was even stronger than the first. Chun Zhao saw that the rock layer above the tunnel seemed to be falling. Fuck! Without thinking, Chun Zhao charged forward. He pushed up with his arms and lifted the huge rock layer up. However, the force of the fall was far beyond his imagination. No. 10,000 techniques returned to one. Chun Zhao immediately used his ultimate move. Instantly, Chun Zhao's strength increased several times. Chun. Gaia looked back. Go over. Chun Zhao still felt the pressure. The weight of the rocks connected to it was probably 1,000,000 tons. Right now, Chun Zhao was barely hanging on. He was relying on the friction between the rocks and the ground to barely hold on. Hurry, I can't hold on anymore. Chun Zhao roared. Chun Zhao's veins were bulging. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd been so tired. Of course, as long as they all went over, Chun Zhao could let go. No one dared to delay. They all ran forward with all their might. The more they dawdled, the more pressure Chun Zhao felt. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1562. Chun Zhao wasn't the first to collapse. It was the ground under Chun Zhao's feet. A huge force poured into the ground that Chun Zhao's feet were supporting him. The ground began to crack and then completely collapsed. On top of that, there was a huge pressure on Chun Zhao's head. In an instant, Chun Zhao was pressed down. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Fortunately, the toughness of his body wasn't enough to crush Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's body fell into the lava. At the same time, there were rocks as big as small mountains above him. Thankfully, the weight of the rock wasn't completely on Chun Zhao. After falling into the lava, the immortal power in his body became even more active and covered his body. Chun Zhao started destroying the rocks on his body. After more than 10 minutes of effort, Chun Zhao finally crawled out from under the rock. The dragon scale armor on his body was still intact, and his helmet was not damaged. Chun Zhao poured the lava out of the armor. Chun Zhao looked around. There was a river of lava around him. Chun Zhao flew above the lava river and moved along it. Some places were blocked by the terrain, so Chun Zhao had to jump into the lava river again and walk through it. But overall, the road was quite spacious. Chun Zhao arrived at the lava lake. It was the one where he had met the phoenix. Even though he was flying above the lava lake, he could still feel the scorching heat waves. But now, even if lava was smeared on his face, it wouldn't hurt him at all. Not to mention that it was just a heat wave. However, if he's soaked in lava, it would still consume a lot of immortal energy. Therefore, Chun Zhao didn't want to stay in the lava forever. Chun Zhao couldn't find any traces of the association members. He could only stroll around by himself. As for their current situation, Chun Zhao wasn't sure. Chun Zhao saw some caves around the lava lake. Some of the caves were spewing lava. Chun Zhao arrived at the entrance of one of the caves. He sensed that there were signs of life in the depths of the cave. It didn't matter if he was a member of the association or a monster from the underground. Chun Zhao's senses weren't as clear as the small world. However, this perception was similar to superhuman hearing. The immortal power greatly increased his bodily functions. From physical resistance to all kinds of resistances to physical strength, vision, hearing, and reaction time were all improved. Chun Zhao really suspected that if he continued to evolve, he would become like Superman in the movies. In fact, many of Chun Zhao's abilities were almost superhuman. For example, if he used all things return to one, his strength could reach 150,000 tons. If he used his full strength, he could even push the largest ship in the world. After walking for a few minutes, he suddenly heard footsteps in front of him. Chun Zhao immediately walked forward. Chun Zhao thought it was someone from the association. However, he didn't expect them to not be from the association. It was a girl, Bao, the daughter of the Porsche store owner. Chen Zhao was stunned. Bauer also stared at the person who had suddenly appeared. This person wearing strange equipment. Because he was wearing a helmet, Bauer didn't recognize him. While Bauer was sizing him up, he was also sizing her up. The temperature here was at least 200 to 300 degrees. However, Bauer seemed to be very used to the temperature here. There was a red mark on her forehead, and there were also some red lines on her exposed skin. Bauer was holding a bough made from the branches of a mistletoe tree. He stared at Chen Zhao warily. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I should be asking you that," Chen Zhao said. "Who are you? Why can you appear here without wearing a protective suit?" "A spiritualist?" She didn't seem to have any magical aura. Bauer didn't answer Chen Zhao's question either. Instead, she raised her bow, pulled back the string, and knocked an arrow at Chen Zhao. "Tell me, who are you?" Suddenly, Bauer's bowstring loosened without any warning. Chen Zhao was stunned. This girl actually dared to attack him, but he soon realized that Bauer's arrow was off by a lot. The arrow flew over Chen Zhao's head. When Chen Zhao turned around, he saw that it was a lizard covered in flames. The lizard was about 3 meters long. Its body was red with black spots. It looked like a Betos, but it was much smaller. At the moment, a Betos was already 9 meters long in his normal state. If he turned into a fire dragon, he would be around 12 meters long. Chen Zhao didn't think that he wouldn't notice the lizard even with his strong senses. "I saved your life. Can you tell me who you are now?" Did that count as saving his life? Chen Zhao was speechless. Nevertheless, he still opened the visor of his helmet. "Hey, little girl, we meet again." "It's you." Seeing Chen Zhao's face, Bauer immediately raised her bow. "Why are you here? Are you with the Dark Elves too?" "Dark Elves? What the hell? Were they the night elves in the city?" "I'm a researcher." "Researcher?" Bauer tilted her head and looked at Chen Zhao. "What do you study?" "Geology." No wonder. Bauer's knowledge seemed to make her think that it was reasonable for a researcher to appear here. She didn't seem to notice Chen Zhao's armor. It was very abnormal. "What's with your equipment?" "Heat-resistant suit," Chen Zhao said. "Why aren't you afraid of high temperatures?" "Why should I tell you?" Bauer said in annoyance. "You better leave quickly. It's very dangerous here." "I'm not afraid of danger," Chen Zhao said calmly. "Scram. I won't protect you anymore." Bauer pretended to be fierce. Unfortunately, this didn't scare Chen Zhao. "What if I don't leave?" Chen Zhao asked nonchalantly. Bauer raised her bow again and pointed at him. "Then I'll kill you. Are you scared?" "Yes." "Then scram. I heard that this place is closer to hell. Will I go to hell faster after I die?" Bauer glanced at Chen Zhao. Thinking that he was crazy, she turned and left. On the other hand, Chen Zhao shamelessly followed behind her. Bauer took a few steps and turned around, dissatisfied. "Why are you following me? Is this your home?" "What did you say?" Bauer raised her bow again. Chen Zhao immediately raised his hands. "I said that I need to go this way to leave." "You can't leave the direction you came from. There's a lava lake there." "Then why did you come from there?" "Because I came here first. I saw that it was a dead end, so I turned back." Chapter 1563. Bauer didn't believe him. She walked in the direction Chen Zhao had come from for a few minutes and indeed saw a huge lava lake. No matter how much she didn't believe him, she could only believe him. After all, even if she possessed a special bloodline, it was impossible for her to cross the magma lake. Bauer and Bader's bloodline was very special. They were twins. They also had white elf and dark elf bloodlines. Of course, this also proved that white elves and dark elves were actually the same race. How do humans differentiate between species? Those that could mate and reproduce were the same species. For example, yellow, white, and black people could reproduce together and give birth to the next generation. So, no matter their skin color, they were actually the same species. Humans, monkeys, and chimpanzees couldn't reproduce. They were primates, but they weren't the same species. No matter how much white elves and dark elves looked down on each other and hated each other, it couldn't change this fact. Bauer and Bader's mother, Undine, had the ice bloodline, but they'd both awakened the fire bloodline. In this hot environment, they wouldn't be hurt. Instead, they become stronger and stronger. So Bao was still wary of Chun Zhao. But it wasn't because she was afraid of him. It was because this was her home turf. Chun Zhao poked the red pattern on Bao Er's arm with his finger. The red pattern looked quite beautiful. This was probably why Bao wasn't afraid of the heat. "Don't touch me," Bao said fiercely. "I'll kill you." But no matter how she pretended to be fierce, it was hard to scare people. "Why did you come here?" Chun Zhao asked curiously. "None of your business." Bao glared at him. "Tell me about elves, and what's with the dark elves you mentioned just now?" "You don't need to know." Bao rejected his question. Just then, 3 fire lizards appeared before them. One of them was bigger than the other 2. It was about 8 meters long and had a muscular body. The fire lizard made Chun Zhao suspect that it might be related to the dragons. But they didn't have horns, and Chun Zhao didn't sense any dragon aura from them. Bao was not afraid at all. "You better stay away. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you later." "No, I won't protect you at all." Bao corrected herself. "Your life and death have nothing to do with me anyway." "Who said it doesn't matter? Think about it. I'm a rich man, and I'm a big customer of your father's Porsche store. As long as I'm alive, I can spend more in your father's store. Your father earns more money, and then you can have more pocket money. Am I right?" Bao was stunned for a moment. She seemed to be seriously considering this question. However, before she could wrap her head around it, the 3 fire lizards had already charged over. Bao leaped high into the air. Her jump was at least 4 meters high. Her toes bounced off the rock wall and landed behind the salamander. Then he pulled the bowstring in his hand to the fullest and released it. It accurately hit the head of a fire lizard. The piercing power of this arrow was extremely strong. Not only did it pierce through the fire salamander's head from behind, but it also stabbed into the rocks on the ground. The largest fire lizard charged straight at Chun Zhao. As soon as Chun Zhao released his aura, the biggest salamander immediately froze. Just then, Bao's help arrived. "Watch out!" Bao yelled. She leaped onto the fire lizard's back, pulled out a dagger from her waist, and stabbed it heavily into the fire lizard's neck. The fire lizard struggled wildly, but Bao was extremely agile. The moment she succeeded, she jumped to the side and shot 2 more arrows, both hitting the 3rd fire lizard. In less than 2 minutes, she had killed all 3 fire lizards. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. Chun Zhao stepped over the fire lizard's corpse and pulled on Bao's clothes. Her clothes were very loose, and she had a belt made of the same material around her waist. If it were normal clothes, they would probably spontaneously combust in such a hot environment. However, Bao's clothes were still perfectly fine in such a high temperature. "What material are you made of? It's so hot." Bao slapped Chun Zhao's hand away in disgust. "Why are you like this? Don't touch it." Chun Zhao wanted to tear off a piece and study it. However, the material was much tougher than he'd imagined. If Chun Zhao tore it off forcefully, Bao's clothes would probably be torn off. "If you touch me again, I won't go easy on you." Bao looked at Chun Zhao as if he was a pervert. Bao didn't leave immediately. Instead, she started cutting off a piece of fire lizard meat. "Can this be eaten?" "Yes, but its meat is poisonous. Normal people will be poisoned if they eat it. Of course, it's not fatal." Bao glanced at Chun Zhao. "But you don't have a choice now. If you don't want to die here, you better bring some." Chun Zhao pursed his lips. "It's poisonous? Forget it then." Chun Zhao didn't reject the meat of magical creatures. However, he'd always been stubborn. Chun Zhao wouldn't eat it even if it was slightly poisonous. Suddenly, Bao raised her bow and pointed at the tunnel ahead. "Who is it? Come out." Bader jumped out from the tunnel ahead. "Bao, it's you. How come you're here too?" Bader didn't expect to see Bao here. "Bader, you made it easy for me to find you." Then Bader looked at Chun Zhao. "Bao, who is he?" "The man who bought a car from Dad's shop last time," Bao said. "Him? How come he's here?" "He's a geologist. He came here for research and happened to run into him." "Bao, you're kidding, right? I've never heard of a geologist going into the Great Abyss." Bader was only an hour older than Bao, but he was smarter than her. At least he could tell what was normal and what wasn't. Bader looked at Chun Zhao warily. "Who exactly are you?" Bao glanced at Chun Zhao and said, I knew something was wrong with him. He wasn't even afraid of the fire lizard. Looks like I was right. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. This girl really knew how to say things after the fact. Fine, Chun Zhao said in a low voice, pretending to be mysterious. Actually, I'm an underground human. My ancestors and I have always lived underground. This is our home. We occasionally go to the surface and hide among humans. Bauer and Bader were both dazed. Underground humans? Do underground humans really exist in sci-fi? Is there an underground world? Chapter 1564. The two kids really believed Chun Zhao's bullshit. But Chun Zhao couldn't stop complaining. Because the two of them, the so-called elves, did not come out of fantasy stories. It wasn't strange for him to talk about the underground world in science fiction. Chun Zhao didn't plan on letting them believe him at all. But they really believed him. Chun Zhao didn't know if he should call them stupid or naive. Chun Zhao was used to lying. He just said it casually, but they actually believed him. You underground people. This was what they called Chun Zhao now. Are there a lot of underground people? Where's your underground world? Can you take us there? First, tell me about you elves. Why are you here? It's not the dark elves. It's all them, Bao complained. Bao complained. They want to find the enlightenment water in the cave. Water of enlightenment? What's that? Chun Zhao asked, confused. It's a treasure that can evolve the elven bloodline. Bao, Bader immediately reminded her. Bader was usually careless, but his mind was clear. Where's the water of enlightenment? Chun Zhao asked shamelessly. Even though he knew it was their secret, Chun Zhao still wanted to know. Just from the name, one could tell that the water of enlightenment was good stuff. Suddenly, a chill came from behind. Chun Zhao raised his arm and grabbed it. It was an arrow, and not an ordinary one at that. The moment Chun Zhao grabbed it, a bone-chilling coldness exploded from the arrow. Half of Chun Zhao's shoulder was instantly frozen. Chun Zhao turned around and saw Undine walk out from the corner. Mom, Bader and Bao, cried in surprise. Undine's expression was still cold. A cold aura surrounded her. Chun Zhao was surprised. These elves were really good at hiding their auras. As long as they weren't in his small world, he couldn't sense them at all. Undine looked at Chun Zhao coldly. Sir, it's embarrassing to lie to two kids. Chun Zhao grinned. She seemed to have heard what he'd said to the two kids earlier. So are you going to regain face for your children? The ice on Chun Zhao's shoulder suddenly shattered. He stretched his arm. Undine's pupils suddenly shrank. To be honest, she didn't want to have a conflict with him here, because her attribute was destined to be restrained by the environment here. She had to use half of her strength to resist the heat, and Chun Zhao had hidden his strength very well. However, he was able to ignore his ice arrows and cold air, which meant that it would be very difficult for him to defeat him here. As for Bao and Bader, they were strengthened in this environment. However, they were still not strong enough. Moreover, they didn't have enough experience. It was too dangerous to fight someone like Chun Zhao. Are you an enemy? Of course not, Chun Zhao said. I have nothing to do with you. Of course, I have nothing to do with your enemies either. Bader, Bao, come here, Undine said. Bader and Bao ran to Undine. They had thought that Undine was going to fight Chun Zhao, but Undine turned around and led them away. However, Chun Zhao shamelessly followed them. Undine raised her bow and pointed at Chun Zhao. Sir, what do you mean? Nothing, I'm just lost, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. I have no obligation to lead the way. Undine's tone and attitude were still as unapproachable as before. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao was shameless. No matter what, he was determined to follow Undine. Whether she was willing to lead or not, Chun Zhao wasn't going to leave. Then let's go our separate ways. Somewhat annoyed, Undine shot an arrow at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao still easily caught the arrow. This time, his entire body was frozen. But in the blink of an eye, the ice on him shattered. Undine was even more annoyed. What exactly do you want? Mom, should we fight him? Bao and Bader were both warmongers, especially in this environment. The scorching heat seemed to ignite their fighting spirit and the blood in their bodies. Undine's eyes flickered. She was thinking about the chances of winning if the three of them fought Chun Zhao. But after thinking for a while, she quietly gave up on the idea, judging from Chun Zhao's current abilities. Even if they won, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Whether it was Bao or Bader, Undine didn't want to see either. Let's go. In the end, Undine decided not to care about Chun Zhao following them. On the other hand, Chun Zhao walked beside Undine as if they were familiar with each other. What abilities do you else have? Was the ice arrow you shot just now your ability? Chun Zhao was a curious baby. He was always curious about the unknown. I don't feel any magic from you. How do you control the power of the elements? Annoyed, Undine ignored Chun Zhao's question. But Bao explained to Chun Zhao enthusiastically. We elves are naturally close to the elements, Bao said. We don't control the elements. We communicate with them. Bao, Undine scolded. Bao shrunk back and stuck out her tongue. Close to the elements? Communicate with the elements? Chun Zhao was even more curious. Should he catch an elf and study it? Just then, there was a sudden rumble in front of them. Was it an earthquake? Chun Zhao was confused. Undine suddenly jumped up. Bader followed closely behind. After jumping up, Bao immediately said to Chun Zhao, the surrounding elements tell us that there's lava flowing in our direction. As they spoke, the tumbling red current was already rushing toward them. Chun Zhao immediately jumped up and grabbed the rock wall. At the same time, Chun Zhao felt Undine's gaze. In that instant, Undine seemed to want to attack, but she gave up on the idea in the end. Undine, Bao and Bader jumped around on the rock wall as they advanced. Even Chun Zhao couldn't be as precise as them at every landing point. Even if it was a protrusion, they could grasp it fully. However, Chun Zhao was just pretending. He would advance the same way they advanced. Undine had been observing Chun Zhao in secret. She was a bit confused about how Chun Zhao did it. Compared to them, Chun Zhao's movements were rougher. Normally, he would have fallen into the lava long ago. Chapter 1565. The four jumped left and right and finally landed on a platform. There was a tunnel in the rock mass behind the platform. When Chun Zhao landed on the platform, he realized that the tunnel was man-made. The entrance was very spacious, and it looked like a big canyon. The lava river below illuminated the place very brightly. Undine glanced at Chun Zhao. She was very confused by his actions. Chun Zhao's actions had violated the laws of physics many times. Undine could roughly tell that Chun Zhao was an enhancer spiritualist, but there were differences even among enhancers. For example, an elite. More accurately, he was also an enhancer. Chun Zhao was also recalling what Undine and her mother and daughter had done just now. Even though Chun Zhao's physique was much better than theirs, he still couldn't copy their actions. Their actions were all calculated by human kinematics and footholds like computers. Even if Chun Zhao imitated most of the movements and footholds, he was just copying a tiger and a cat. He could learn the surface, but not the essence. Of course, this was an ability unique to elves. Chun Zhao wouldn't be discouraged even if he couldn't learn it. What could he do about their racial talents? Suddenly, there was a sound from the tunnel. There was a living thing in the tunnel. Just then, Chun Zhao pulled Bao violently. Before Bao could scold Chun Zhao, something flew past where she'd been standing. After missing its target, it flew more than 10 meters away. And there was a huge sound. It was like the power of a grenade explosion. In the darkness of the tunnel, there was some red light. The red light was probably the eye of some creature. It's the Abyss Nest Maker. Undine's expression was serious. At the same time, she couldn't help but glance at Chun Zhao. Clearly, she was worried that Chun Zhao would hurt her son and daughter. But Chun Zhao's actions just now had won her trust. Help me protect Bader and Bao. I'll go deal with that Abyss Nest Maker. Go in peace. I'll take care of your daughter. Chun Zhao looked at Undine seriously. Angered, Undine snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you mean in the East. Actually, I didn't mean anything else. Don't think too highly of yourself. Just then, the Abyss Nest Maker crawled out of the tunnel. It was a creature that looked like a spider. Of course, it was 10,000 times bigger than a spider. It was about 5 meters tall and had 6 furry limbs. However, from its head to its tail, It was covered with red eyes. Let's just call them eyes, and there were probably hundreds of them. It had a round and bulging belly, a raised tail, and there was even a hole at the end of it. Its mouth opened like a flower petal. So ugly. Chen Zhao couldn't help but complain. Both Bader and Bao agreed with this. Undine's expression was somewhat solemn as she raised her wooden bow. But before she could fire an arrow, the abyss nest builder swung its tail, and a red orb shot at her. Bang! Undine quickly dodged the explosion and fired the arrow at the abyssal hive. The arrow was about to hit the abyssal nest builder. However, the abyssal nest builder opened its mouth and spat out lava, which hit the arrow squarely. Undine cursed inwardly. Damn it! The abyssal nest dwellers were the most troublesome underground creatures for the elves. Their reactions were very fast, and the eyes on their backs were all compound eyes. Their compound eyes could capture any attack. They were even sharper than the fastest human cameras. Undine leaped from the rock wall to the sky above the abyssal nest builder. One had to admit that Undine's movements were very beautiful. Her fighting style was completely different from Chen Zhao's. When Chen Zhao attacked, most of the time, he was straightforward. However, the elves' fighting was like an art or a dance. Undine shot an arrow at the abyssal nest builder with her head down and feet up. The abyssal nest builder also bounced back, dodging Undine's arrow. At the same time, it hung on the wall. The abyssal nest builder moved up and down the wall. Chen Zhao started shooting at Undine. He realized that the coldness around Undine was getting weaker and weaker. Undine's attacks weren't as frequent either. Thinking about it, Chen Zhao knew the problem Undine was facing. He secretly used needle threading, an invisible thread wrapped around one of the abyssal nest builder's legs. Shocked, the abyssal nest builder tried to break free from the invisible thread. However, the tenacity of this thread far surpassed any metal. Undine's attack landed on the abyssal nest builder. The abyssal nest builder wanted to dodge, but one of its legs was tied up. It couldn't dodge Undine's attack, no matter what. The arrow pierced through the abyssal nest builder's back. The abyssal nest builder's back was instantly frozen. Then, the other 5 limbs lost their grip too. It fell from the wall into the lava. Boom, boom, boom. Undine panted, her eyes revealing a trace of doubt. What was going on? Her attack, just now, was just a probing attack. The abyssal nest builder couldn't be hit at all. But why was the abyssal hive hit? It didn't make sense. The abyssal nest builder could totally dodge it. Undine recalled the abyssal nest builder's movements. It seemed to pause for a moment. Undine looked at Chen Zhao. You attacked just now. What? Chen Zhao pretended not to know. Nothing. Undine didn't ask. She didn't sense or see Chen Zhao's movements. But she felt that Chen Zhao had definitely attacked. Otherwise, she wouldn't have won so easily. Undine led the way into the tunnel. She'd used up a lot of power just now. In this environment, it was very difficult for her to recover through the elements. The surrounding elements were too restless. It wasn't suitable for her to recover at all. Sir, since you're a member of our team, shouldn't you show your value? Undine's power was greatly reduced now, but she didn't want her son and daughter to fight. After all, everything here was very dangerous, so she turned her attention to Chen Zhao. Tell me about elves, Chen Zhao said. What do you want to know about us? Everything. I'm quite interested in you guys. Chen Zhao didn't hide his intentions at all. And what's the water of enlightenment? Agonades, Undine said. That's our real name. It means son of nature. Elves are what humans call us. It comes from movies, games, and novels. I think Son of Element is more suitable for you. Chapter 1566. Undine shrugged. Armendadir is the elemental sun in Elvish. The water of enlightenment is Armendadir's blood. Undine paused for a moment before continuing. However, Armand Didier is the symbol of depravity. He is sinister, cunning, evil, and bloodthirsty. The Dark Elves were tempted by Armand Didier and drank his blood, thus becoming depraved. Chen Zhao frowned. Undine's words seemed to contradict herself. You said that the water of enlightenment can make elves evolve, and then you said that Armendadir's blood is the water of enlightenment. Then you said that the dark elves drank Armendadir's blood and became depraved. So, did the dark elves evolve or depraved? Chun Zhao raised his suspicions. Or maybe your ancestors were jealous of the dark elves. The dark elves evolved, but the other elves didn't. So they purposely divided and slandered the dark elves? Chun Zhao felt that this was possible. Wasn't this a classic case of envy, jealousy, and hatred? Of course, it's not that simple, Undine said unhurriedly. At that time, there were no dark elves. At that time, the elves were still a whole. Avendadir disguised himself as a sage and came to the elf clan. He used our kindness and trust to trick the entire elf clan into drinking his blood. It wasn't just the dark elves who drank it, but the entire elf clan. Undine slowly said, Avendadir descended 3,000 years ago. At that time, there were no dark elves. And then, later, some of them were tempted by Armendadir's blood and became his slaves. From then on, the elves split into the white elves and the dark elves. Under Armendadir's leadership, the dark elves started a war against the white elves. Who won in the end? Chun Zhao asked. Of course we won. Light triumphed over darkness. Justice triumphed over evil. And Amanda Didier was sealed by us. Undine's tone was still cold, but there was a tinge of pride in her tone. Chun Zhao didn't agree with the so-called depravity. People's thoughts might change, but their personalities wouldn't. For example, the source of the depravity. He also had the ability to control others. But that was control, not depravity. Control and depravity were different. If there was really someone in the world who could make someone depraved, then that person could definitely rule the world. Take God, for example. In any mythological system, God was the most powerful existence. But could God change a person's thinking? If God could change everyone's mind, that way, he could directly turn all the humans in the world into his believers. Then God would not need to establish a religion. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't argue with Undine. After all, this story had been passed down for 3,000 years. It was clearly impossible for Chun Zhao to overturn 3,000 years of history with his own knowledge. So this is where Armand Didier was sealed? Yes, the ancestor of the white elves sealed Armandir here. The dark elves want to release Armandadir? The dark elves aren't stupid. If they release Amanda, they will only become his slaves again. The dark elves only want Amanda's blood, which is the water of enlightenment. I told you, I just want the water of enlightenment. I have no intention of releasing Amandadir, Lila Gavik said angrily. Do you think I'll believe you? Moscow Poole stared coldly at Lila Gavik. His eyes were filled with distrust and hatred. He knew Lila Gavik too well, a cunning old fox. Just like his master, Amandadir, they were both sinister and dangerous. Releasing Amandadir won't do me any good. I won't believe you. Lila Gavik sneered at Moscow Poole. You also want the water of enlightenment, right? You hypocrite. You keep saying that you're going to stop me, but ever since you met me, you've never really stopped me. Clearly, you want the water of enlightenment too. It's better than falling into your hands, Moscow Poole said calmly. Aren't you afraid of falling? Lila Gavi smiled strangely. I wonder if it would be interesting if a white elf like you, who thinks highly of yourself and is proud of your bloodline, degenerates into a bastard like me. Do you think this is the first time we white elves have come here? Moscow Poole sneered. Every generation, white elves will come here to extract the water of enlightenment. As the descendants of white elves, we won't be tainted by Amandadir's fallen will. Despicable. No wonder you white elves could awaken so many high-level bloodlines after so many generations. You've been hiding it all along. Lila Gavik was both angry and jealous. After all, the Dark Elves had spent hundreds of years just to find the entrance to the cave. Dark Elves didn't have a high-grade bloodline in every generation. For example, when Lila Gavik had taken over as the leader of the Dark Elves, he had only been an ordinary Dark Elf. The previous Dark Elven Patriarch was also a member of the Dark Elven race with an ordinary bloodline. But the White Elves had always controlled this place. If they wanted to, they could come here at any time. Moreover, the White Elves had never lacked high-level bloodlines. Every generation had 3 or 4 High Elves. Lila Gavik and the other dark elves did not understand why. They thought it was because their bloodlines were purer. Only now did they understand that it wasn't because of the so-called bloodline. It was because they had been embezzling. They were both watchers and thieves. They claimed that Amanda Deer's blood would corrupt the elves. But they themselves had never stopped using Armand Dill's blood. Was there anyone more shameless than them in this world? Lila Gavik had never believed that story either, although the story was also spread among the Dark Elves. Lila Gavik believed that his will would not be tainted by the water of enlightenment. Lila Gavik looked at Moscow Pool. A smile appeared on his face. Have you used the water of enlightenment before? Moscow Pool looked at Lila Gavik. You know, the water of enlightenment can only be used once. It won't work the second time. I thought a piece of trash like you awakened a high-level bloodline with the water of enlightenment. You're not the only genius in this world. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1567. Suddenly, Lila Gage and Moscow Pool stopped at the same time. In front of them was an empty field. Corpses of abyss nesters were everywhere. It seemed like a huge battle had taken place here. There were around 100 corpses. What's going on? Could it be Undine or the 2 children? Lila Gavich asked doubtfully. Moscow Pool shook his head. These abyss nesters aren't easy to deal with. Their abilities are very effective against elves. There's no way the 3 of them killed so many of them. Who else could it be other than the 3 of them? Moscow Pool and Lila Gavich discovered after a careful inspection that there was no sign of Messiah. There were many traces at the scene, some of which were obviously left by humans. There was also a magical aura at the scene. Spiritualist. Both of them came to the same conclusion. What's going on? Why is there a spiritualist here? Other than your own people. Why did you let outsiders in? No, why would I let outsiders in? Moscow Pool stared at Lila Gage. Then why are there outsiders here? Aren't you an outsider? When Lila Gavik heard what Moscow said, he was so angry that he almost started a fight with him. Still, Lila Gavik endured it. Don't you have any clues? No, I don't even know how they got here. Really? Lila Gavik didn't trust Moscow Prior at all. I don't have to explain anything to you. There are quite a lot of them. They should have left in this direction. Lila Gage kept staring at Moscow Pool, paying attention to his expression. Moscow Pool hesitated for a while. Let's go and take a look, he said. Are they here for the water of enlightenment too? Lila Gavich asked in a probing manner. Moscow's expression changed slightly. Lila Gavik asked again, Is Armendator's seal in that direction? Mason didn't say anything else and headed straight in that direction. Gaia, will something happen to the president? No, we're all fine. Do you think Shin is worse than you? Although these words were hurtful, it was the truth. All of them combined weren't Shin Zhao's match. Suddenly, everyone stopped in their tracks. A lava river was blocking their way. On the opposite side of the lava river, there were 2 closed stone doors. That's right. It was a man-made stone door. Why is there a stone door? Could this be the treasure the guild leader mentioned? But how do we cross this river? Not everyone could fly, and not everyone could jump over a lava river that was more than 20 meters wide. Gaia thought for a moment and said, I'll drive you there. With that, Gaia transformed into a fire dragon and carried half of them over. Then, they would turn around and pick up the other half. Everyone stood in front of the 2 stone doors. The stone gate was very big, about 50 meters tall. It was also very beautiful. There were many cryptic patterns carved on the stone door. This kind of craftsmanship was a huge amount of work even in modern times. Moreover, looking at the traces of this stone door, it was obvious that it was not a product of this era. It was hard to imagine who the creator of this stone gate was. To be able to create such a stone door in such an underground place. How do we open it? Let me try. Gaia transformed back into a fire dragon. However, her 20-meter-long body seemed a little small in front of the 2 closed stone doors. Gaia used all her strength to hit the stone doors, but they didn't react at all. No, Gaia said, shaking her head. I can't open them with brute force. They were too heavy. The 2 stone doors weighed at least 1,000 tons. Gaia's strength was just a drop in the bucket for the 2 doors. Gaia, fly me up, Alice said. Huh, did you find something? The patterns on it should be some kind of magic circuit, Alyssa said. Because the stone doors were too tall and big, Alyssa couldn't see everything. Gaia carried Alyssa and flew to the top of the stone doors. Eris began to study the lines on it. I understand. Alyssa quickly understood. Can you open these two doors? No problem. They look huge, but they're actually not that complicated, Alyssa said. Alyssa said, the maker of these two stone doors isn't an expert in magic. Alyssa sounded quite proud. Of course, she did have the right to be proud. She might not be the most powerful in the association, but she was definitely the most knowledgeable in magic, and it covered a lot of areas. Alyssa returned to the ground. She looked around again. Finally, she pointed at the lava river not far away and said, do you see the valve at the edge of the lava river? Open it. An elite stepped forward and opened the valve. The valve was a small mechanism, but it was not too complicated. After the valve was opened, the lava flowed into a ditch. Then it flowed along the ditch to the middle of the stone doors. The patterns on the stone doors began to light up. Crack, boom, boom. The stone doors began to make loud, grinding sounds. Everyone took a step back. After all, the two stone doors were too big. Even just opening them gave them the feeling of a landslide. Facing these two stone doors, everyone felt how insignificant they were. However, when the two stone doors opened to their fullest, they began to close again. Go in, or they'll close. Everyone hurried through the stone doors. Fortunately, the stone doors didn't close too quickly. After everyone went in, the stone doors were still slowly closing. The lava from before was still flowing along the ditch. At the same time, it illuminated the passage behind the stone doors. There were many corpses on the ground, and many metal statues were placed on both sides. Wow, these are saint carvings, Ruan Faxben exclaimed. Ruan Faxi exclaimed, the method of making the saint carving has long been lost. I didn't expect to see it again here. Saint carvings? Everyone looked at Ruan Faxben in confusion. Ruan Faxben said with a regretful expression, unfortunately, the chairman isn't here. Otherwise, he could bring all these statues back. What a pity. These statues were all 5 meters tall and had different postures. They weighed at least a few tons. Even Gaia couldn't carry them around all the time. Ruan Faxi had been studying the statues for a while, unwilling to leave it all. Ruan, how long are you going to stay here? Chapter 1568. Just then, Moore suddenly saw a line of words at the base of the statue. But he didn't understand what it said. Mole reached out to touch the words on the base, but he erased the words instead. Crack! Suddenly, the statue in front of Moore moved. Huh, this statue seems to be moving. Moore looked up at the tall statue in front of him. Of course, what? Moore, get out of the way! Ruan Faxben yelled. At that moment, the statue in front of Mo Air suddenly raised its great sword and slashed down at Mo Air's head. Whoosh! Moore didn't react in time, but an elite charged forward. He dodged Moore in the blink of an eye, but everyone saw that one of Angelite's arms was cut off. Elite fell to the ground, screaming. Elite! Everyone exclaimed. Just then, the statue raised its great sword and slashed at Elite again. Boom! Jalanash also made her move. The statue was too close to Elite and Moore. She used a wind elemental spell, Violent Blast. The statue, which was several meters tall and weighed several tons, was blown several meters away and fell to the ground. More Raz went up to stop Angelite's bleeding and then gave him a wound suppression. The statue stood up again. This time, Gaia pulled out her great sword and blocked the statue's attack. The passage was large, but it couldn't allow Gaia to transform. But even if she didn't transform, she could still block the statue's attack. Gaia, you have to destroy it completely, Ruan Faxben said. There's a core hidden in its body. You have to break its core. Otherwise, it won't stop, Ruan Faxben said. Where's the core? Not necessarily. It could be anywhere. Gaia slashed with her great sword, and the statue was sent flying again. The great sword was also broken by Gaia. However, when the divine carving statue stood up again, the broken sword was like a magnet, returning to the fracture, and the crack healed. What kind? Gaia asked. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen a statue. Boom, boom. Jalanash covered for Gaia and shot out 2 exploding flames. The statue's body was completely unharmed. The statue's body was made of metal. Jalanash's explosive bombs were powerful, but their destructive power against metal was limited. Gaia swung his greatsword, leaving a fiery arc in the air as he slashed down heavily. The saint carving statue's body was directly cut off from the shoulder, but the statue's severed body was like its sword before, mending itself. Gaia frowned. There was no end to this fight. "Lava! Push it into the lava!" cried Ruan Faxaban. "Gaia, move!" Jalanash yelled. Gaia trusted Jalanash and backed away. Jalanash unleashed another violent impact. The statue was knocked into the wall and then fell into the lava, but soon it stood up again. But how could Gaia give a chance? The greatsword swung out and cut off the statue's legs. After losing its main body, the statue's legs quickly melted into the magma. Under Gaia's suppression, the sculpture soon melted completely. Whoosh! More! Did you erase the words under the statue? Ruan Faxaban asked in an interrogative tone. Moore knew that he was in trouble. Not only did he almost die under the statue's sword, but he also caused Ungalit to lose an arm. He even caused Ungalit to lose an arm. Moore opened his mouth and then lowered his head silently. He didn't say anything else. "Okay, now's not the time to blame. Raz, can you reattach Angelite's arm?" Moore Raz shook his head. Angelite's wound has magic damage on it. Moore Raz also blamed herself. As a support, she should have protected her teammates at all times. But it had happened so suddenly that she couldn't react in time. This made her very depressed. Maybe the president has a way. Gaia nodded. She knew that now was definitely not the time to blame. Shun Zhao wasn't here, so she had to calm the team down. "Okay, let's continue," Gaia said. "Ungalit, I'll carry you." Ungalit shook his head. The wound was still painful, but with Moore Raz's help, he could barely hold on. "No need. I can walk myself." Gaia was the absolute main force in the team now. If Gaia carried him, her combat ability would be greatly reduced. "Don't worry," Gaia said. "Shun will find a way to heal your broken arm. I really should buy insurance for myself," Ungalit said, his face pale. As soon as the sentence was said, everyone's mood also eased. "Ungalit, I'm sorry. It's all my fault," Moore said, lowering his head in shame. "It's okay. I can run faster without an arm." The more Ungalit comforted him, the worse Moore felt. "Ruan, as long as we don't erase the words on the base, the statues won't be activated, right? The words on the statues are ancient magic. They mean to stop. If you erase the words, they'll definitely be activated. Unless they're completely destroyed, they'll keep attacking the surrounding creatures. Apart from erasing the words, there's another set of rules. As long as the conditions are met, the statues will also be activated." "What conditions?" "I don't know," Ruan said. "It depends on how the owner of the statues set it. In other words, we have to be careful at all times. We don't know when the statues will be activated." "Yes." Then, everyone passed through the tunnel. They found that both sides of the tunnel were filled with statues. There were at least hundreds of statues along the way. It was like an army. This also made everyone's hearts jump. No one knew whether or not these saint carvings would suddenly awaken. One statue was already so difficult to deal with. If all the statues woke up at the same time, they would die for sure. Even Gaia, who had always been bold, felt her heart pounding. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. Then their eyes lit up. An incomparably spacious field appeared in front of them. The field was at least 3 square kilometers. In the center was a circular field. Magma flowed around the field. Further away, there were rock pillars of different heights. "It's so big." Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1569. The sports field was surrounded by saint carvings. At the other end of the field was a mountain wall. There was a stone sculpture of a ferocious-looking dragon head on the wall. The dragon's neck extended to the center of the field like an arch bridge. Below the dragon head was a trough. Water flowed from the dragon's mouth and filled the trough in the middle. "This water is so sweet." Jalanash took a sip. At this moment, everyone felt a little thirsty. Although they were protected by armor or magic dragon scales, they still felt the heat. Don't drink it yet. Let me see if it's drinkable. Ruan Faxbin stepped forward and filled a bottle with some water. Then he took out some magic powder and sprinkled it into the bottle. The water in the bottle began to boil. Ruan Faxbin was chanting a magic spell. The water in the bottle calmed down again. It should be fine, Ruan Faxbin said. What spell is this? What does it do? This is pure, true spirit spell. If the food or water is harmful to the human body, there will be a warning, Ruan Faxbin said. Ruan Faxbin said, since there's no warning, it should be harmless to humans. But just then, Jalanash, who had just taken a sip of water, began to tremble all over. Jalanash, what's wrong? Moraz realized that something was wrong with Jalanash. I. Jalanash's body trembled even more violently. Her eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of ink. I feel like Jalanash's head drooped before she could finish her sentence. Moraz saw Jalanash's strangeness and hurried over to support her. Ruan, didn't you say that the water was fine? What's going on? Gaia asked angrily. I don't know either. Ruan Faxbin was speechless too. He didn't understand why the pure, true spirit spell failed either. Suddenly, Jalanash raised her head. Her face was covered in black lines. By now, everyone had realized that something had happened to Jalanash. Jalanash suddenly reached out and grabbed Moraz. Jalanash, let go. Moraz cried out in pain. Gaia immediately rushed forward, grabbed Jalanash's arm, and forcefully pulled Moraz away. But Jalanash aimed her palm at Gaia's chest. Bang! Gaia was sent flying more than 10 meters away. No one expected Jalanash to be so heavy-handed on Gaia. Gaia stood up, her chest a bloody mess. Gaia spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Everyone's hair stood on end as they looked at Jalanash warily. At this time, Jalanash flew into the air and landed on the dragon's head. None of them noticed that there was a magic array on top of the dragon's head. Jalanash released black flames from her palms towards the magic circle. When the black flames landed on the magic array, they didn't explode. Instead, they were absorbed by the magic array. Suddenly, one of the saint carvings around him became familiar. Oh no, the saint carving statue. Wait, the statues aren't coming for us. Ruan Faxi realized that the statue actually passed through the crowd and jumped up when it got close to Jalanash, who was at the head of the dragon. Looking at the statue, Jalanash raised one hand and spat out black flames at the statue. Bang! The statue instantly shattered in the air. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Jalanash that powerful? Why didn't she use it just now? After the statue shattered in the air, it didn't recover. Jalanash continued with her work. What's Jalanash doing? I don't know. I feel like something bad is about to happen. Should we stop her? Stop. How? Jalanash doesn't even recognize us now. Even if we defeat her, what then? Kill her? Everyone's expression was grim. At this time, 2 more holy statues awakened. These 2 statues were just like the first one. They ignored everyone and attacked Jalanash directly. Jalanash still only used one hand. The remnants of the 2 statues fell to the ground. Jalanash, what's wrong with you? Wake up, Giselle called anxiously. She looks like she's being controlled by something, Gaia said with a serious expression. Purify. Moraz cast a purification spell on Jalanash. But Jalanash didn't react. Instead, she raised her hand and released a black flame at Moraz. Watch out! Unelite, who had lost his arm, hurriedly grabbed Moraz and escaped before the black flames reached them. Jalanash, how did you become like this? Wake up. She's being controlled. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Everyone turned around abruptly and saw 2 strangers standing behind them. One was tall and skinny, the other a fat man with a big belly. Who are you? I should be the one asking you this. Who are you people? Why did you barge in here? Mason stared at the crowd coldly. I think it's best if you kill her now instead of arguing here. Otherwise, we'll all die. Lila Gavich looked at Jalanash's back, his eyes filled with worry. We won't kill our companions. Companions? She's no longer your companion. Lila Gavich said meaningfully. Lila Gavich said meaningfully. She has now become Amanda Didier's puppet. Armand Didier, the legendary son of Element? Alice asked. Alice, do you know what's going on? No. Alice shook her head. Alice shook her head. I only know of Amanda Deer, the legendary son of Element. Many elemental mages use the name of the son of Element to cast many spells. At this time, for more statues awakened. Just like before, their target was Jalanash. Everyone looked at Lila Gavich and Moscow Pool. Sirs, you'd better tell us what's going on. As you can see, the dragonhead is the son of elemental Armand Deer. He has been sealed here for 3,000 years, Moscow said. What about you? Who are you? The protector of this place, Mason said. At the same time, he's also a burglar, Lila Gavich added. Chapter 1570. While they were talking, another 8 statues woke up. Gaia looked at Jalanash and turned around. Is there any way to wake her up other than killing her? No, not just her. Her descendants will be cursed by Armand Didier as well. Moscow Pool pointed at Lila Gavich. Just like this bastard. Lila Gavich glanced at Moscow. You better not challenge my bottom line now. Wah. Gaia spat out another mouthful of blood. Malraz hurried over to heal Gaia. By then, Jalanash had already dealt with the 8 statues. Then, the 16 statues woke up. This time, Jalanash wouldn't be able to deal with them so easily. With one hand, Jalanash continued to charge the magic circle on the dragon's head as she fought back against the statues. Klaus, do you have tranquilizer bullets? Yes. Take Jalanash down, Gaia said. Klaus took out the tranquilizer gun and its bullets. From dozens of meters away, he aimed at Jalanash. Whoosh. However, when the tranquilizer bullet was less than a meter away from Jalanash, it suddenly stopped in the air. Jalanash looked at everyone, her expression becoming even more ferocious. She spread her arms, releasing a terrifying wave of air from her body. The shock wave abruptly spread out like water ripples in all directions. *T. Moraz hurriedly cast an AoE Holy Barrier. When the wave reached everyone, they felt that the barrier was about to shatter. Malraz cast another Holy Barrier on them, and another one. After 3 buffs, they finally managed to hold on. However, the wave didn't stop. It continued to spread to the edge. The surrounding saint carvings were all affected by the shockwave. The moment they were touched by the wave, they all disintegrated. However, Jalanash seemed to be much weaker after using her ultimate move. Jalanash fell from the dragon's head and landed in the middle of the sink. We can't let her replenish her power. We have to stop her, Moscow said. With that, Mason swung his arms at Jalanash, throwing 2 daggers at her. The water trough beneath Jalanash's feet kept sending energy into her body. As for the 2 daggers flying towards her, she completely ignored them. Just like before, there seemed to be an invisible shield around Jalanash. Lila Gavich, are you going to stand aside and watch? Moscow Pool scolded. Lila Gage hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to act. Lila Gage walked towards Jalanash. Jocelyn Nash raised her hand and pointed it at Lila Gage. But in the next moment, she hesitated. After a while, Jalanash put down her palm. When Lila Gavich was 2 meters away from Jalanash, she stopped. Jalanash suddenly sensed Lila Gavich's hostility. In an instant, Jalanash attacked Lila Gavich. Black flames burst out of Jalanash's palm. Lila Gage immediately hid in the shadows, grabbing towards Jalanash at the same time. But the moment Lila Gavich grabbed Jalanash's wrist, he felt a sharp burning pain in his palm. Lila Gage hurriedly stepped back, clutching her wrist in pain. Jalanash grabbed in the air from 3 to 4 meters away. Lila Gage immediately sensed danger. An extremely dark power surged towards her from all directions. Lila Gage's scalp was about to explode. Shadow. Luckily, shadow could be used. The hand of darkness missed. Lila Gavich turned and ran. By then, the water trough beneath Jalanash's feet had already dried up. Jalanash's aura became even more terrifying. She returned to the dragon's head and continued to charge the magic circle. Rumble. The ground started shaking slightly. "We can't let this go on. We have to stop her." Moscow Pool yelled. "If Amanda breaks free from a seal, all of us will die." Moscow Pool looked at Gaia and the others. "What about you?" Gaia's expression darkened. "You don't have to do it. I'll do it." "Gaia, your injuries haven't healed yet," Raz said. "It's okay. Your magic has helped me recover a lot." "That's not healing. It's just suppressing my injuries." "It's okay." Gaia shook her head. Then she took a few steps forward. Roar! In an instant, Gaia turned into a 20-meter-long fire dragon. Lila Gage and Moscow Pool stared at Gaia, dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Jalanash looked at Gaia and raised her arm to aim at her. Whoosh! Black flames shot towards Gaia again. Gaia rose into the air, dodging the black flames. However, Gaia had no choice but to avoid the black flames. At the same time, he aimed at Jalanash and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The dragon breath landed in front of Jalanash. Although it didn't hurt her, she took a few steps back. Jalanash had to stop charging the magic circle as well. "That's amazing." Lila Gavik and Moscow Pool looked at each other. Jalanash's expression was completely twisted. This time, she changed her tactic. She raised her arms high, and a black sphere appeared above her head. The black sphere suddenly exploded, turning into countless small balls that shot in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. After the small black balls spread to the surrounding space, they exploded again. Gaia was too big and couldn't avoid all the black balls. In an instant, black flames erupted from Gaia's body. Gaia let out a dragon roar and landed heavily on the ground. But then, Gaia stood up again. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Jalanash. Ungalit had appeared there at some point. But the moment Ungalit got close to Jalanash, he was blocked by an invisible barrier around her. Ungalit instantly fled from that spot. Jalanash's eyes were pitch black and emotionless. She pointed in the direction Ungalit escaped and pointed with her finger. Holy light barrier. Raz immediately cast a holy light barrier on Ungalit. But the holy light barrier was instantly broken. Ingelite's shoulder was pierced by the black light. He rolled on the ground a few times. "Klaus, cover me," Moore said in a low voice. Moore's clone had already secretly appeared on the dragon's neck and was carefully reaching for Jalanash. Klaus and the others also fired wildly at Jalanash. Chapter 1571. Klaus and the lightning squad fired at Jalanash. Under their fire, ripples appeared around Jalanash. Jalanash looked at Klaus and the others. She was about to attack Klaus when Moore's clone pounced. Boom! This was a spell Moore had just learned. Self-destruct. Now Moore didn't need to carry a bag of explosives every time he used a clone. Moore's self-destruct spell was quite powerful. The explosion was equivalent to a kilogram of yellow explosives. But the moment the explosion spread, it contracted violently. That feeling was like a movie being played backwards. After the flames disappeared, Jalanash stood in the same spot, unharmed. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Such a terrifying explosion had no effect on Jalanash. Jalanash continued to charge the magic circle. The terrifying atmosphere continued to spread. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of despair in their hearts. Just then, Gaia stood up again. Roar! Jalanash shot black flames at Gaia from her palm. Gaia also breathed dragon breath at the same time. Two flames, one black and one red, met in the air. Klaus took out his sniper rifle and pointed it at Jalanash, but he lowered the muzzle slightly. Bang! The power of a large-caliber sniper rifle was extraordinary. Jalanash's body trembled slightly. Although it wasn't a big impact, it did affect her a little. Ungalit also climbed up at this time. His shoulder was bleeding profusely. Raz threw a healing spell and a holy barrier to Ungalit from a distance. Ungalit closed in on Jalanash again. Ingelite's attack power wasn't strong, but it didn't mean he was defenseless. Ingelite's dagger stabbed out dozens of times in an instant. And every time, it was at the same spot. Klaus's eyes glinted. He swung his sniper rifle and fired a bullet. Bang! The bullet hit the spot where Ungalit had attacked. The bullet pierced Jallanash's protective shield and hit her shoulder at the same time. Jallanash took a few steps back. Her shoulder was badly mangled. They were still companions. Klaus hadn't aimed at Jallanash's vitals. If it had been any other position, a sniper rifle bullet would have been enough to tear his body apart. Even heavily injured, Jallanash remained expressionless. But this time, Gaia's dragon breath had already shot over. Bang! The impact of the explosion was shocking, but the result was the same as M.O. Air's self-destruction. But everyone saw clearly how Jallanash did it. She opened her mouth and sucked in the dragon breath. Everyone's expression froze. Is that even possible? The wound on Jallanash's shoulder was healing at a visible rate. This was a heavy blow to everyone. The damage they had dealt to Jallanash with all their might had lost its effect in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a large number of saint carvings began to pour out of the tunnel. All of the divine carvings awakened. Their target was also very clear. It was Jolene Nash. There was a huge number of them, at least 500 of them. Furthermore, every single one of them was extremely powerful. Guya's heart stirred, and he spat out dragon breath again. She did not hope to defeat Jallanash, but at least to restrain her. But this time, Jallanash did not intend to take it at all. Jallanash clenched her fists, and a pair of giant black palms appeared out of thin air. One of the black palms blocked Guya's dragon breath. The other clenched fist smashed towards Guya. Guya was smashed heavily and was flung dozens of meters away. The pair of black palms was so powerful that the saint carvings could not even reach the center of the square. With just the palms, it was like swatting flies. Every time the black palms landed, dozens of them would be flattened. This lethality, this speed of killing. No matter how many saint carvings there were, they could not withstand being killed. Everyone was in despair. Right now, Jallanash could not be defeated at all. And Jallanash did not care about the incoming saint carvings at all. She continued with her work. Everyone felt as if a rock was pressing down on their hearts. The rocks around the dragon's head and neck were crumbling. Just then, Dragon's eyes lit up. It was a pair of turbid eyes. Just looking into those eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. Mesko Pool and Lila Gavik looked at each other. At this moment, there was no hostility between them. There was only despair. Rumble, just then, a few hills outside the square suddenly exploded. Then, 4 huge figures rushed out from the ruins of the hills. Dragons. There were 4 dragons, red, white, yellow, and azure. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. They were real dragons. Its huge body was like a small mountain. They exuded a suffocating dragon's aura. No one knew if these 4 dragons were friends or foes. If they were enemies, then it was all over. One Jallanash was already too much for them to handle. Now that there were 4 more dragons, they were no match for them. However, if they are friends, maybe things would turn around. The 4 dragons circled around in the air for a while. The red dragon saw Gaia and landed beside Gaia. Then, it transformed into a tall woman of the same build. Descendant of our race. I never thought there would be descendants of our race in the human world. This fire dragon woman was even taller than Guya. When she mentioned Guya, everyone immediately tensed up. What are you doing? Everyone looked at the fire dragon woman warily. Don't you want me to save her? The power of darkness is killing her life. Hearing this woman's words, everyone stopped in their tracks. The woman sent her power into Guya's body, and Guya's wounds began to heal slowly. Seeing that Guya was recovering and that the woman didn't hurt him, everyone sighed in relief. At this moment, the yellow, white, and azure dragons in the sky dove at Jallanash. Rumble. At this moment, the rocks under Jallanash's feet suddenly cracked. A bloody mouth suddenly shot up into the sky and bit the yellow dragon in one bite. Roar! The 100-meter-long yellow dragon's body was directly torn apart by that bloody mouth. Everyone's heart went cold, their faces full of fear. That was a dragon. That was a 100-meter-long dragon, and it was killed in one move, just like that. The rocks completely cracked, and Amanda Didier finally broke free from a seal. Just the exposed dragon head and neck were already 100 meters long. His entire body was probably over 300 meters long. This was a real giant. Chapter 1572. Amanda Dill chewed on a third of the yellow dragon's body and swallowed it. As if that wasn't enough, Amanda Dill lowered his head and stuffed the rest of the yellow dragon into his mouth as well. At this time, the rock wall connected to Amanda Dill's neck also began to crack. He had finally broken free from the seal. At this moment, everyone clearly saw Amanda Dill's true body. Amanda Dill was also a dragon, but he didn't have wings. He looked like a lizard. Maybe the salamanders that were wreaking havoc here had something to do with him. Amanda Dill's body was mainly black. However, there were delicate red, green, blue, and gray patterns on the black scales. His front limbs were ridiculously thick and strong, unlike ordinary giant dragons whose limbs were more well-proportioned. His hind limbs were longer, making him look like a bodybuilder who had trained too much. However, in everyone's eyes, he looked more like a deformed monster. He didn't have wings on his back, but he had a pair of huge bone spikes. His tail, which was dozens of meters long, also had a row of bone spikes of different lengths. The three dragons also changed their expressions. Suddenly, Amanda Dill swung his tail at the white dragon. The white dragon dodged immediately, but the bone spikes on Amanda Dill's tail cut through the white dragon's wings. The white dragon, which had just risen into the air, crashed to the ground. Amanda Dill lunged at the white dragon in a frenzy. Roar! The white dragon screamed in pain. Amanda Dill had already bitten its neck. With a crack, it was broken. The red dragon and the green dragon, who had returned to their dragon forms, breathed out at the same time. They wanted to stop Amanda Dill from devouring their companion. However, Amanda Didier simply turned a blind eye to the two dragons' dragon breaths. He devoured the white dragon's body in a frenzy. Everyone was trembling under Amanda Dill's terrifying aura. He was the embodiment of madness. I'm so happy. You even prepared food for me when I broke the seal. After eating the white dragon, Amanda Dill turned his eyes to the red and green dragons. His teeth were far more developed than normal dragons. His physique was also several times that of normal dragons. Everyone could feel a torrential aura emanating from his body. It was the same for the red and green dragons. However, they did not flee. They were still trying to hurt Amanda Dill. However, Amanda Deer's thick dragon scales were so powerful that they felt despair. Amanda Deer's hind legs kicked hard, and it pounced towards the gathering red. The red dragon tried to escape, but Amanda Didier was too fast. His strength and speed completely suppressed the red dragon. Armand Dill grabbed the red dragon with his forelegs. Roar! The red dragon struggled, but Amanda Didier's power made it impossible for her to resist. Amanda Didier pulled hard, and one of the red dragon's wings was torn off. The red dragon screamed. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But against such a prehistoric monster, they were powerless. In the beginning, they thought that the appearance of the four giant dragons would bring about a turning point. However, they found that the four dragons could do nothing against Amanda Didier. In fact, they were only here to deliver food. They could only watch as Amanda Didier ravaged the red dragon, but there was nothing they could do. Amanda Didier tore off the red dragon's flesh piece by piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Blood splattered on the square. Finally, the red dragon lost its vitality. Amanda Didier nibbled away at the remaining flesh of the red dragon. The green dragon tried to resist one last time, but there was no effect. Amanda Didier ate the red dragon unhurriedly. He was not in a hurry to fight back against the green dragon. Undine looked at the two huge stone doors before her. Chen Zhao kept looking at them. "You elves are really awesome," he said, sighing. "You can even do such a huge project, and it was 3,000 years ago. Mom, how do I open these doors?" "I don't know." Undine shook her head. Chen Zhao walked up and forcefully pushed open the two stone doors. A human-sized gap appeared in the stone door. Undine looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. "You can do that? Hurry up. Don't drag your feet. These doors are heavy." Actually, the doors weren't as heavy as they thought. They only weighed about 2,000 tons. This weight was quite light for Chen Zhao. Undine, Bader, and Bao or hurriedly passed through the doors. Only then did Chun Zhao rush in before the doors closed. Rumble. Just then, there was a huge sound in front of them. The passageway behind the stone door trembled, and the gravel above them fell continuously. "Hurry up," Undine said. "The tunnel looks like it's going to collapse." The four of them scampered forward. However, when they ran through the passageway, they saw an unbelievably large beast devouring a green dragon. "Wow, did I miss something?" Chun Zhao exclaimed. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. When the members of the association saw Chun Zhao, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Amanda Didier glanced at Chun Zhao's group. "A few more are here to die. My servants, go kill them. A few more have come to die. My servants, go and kill them." He clearly wasn't interested in these humans. They weren't even enough for him. Chun Zhao looked at Jalanash, who was floating in the air. Chun Zhao looked at Jalanash, who was floating in the air. "Air. Can someone explain to me if that's Jalanash?" "President, Jalanash is being controlled," Ruan Faxben said. Chun Zhao took off his helmet and waved at Jalanash. "Jalanash, it's me. Do you recognize me?" Lila Gavik and Moscow Pearl looked at him in surprise. How could it be him? Were these people his subordinates? Just then, Jalanash raised her arms and pointed at him. "Watch out," Lila Gavik shouted. They had suffered at Jalanash's hands. They knew exactly how scary Jolene Nash was. Black flames shot toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his hand, and the black flames charged at him. The power of this flame seemed to be very ordinary, not even as hot as the magma. However, these black flames seemed to have some sort of corrosive power. Unfortunately, it was also of little threat to Chun Zhao. Everyone realized that Jalanash's ultimate move didn't seem to work on Chun Zhao. "Jalanash, if you do this again, I'll spank you." Jalanash's black flames suddenly paused. Her face finally showed some expression. However, she seemed to be in great pain. The next moment, her painful expression disappeared. She was just as expressionless as before. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1573. Lila Gavik and Moscow Pool were speechless. "Spank her? You'd have to be able to do that." "President, it's useless. Jalanash doesn't seem to have her own consciousness." "Think of something," Moraz said. Chun Zhao was in a difficult position. He definitely couldn't kill Jalanash. Not in this lifetime. "Do you have any way to make my subordinates wake up?" Chun Zhao asked. Human, kill me and she'll wake up." Amanda Didier had already eaten the last of the green dragons. "I see." Chun Zhao touched his chin. "Then I'll kill you." Everyone thought that Chun Zhao was crazy. Even the members of the association didn't have much confidence in Chun Zhao now. They'd seen with their own eyes how terrifying and crazy Amanda Didier was. The 4 dragons were like little pets in front of him. "Before that, you'll have to defeat my slave first," Amanda Didier said in a mocking tone. Chun Zhao looked at Jalanash and threaded the needle. The invisible thread wrapped around Jalanash's body. Jalanash instantly fell from the sky and was dragged in front of Chun Zhao. Everyone was stunned. How did Chun Zhao do it? Chun Zhao didn't even move. How did he catch Jalanash? Lila Gavik and Moscow Prior were both shocked and bewildered. After all, they had been beaten up badly by Jalanash before. But Chun Zhao had caught Jalanash so easily. Were they cheating? Both of them were very disappointed. If Chun Zhao could find something, Amanda Didier wouldn't have broken the seal. Now that Amanda Didier had broken free from the seal, it was too late. Surprise flashed in Undine's eyes. She thought back to the Abyss Nestmaker she'd encountered before. The Abyssal Nestmaker's movements seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. It seemed that Chun Zhao had really helped him in secret that time. Chun Zhao used the invisible thread to lift Jalanash before him and patted her face. "Jalanash, wake up." "President, it's useless." "Jalanash can't wake up," Angalit said. "Angalit? Your shoulder? Was it done by this ugly guy?" Chun Zhao's anger was full. He looked up at Amanda Didier. "Very well, you've angered me. Very imposing, but..." Amanda Didier's huge claw slapped Chun Zhao's head. "But it's nothing before me." Rumble. Everyone's expression froze. Was it over? Just like that? Hearing Chun Zhao's confident tone, they had thought that Chun Zhao had some ability. In the end, he was slapped to death by Armand Didier. Roar! Suddenly, Amanda Deer let out a strange cry and quickly retreated. His left forearm was bloody. Chun Zhao was hugging a thick pillar. The black pillar was Armand Dill's toe. Chun Zhao threw the claw into the dark lava. Chun Zhao instinctively liked it, just like when he encountered Mikadas and his army of dead fetus monsters. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Their expressions were completely frozen. Did Chun Zhao pull off Amanda Dill's toe? How is that possible? Looks like you taste good, Chun Zhao said, grinning. I'm going to kill you. Furious, Amanda Deer swung his huge claw again. This time, he didn't attack recklessly. He attached dark power to his claw. Chun Zhao wasn't afraid at all. Fist. A green fist whizzed out. Boom. Amanda Deer took a step back. Undine Bauer and Bader's eyes almost popped out. Along the way, they only had one impression of Chun Zhao. That was nagging. Apart from nagging, Chun Zhao didn't show any power at all. But now, they realized that Chun Zhao just didn't show it. When Chun Zhao truly showed it, it was a frightening power. Human, you actually made me retreat. You're not bad, but it's not enough. Far from enough. Do you think you can defeat me just like that? You're too naive. You don't understand what you're facing. I'm a demigod. Not enough. Clone, all powers return to one. You could try now. Chun Zhao widened his eyes. Flames seemed to shoot out of them. I'll smash your head. Rumble, Amanda Deer's tail swung over. Chun Zhao was lifted into the air and smashed heavily into the wall outside the square. Everyone felt a piercingly cold, tearing sensation as the wind whistled past them. Is that all you have? Chun Zhao stood up from the rubble again. Die. Amanda Didier suddenly opened his mouth and black flames shot toward Chun Zhao. Amanda Deer's black flames weren't the same as Jaw and Ashes. It was more than 100 times more powerful. Shut your dog mouth. Chun Zhao punched again. The solid fist went against the black flames and smashed into Amanda Deer's mouth. Puffed. The teeth in Amanda Deer's mouth were so tight that they almost broke. His huge body was forced to take several steps back. Demigod or God are just self-titled titles. You're a demigod? Chun Zhao patted the black flames on his body. I can kill a dozen of you even with my eyes closed. Amanda Deer spat out a mouthful of blood and a few broken teeth. His expression became even more savage and furious. Human, you succeeded. You've successfully angered me. I've always been very successful at angering people. Chun Zhao shrugged. I'm going to eat you. On this point, we have a common understanding. I also want to eat you. Amanda Deer's front limbs smashed into the ground. The entire square shook. Do you really think you can beat me? I really do, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Chun Zhao strolled toward Amanda Deer. Amanda Deer didn't dare to be careless now. He hadn't used his full strength in the exchange just now, but he could feel Chun Zhao's threat. Chun Zhao's ferocious eyes flashed. Before I kill you, I have one last question for you. I'll allow you to ask me one last question before you die. Are you Hyperion? What? Amanda Deer froze. But Chun Zhao's attack had already arrived. Fist shadows storm. Without holding back, Chun Zhao poured out all the immortal power in his body. Chapter 1574. The first punch landed on Amanda Didier's chin. Dragon blood spurted out of Amanda Didier's mouth. Before he could react, an even more brutal attack was already upon him. Everyone was watching, and the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. Chun Zhao's every punch tore through a piece of flesh. His fists were also so fast that no one could see them clearly. Bang! The bone spur on Amanda Didier's back that looked like a triangular blade had already shattered under Chun Zhao's attacks. Chun Zhao dashed over and broke the bone spur with one punch. Then he grabbed it and pressed it down. Amanda Didier's body was pierced by his own bone spur. Roar! The sky fell and the ground cracked. Amanda Didier's roar caused the ground to shake. Amanda Didier slapped his claws at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao turned around and punched. Amanda Didier's claw shattered. Chun Zhao jumped onto Amanda Didier's head. Grabbing two protruding horns, He pressed his body down. Amanda Didier's huge head smashed onto the ground. Everyone stayed far away from him. The shockwaves from the battle between the two could kill them. Chun Zhao started smashing down on Amanda Didier's head. Roar, stop! Stop! I'll dispel. I said I'd smash your head, so I'll do it. Chun Zhao's tone was fierce. Bang! Chun Zhao punched down, and Amanda Didier's head smashed onto the ground again. Blood spurted out of his mouth, nose, and eyes. The shockwaves spread in all directions. The power of this punch was more than a few 100,000 tons. It was easy to imagine how great the impact was. The original circular plaza had already been completely destroyed. Chun Zhao's dark lava couldn't devour Amanda Didier's body completely. His body was simply too huge. So, Chun Zhao planned to dismember him. Amanda Didier's life force was too tenacious. Chun Zhao broke his neck, but he wasn't dead yet. Whoosh! Ruan Faxi was resisting the waves of attacks that were whistling towards him. Behind him, Moraz kept putting light barriers on him. President, leave some for us, Ruan Faxibin shouted. Originally, he had thought that after the battle was over, he would be able to get as many corpses as he wanted. But he soon realized that every time Chun Zhao peeled off a piece of Amanda Didier's flesh, it would be swallowed by the dark lava around him. Clearly, Chun Zhao planned to devour Arminda Deer's flesh completely. Amanda Didier's flesh, skin, and scales were all rare treasures. It was even more valuable than the ordinary dragon stored in the association's warehouse. Chun Zhao swung hard and broke off a dragon horn that was more than 30 meters long. He tossed it to Ruan Fazibin. Ruan Faxi covered his head in fear. The dragon horn slid a few meters in front of him before stopping. As Chun Zhao devoured, the dark lava grew larger and larger. The dark magma began to envelop Armandider's huge body. Arminda Deer's head was already a bloody mess, but he was not dead yet. He tried to stand up several times, but he couldn't do anything. Chun Zhao suppressed him with all his might. To the members of the association, they once again realized how terrifying Chun Zhao was. As for Lila Gavich, he was a bit scared. He thought of what had happened a few days ago. He had brought people to stop Chun Zhao. Now that he thought about it, it definitely wasn't something funny. It was something that made his hair stand on end. If he had lost control, even a little bit, then could he still be standing here? It was like an ant challenging an elephant. Undine also felt the same. Fortunately, they hadn't had any conflict before. Angering Chun Zhao would definitely not end well. When Arminda Deer was completely devoured, Chun Zhao discovered to his surprise that the amount of dark magma had increased by 10 times. Chun Zhao deactivated 10,000 spells in one and his clone. He let out a long breath. This battle definitely wasn't as easy as it seemed. Chun Zhao also used his full strength. He didn't dare to hold back at all. As for Arminda Deer's self-proclaimed demigod, Chun Zhao snorted. Back then, the source of the fallen had called itself a god. So this so-called god or demigod was just their own conceit. Even the current Chun Zhao would definitely be able to take on the title of god in a certain era. Chun Zhao went to Jalanash. Jalanash was still unconscious. The black lines on her face were fading. Moraz had been examining Jalanash all this time. Jalanash finally woke up, but when she saw the mess, she froze. What happened? President, you're back. How do you feel? Chun Zhao asked. I'm fine. What's wrong? Nothing. They didn't hate Jalanash at all, but to her, they were both angry and amused. Mr. Chen, how about we talk? Lila Gavich walked to Chun Zhao. Now, Lila Gavich didn't dare to look down on everyone like he did before. If he really angered Chun Zhao, he wouldn't even be able to take a slap. Jalanash was still in a daze. Where did these extra people come from? How did she faint? And what happened after she fainted? She felt like she had missed many things. She looked at her companions, who were looking at her with half-smiles. Jalanash had a bad feeling. She felt that what had happened had something to do with her. Chun Zhao walked to Lila Gavich. What is it? Mr. Chun, I want to buy your Armandider's blood. Chun Zhao looked around. He just fought with Armandider. The ground was covered in Armandider's blood, right? Isn't it all over the ground? Armandider, shook his head. These have lost their value once they leave the body. What I want is the blood and flesh on Armandidier's dragon horn. The dragon horn Chen Zhao had put away had been torn off directly. There was still a lot of blood and flesh on it. What's the price? Chen Zhao asked. Mr. Chen, you can't sell Armandidier's blood to him. He's a dirty bastard. Moscow priest immediately went up to stop him. Lila Gavich sneered inwardly, but he didn't stop Moscow's attack. If Moscow didn't say anything, Chen Zhao would probably think about it. But Moscow priest was attacking him like this. How could Chen Zhao listen to him? Indeed, it was as Lila had said. Chen Zhao glanced at Moscow coldly. What does my deal with him have to do with you? Moscow cursed inwardly. He'd been too impulsive just now. He had no right to ask Chen Zhao to do anything. Chapter 1575. Everyone had a rebellious mentality. Even Chen Zhao was the same. It was like a beggar telling Chen Zhao not to buy this car. It wasn't cost-effective. Mason knew the difference in status between him and Chen Zhao very well. He didn't have the right to ask or order Chen Zhao. Moscow Prior's goal was to stop Lila Gavich, but he defended Chen Zhao first. This wasn't a good start. It was Chen Zhao's. He'd obviously make decisions based on his own judgment. He wouldn't let someone else decide what he wanted. Mr. Chen, let's talk in private. Lila Gavich smiled. Let's talk over there, Chen Zhao said. Moscow wanted to follow, but he backed off after Chen Zhao's glare. The two went to a place with no one around. Mr. Chen, Lila Gavich said, you're definitely richer than me, so it doesn't matter how much I give you. Lila Gavich had been thinking about how to convince Chen Zhao. It wasn't easy. If he was facing a normal person, he could have many choices. He could give them money or something that normal people didn't have. He could even promise to give them power. But in front of Chen Zhao, these conditions were laughable, especially what he often used, giving them power. If he told Chen Zhao these conditions, Chen Zhao would probably slap him in the face. He'd rub the legendary son of elements Amanda Dill on the ground. If he said he'd smash Amanda's head, he'd really do it. But I have a lot of connections. I even have connections with the political world. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. He'd always avoided getting involved with the political world. The only person he knew who was involved in politics was Laurent, a former California senator. He'd retired at home now. This was because he had always been distrustful of the government. It wasn't because he was in a foreign country. It was the same even in China. Politics were dirty. Who knew when they'd be sold out by the politicians? I don't know what use this has for me, Chen Zhao said calmly. To be honest, Chen Zhao's current influence wasn't much weaker than a politician's. He could even use his capital to threaten a politician. Lila Gavich smiled. Political connections were just one of his bargaining chips. If Chen Zhao wasn't interested, he had other bargaining chips. He also understood Chen Zhao's resistance and distrust toward politicians and the government. In fact, it was the same for Lila Gavich. After all, to a certain extent, they were all aliens. I also have a special channel that allows me to get my hands on some magical materials, such as Huaxia's demon blood or Japan's holy mountain ashes and Europe's holy platinum. These magical materials are all controlled by various countries and regions, and they are not allowed to be sold abroad. However, I can get my hands on them, and I can even introduce these channels to you. Recently, Donya Tianxi, Jinkura, and Ruan Faxi had been complaining about the scarcity of some magic materials. As a result, they had no choice but to choose substitutes when forging weapons or magic tools. If they could gain these connections, it would indeed be a good thing for the association. If you are willing to introduce these connections to my people, then I can provide you with a portion of Armandidier's flesh. This deal had nothing to do with money, but a consideration for the long-term future. Truth be told, the supernatural society's connections had always been limited to the government. Only West had any contact with the government. He had always lacked connections in other fields. This is mainly because of the supernatural organization over the past 20 years. It had always been a third or fourth-rate organization. No one cared about the supernatural organization, so they had no interest in interacting with it. Mr. Chen, I have quite a lot of connections in the business world, Lila Gavich continued, trying to convince Chen Zhao. Business connections? It was useless to him. Chun Zhao's need for connections had always been up to fate. Chun Zhao also knew that the more connections he had, the better, but he had always been undisciplined. Even though Lila Gavich had introduced him to business connections, it would be difficult for him to maintain them. "Oh, I have a question," Chun Zhao said. "What problem?" "Please go ahead, Mr. Chun." "Isn't that Amanda Didier known as the Son of Elements? But I didn't sense any other elemental magic other than the power of darkness in his body. He's the son of an elemental lord, so of course he's called an elemental son." "Mr. Chun," Lila Gavich said matter-of-factly, "do you have any other understanding of this title?" No." Chun Zhao had thought that Amanda Didier should have other elements. In the end, Chun Zhao had beaten him to death, but Amanda Didier didn't have any other magic elements. "Okay, one portion of Amanda Didier's flesh. I'll send it to you later," Chun Zhao said. Lila Gavich wanted to continue fighting, but he didn't have the capital to move Chun Zhao. He would use Lila Gavich's connections to exchange for the flesh of Amanda Didier that he dreamed of. It was hard to say who would win or lose. It could only be said that both sides were satisfied with the deal. But Chun Zhao had the upper hand. Because Chun Zhao was the supplier, he also had the absolute right to speak. Lila Gavich, on the other hand, was the demand side. What he had was a secondary resource. This meant that he didn't know if his resources were what Chun Zhao needed. He had to go through Chun Zhao's selection. "Mr. Chun, what do you think about the conflict between the White Elves and the Dark Elves?" "No," Chun Zhao said directly. Lila Gavich wanted to get Chun Zhao and the supernatural organization to support him. But Chun Zhao wasn't interested. "It doesn't matter to me who wins or loses. As long as your conflict doesn't involve ordinary people, I won't ask," Chun Zhao said calmly. "But in Los Angeles, as long as your conflicts involve ordinary people, then the supernatural organization and I won't stay silent." Chun Zhao also had to show his attitude. He didn't want to be used by Lila Gavich. Plus, as an outsider, Chun Zhao couldn't be a judge for them. Lila Gavich was somewhat disappointed. He had wanted to pull Chun Zhao over to the Dark Elf side. That way, the barely balanced situation would immediately tilt to the Dark Elf side. After all, Chun Zhao had absolute power in L.A., and even in California. The White Elves might leave California because of Chun Zhao's existence. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao didn't plan on interfering. Chapter 1576. "Mr. Chun, what do you plan to do next?" "We have our own plans." Chun Zhao refused to tell them more information. Actually, Chun Zhao had already planned to take the others out. But he was still wary of Lila Gavich. This wasn't the ground. Anything could happen. Who knew if he had some dirty tricks up his sleeves? Chun Zhao might not be afraid, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of the others either. For example, the earthquake earlier had separated them. Then, an accident had happened. Lila Gavich probably sensed Chun Zhao's wariness too. He didn't say anything. He nodded politely and bid farewell. At this moment, Moscow Prior ran over anxiously. "Mr. Chun, I want to buy Amanda Didier's flesh too." Moscow's idea was simple, since he couldn't stop the deal between Lila and Chun Zhao anymore. In that case, he couldn't fall behind others. Once Lila and Chun Zhao reached an agreement, he would definitely use Amanda Didier's flesh to evolve. Once Lila and Chun Zhao reached an agreement, he would definitely use Amanda Didier's flesh to evolve. In terms of high elf bloodline, the White Elves obviously had more. And the White Elves had always had an absolute advantage in this aspect. But if Lila Gavich used Armand Dill's flesh, he would evolve into a more advanced high elf bloodline. Then, the White Elves and Dark Elves might fall into a passive position in the conflict. Don't underestimate the influence of an elf with a high elf bloodline. High elves could suppress and motivate lesser elves because of their bloodline. If there was an all-out war and a high elf was present, the difference in individual strength between the two sides would increase by at least 20%. This was something Moscow couldn't accept, so he had no choice. He had to obtain Amanda Didier's flesh too. But things were different now. In the past, Amanda Didier had been sealed here. It wasn't easy for them, but it wasn't completely impossible. But now, Chun Zhao had killed Amanda Didier. If he wanted Amanda Didier's flesh, he had to get it from Chun Zhao. Forcefully taking it was clearly the stupidest thing to do. Trying to take Armandier's flesh from Chun Zhao's hands by force was no different from suicide. It could even lead to the extinction of the White Elves. This could be seen from the battle between Chun Zhao and Amanda Didier. Chun Zhao was definitely not a kind person. "What can you give me?" Chun Zhao did not reject Mason's request. He did not belong to any faction of the White Elves or the Dark Elves. So if he could accept Lila Gavik's deal, he could also accept Moscow Pearl's deal. Whatever price that Dark Elf is willing to pay, I can also pay the same price. Mason didn't seem to know about Chun Zhao's wealth. He thought that Lila Gavik had just bribed him with money. "He's not paying for it," Chun Zhao said indifferently. "Plus, he can't give me a second price." Moscow Prior wasn't stupid. In fact, he was a rather outstanding leader among the White Elves. Thus, he quickly understood that the deal between Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik was probably some special condition or some kind of exchange of benefits. "Mr. Chun, what do you need? Or do you have any requests? As long as I can do it, I won't refuse." Chun Zhao smiled and shook his head. "I don't know what I lack." Mason Prior was the biggest farm owner in California. He should be very rich. He might even be richer than Chun Zhao. Regardless of whether it was Chun Zhao or Mason, most of their assets were actually valued assets. It was not that they really had that much money. In terms of cash flow, Chun Zhao felt that he should have more than Mason. Of course, if Chun Zhao was willing to sell his beer factory shares, he could definitely sell them for a sky-high price. Mason's expression was troubled. "Mr. Chun, we can discuss." At the moment, he could not think of what he could offer that could attract Chun Zhao. "When you think about what you can offer, come and talk to me." Chun Zhao turned around and walked over to the members of the association. "Gaia, how are you?" "I'm a bit exhausted. I can't transform into a fire dragon for a while." Gaia was a bit out of breath. It seemed that she had been badly injured. "Let's leave here first," Chun Zhao said. "President, what exactly happened when I was unconscious?" Jalanash still couldn't get it out of her mind. No one explained the situation to her, but Jalanash still felt that she might have caused it. They did not tell her because they did not want her to feel burdened. After all, Jalanash had almost killed Gaia and seriously injured her. "Let's go out first," Chun Zhao said. "It's not a big deal." Chun Zhao did not think that it was a bad thing. After all, this battle had made everyone realize where they were lacking. Anyway, it did not cause any serious or irreversible consequences. Chun Zhao planned to take them back the way they came. Just then, Lila Gavik walked over again. "Mr. Chun, is there anything else? Can I leave with you?" Lila Gavik asked awkwardly. "Why? If I leave from the way I came in, I'll die at the exit." Lila Gavik knew Moscow Prowl would never miss such an opportunity. "Of course, you can say that I'm paying you." "Sure." Chun Zhao nodded. Everyone had followed him down this time with the thought of treasure hunting. Now that they had not found the treasure, it would be good to earn some extra money. Seeing how close Lila Gavik was to Chun Zhao, Mason was displeased. But he did not show it in front of Chun Zhao. Instead, he left with Undine, Bao and Bader. He was actually worried that Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik had reached some kind of agreement and left them all here. "President, can you find the exit?" "Maybe I could try a new method," Chun Zhao said. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao curiously, wanting to know what the new method was. Chun Zhao closed his eyes. The dark lava under his feet began to spread in all directions. However, the dark lava did not spread in a flat way. Instead, it spread in lines. Countless lines extended out from under Chun Zhao's feet. If Chun Zhao's dark lava spread out completely, it would cover an area of around 10 square kilometers. However, 10 square kilometers was only a drop in the ocean compared to the underground world they had explored so far. If they turned the entire surface into lines, they would be able to explore much more. Chapter 1577. The lines formed by the black magma were black. The longest was more than 200 kilometers. Finally, Chun Zhao opened his eyes. "Okay, I found the way." No one expected Chun Zhao to have this move. Speaking of which, the effect of Chun Zhao's move was indeed shocking. But to Chun Zhao, it was very useless. unless Chun Zhao was deep in a labyrinth-like area. Otherwise, this move was basically useless. Of course, it was also a good way to find people. This time, they didn't take the same path they'd come from. They came to a lava lake. It wasn't the one Chun Zhao had seen before. Right at this moment, an extremely sharp and resonant cry of a bird rang out. Everyone looked up. There was a huge beast hiding on a rock hundreds of meters above the lava lake. It was a bird, a huge bird almost 100 meters long. Immortal bird. It was an immortal bird. The immortal bird suddenly spread its wings. It was originally hidden in the darkness, and only its silhouette could be seen. However, the moment it spread its wings, its body ignited with golden flames. Lila Gavich stared at the huge, immortal bird in shock. Too big. It was really too big. When the immortal bird spread its wings, it was even bigger than a regular adult dragon. Its target was clear: Chun Zhao and the others. Along with an earth-shattering heat wave, it swept over. That peerlessly terrifying aura made people feel terrified. But no one felt despair, because Chun Zhao had already stood out. The dark magma suddenly swept over and bound the phoenix of immortality. However, the undying bird's body shook and the dark magma was shattered. The immortal bird shot at Chun Zhao like an arrow. When it was 60 meters away from Chun Zhao felt his world churn. Everyone retreat. Chun Zhao yelled. This was the immortal bird's territory. As long as you touched it, you would feel like you were soaking in lava. None of the people behind him could resist such a domain. Chun Zhao shot out. The moment Chun Zhao charged into the immortal bird's territory, Chun Zhao felt like his skin was about to burn. It was even hotter than magma. Chun Zhao endured the pain and punched the immortal bird into the lava. Chun Zhao's body was already smoking. Everyone's hearts were pounding. Chun Zhao seemed to be injured. After all, he hadn't been injured in the previous battle with Amanda Didier. Just then, the immortal bird charged out of the lava. It bit Chun Zhao, who was in the air, and pulled him into the lava. Everyone cried out in surprise. All of a sudden, a pillar of lava burst forth. Chun Zhao charged out of the lava. His skin was like heated metal, glowing red. Even though Chun Zhao could resist the heat of the lava, fighting in it wasn't the best choice. The lava was the phoenix's main battlefield. Under the magma, the immortal bird's huge body was moving rapidly. He could vaguely see the phoenix's figure. Although the undying bird was a bird, its swimming speed in the lava wasn't inferior to that of a fish. Fighting the undying bird in such an environment was definitely not a good choice. Chun Zhao used the clone and Dharma return again. The undying bird rushed out of the magma once again, but this time, its eyes directly shot out red rays. Chun Zhao's chest was pierced. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Chun Zhao also didn't expect the undying bird to have this move. It wasn't that Chun Zhao had never met an opponent that could shoot rays. However, their penetrative power wasn't as strong as the undying bird's red rays. Chun Zhao looked at his pierced chest. Wounds were harder to heal than normal physical injuries. Just then, the undying bird opened its mouth and bit at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the undying bird's beak. Lava spewed out of its beak. Chun Zhao took out the black trident and stabbed it into its beak. The undying bird struggled and fell into the lava with Chun Zhao. A while later, Chun Zhao came back with the undying bird's corpse. Everyone was shaken to the core. They knew that Chun Zhao was extremely powerful. However, the undying bird's terror also made them shudder. The undying bird's body started burning wildly. Chun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Was it going to be reborn? No, he couldn't let it be reborn. Chun Zhao poured the water stored in his spatial ring into the undying bird's mouth. The undying bird, which should have been dead, actually moved again. Its body struggled frantically. The flames on its body weakened greatly too. Green smoke kept coming out. Chun Zhao pressed down on the undying bird's head. Finally, the flames were extinguished. Its golden body eventually turned dark red. His wings, which were originally shiny, were now dim and lifeless. Undying bird. Great undying bird. Ruan Faxben exclaimed in surprise. Without a doubt, he would have a chance to get the materials from the undying bird when he returned. Just like the dragons, the undying bird was also full of treasures. Chen Zhao had forced Ruan Faxben to join the supernatural organization. Even if he was kicked out now, he wouldn't leave. No organization in the world could provide him with such abundant and precious magic materials. Why had he cheated in the past? It was all to earn magic materials for his alchemy research and experiments. But now, he didn't need to do that. He could get the most precious magic materials in the supernatural organization. President, are your wounds okay? I'm fine. Chen Zhao grinned. It was painful, but it wasn't too big of an impact. The scorching fire elements were still attached to the wound, which affected its self-healing speed. But it couldn't really stop Chen Zhao from healing. But this lava lake is too big. President, how do we go over? The lava lake was at least a dozen square kilometers. If Gaia wasn't injured, she could carry him over. But now, she was injured and couldn't transform. Actually, it wasn't that she couldn't transform at all, but they clearly didn't want to make Gaia's injuries worse. Chen Zhao looked at the entire lava lake. The dark lava started spreading along the walls and turned into a black and red plank road. Let's walk over it. Chen Zhao realized that his control of the dark lava had greatly increased after expanding 10 times. At first, everyone was still a bit scared. They weren't sure if they would sink in, but soon they realized that they were worried too much. Unless Chen Zhao wanted to harm them, nothing would happen to them on the dark lava. 30 minutes later, everyone walked across the plank road and finally reached the other side. There are still some spider demons ahead. We can get rid of them later and earn some extra money. Chapter 1578. The battle was over. The ground was covered in spider corpses. Everyone began to collect the arachne corpses. Lila Gage was confused. He didn't understand what the supernatural organization was doing. However, it could be seen from this battle. Chen Zhao wasn't the only one in the organization. Everyone in the team had decent combat ability. After the battle, everyone performed very well. Not everyone had shown their power in the battle against Jalanash. No one dared to move when they faced Armand Didier. But that was because he was too strong. Facing these spider corpses was their true power. Mr. Chun, what's the use of these spider corpses? They're delicious. Their corpses also contain a substance called earth essence. It can slightly increase a spiritualist's constitution and magic power. Lila Gage's heart jumped. Are you selling this earth essence? Depends, Chen Zhao said indifferently. He didn't answer Lila Gage immediately. It was mainly because Chen Zhao didn't have much money. A one-time sale wouldn't be of much value to him and the organization. How much could Lila Gage pay? A few $100,000 or a few million? He might as well keep it for his own people. Lila Gage might not be interested in the spider corpses. He actually wanted to use this as an excuse to have a deeper connection with Chen Zhao and the supernatural organization. As long as there were benefits, it would be a guarantee for the Dark Elves. Chen Zhao had said that he definitely wouldn't get involved in the conflict between the White Elves and the Dark Elves. But in reality, as long as there were benefits and relationships, people couldn't be absolutely neutral. They didn't encounter any more trouble later on. Occasionally, one or two underground monsters would appear out of nowhere, but they were quickly cut down. Chen Zhao had to collect all of Ruan Faxi's monsters. He wasn't sure if every monster's corpse would be useful, but he couldn't waste them. He wanted to study them and see which ones were useful. The journey could be said to be calm and uneventful, but it really wasn't a short journey and it wasn't easy to walk. They walked for at least 10 hours. They finally arrived at the first underground lake. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Next, they rested where they were, ate and drank. After dilly-dallying for 2 to 3 hours, they finally returned home. However, the entrance to the underground river was easy to enter but hard to exit. Chen Zhao could only hold the black trident and control the water to send everyone out. Wow, this is a great place. I want to buy this place. Lila Gevich floated on the water and looked at the beautiful surroundings of Mirror Lake. Everyone looked at Lila Gavik. Lila Gage noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. What happened? Lila Gavich asked in confusion. I'm going to build a villa over there. I'd be honored if you could visit my house in the future. I don't think you can afford it. Why? Because this is the president's home, Jalanash said, but the typhoon last time destroyed his house, but he's planning to rebuild it. If you want to force him, you'd better think about whether the president will agree. Pretend I didn't say anything. Lila Gage decisively admitted defeat. He couldn't beat Chen Zhao and didn't have as much wealth as Chen Zhao. He didn't want to have a conflict with Chen Zhao at all. A while later, Chen Zhao also emerged from the water. The air outside was fresher than underground. Everyone was greedily breathing in the air outside. Everyone returned to the shore. Mr. Chen, Lila Gage said, "Leave your contact number." Chen Zhao left Lila Gavich a phone number. Let's go back to the association too. Chen Zhao wasn't really happy about the underground exploration. It was mainly because an elite had lost an arm. It was also because of Moore, which made Moore feel very guilty. Although an elite had been comforting Moore. He also said that Moore could stop working at the insurance company. But Moore could tell that an elite was comforting him. The people in the association heard that they were back and were all waiting in the building. Everyone got out of the car. West immediately walked up to them. "An elite, your arm." "It was an accident," an elite said, smiling honestly. "Move aside," Chen Zhao said. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao, not knowing what he was going to do. Chen Zhao took out the huge body of the phoenix. Everyone who hadn't gone underground was shocked. "Everyone, work hard today and cut up the phoenix's body," Chen Zhao said. At the same time, extract the essence of the earth from the phoenix's body. Back then, Chen Zhao had absorbed the phoenix's earth essence and achieved clear sky and earth perfection. Therefore, Chen Zhao wanted to leave a backup plan for the association in case anyone reached this step in the future. If anyone reached this step in the future, they could use the earth essence. The phoenix from last time was more than 10 times weaker than this one. Chen Zhao didn't know how much earth essence he could extract from the phoenix. Chen Zhao stated his intentions. Everyone's eyes lit up. However, even the strongest Gaia was worlds apart from clear sky and earth perfection. Don't waste the undying bird's flesh, bones, and feathers. Share some of the undying bird's flesh with everyone. You can keep it for yourselves or bring it back for your family. However, if you bring it back for your family, don't eat too much. Ordinary people can't eat too much. But the phoenix's body was too big. Chen Zhao had to move the immortal bird's body to the man-made lake. Even so, the headquarters still reeked of blood. Everyone in the headquarters came out to help. A few normal people set up a barbecue rack and helped them cook. These normal people were the subordinates of the gang leader, Seely Dirk. They were basically completely integrated into the association now. Although Chen Zhao had said that he would imprison them for life, they were actually outer members now. It would be fine if Chen Zhao had killed them on the spot, but it wasn't so easy to imprison them forever. After a while, apart from some restrictions, they still had a lot of space to move around. They were also given salaries. At least, it was more than what they could earn outside. It was also more stable. Moreover, after coming into contact with him for a long time, they were now at ease with their duties. Of course, the main reason was that they didn't dare to go against Chen Zhao. In the association, Chen Zhao was truly like a demon king. Chapter 1579. Henry was probably the weakest in the association. Back then, he'd followed Seely to the association and ended up becoming Gaia's sparring partner. Then, he became Klaus and the Lightning team's sparring partner. But ever since he'd awakened his bloodline, his status had risen. However, the power of his bloodline was still something that no one could accept. Chen Zhao had even forbidden him from using it in the headquarters. But Henry was quite happy about it. After all, to him, it was a superpower. Actually, his attack power wasn't that great. But it wasn't like he didn't have any abilities. If he farted, he could pollute an area of 1,000 meters. He could make normal people within range lose their ability to fight. He could also ignite them and set them on fire. Normally, he could only go to the trial tower and harm the monsters there. However, he didn't seem to find a way to increase his power. After awakening, his power hadn't increased much. Every time he saw Chen Zhao bring people to carry out this mission or that mission, he was envious. But his power was still not up to standard. This made him very anxious. The association had also given him many benefits. Henry, take this. See if it can increase your power. Chen Zhao tossed a thumb-sized bottle to Henry. It contained the essence of the earth. There wasn't a lot of it. Henry put it away carefully. These things couldn't be bought outside. The group found a few cushions and placed them under the phoenix's body. They didn't want to waste the phoenix's blood, but the blood still seeped out. The shore of the artificial lake was already dyed red. The bright red lake water was still seeping out. There weren't many fish in the lake. It was originally an artificial lake, but then it was connected to a river. Wes had also raised some fish, but the association kept harming the lake every now and then. For example, Chun Zhao would throw a grenade into the lake from time to time. As a result, there weren't many fish in the lake. However, there were still some fish that came after smelling the fishy smell. The phoenix's blood was drained first, and then its feathers were plucked. Other people really couldn't do the job of plucking hair. Only Gaia, Chun Zhao, Klaus, and the lightning team could do it. Without a certain level of power, they couldn't pluck the phoenix's feathers. In that case, it would be a huge project. At this time, Fei Lai brought the two kids to the headquarters. There was also a group of pets. All of them came. Fei Lai came because of Chun Zhao's call. But when she saw the scene, she lost interest and went to her room. Little Jerlin and little Larissa, on the other hand, came to watch the show excitedly. But what attracted them the most was the roast meat. The smell of barbecued meat was very fragrant, and it completely washed away the smell of blood. Little Jerlin walked to the barbecue rack, and someone immediately cut off a small piece of meat for her. Then little Jerlin ran away happily. Little Larissa pouted. She wanted to eat too. Recently, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had fed her some food that was easier to digest. It was just that the barbecued meat was hard to digest, so she had never eaten it before. Chun Zhao looked at little Larissa, who was sitting on Princess. Henry, give me a small piece of meat and mince it for my daughter. Also, give Princess a big piece too. Not far away, a beetle snuck behind the undying bird. It opened its mouth and bit the undying bird's butt. No one cared about him. Ruan Faxi was collecting the blood and feathers of the undying bird. Everyone in the association couldn't stop. Even Aduz, his old arms and legs, was helping from the side. Chun Zhao even wanted to summon the demon army to help. The undying bird that had been stripped of its feathers was now a bald chicken. It didn't look as majestic as when it was alive anymore. Luong Faxi had expended a great deal of effort. He dug out the undying bird's 2 eyeballs. The 2 eyeballs were like 2 huge red pearls. They didn't look like they were made of flesh and blood. They were more like inorganic matter. President, these eyeballs are good stuff. Chen Zhao looked at the 2 eyeballs. They probably weighed more than 100 kilograms. They shone with a demonic red light and indeed had a breathtaking beauty. Just then, little Jerlin ran over again. Dad, I want this. Little Jerlin always picked good stuff. Then I'll give you one. Ruan Faxi was a bit reluctant, but he didn't say anything. Say what? You're saying that these 2 phoenix's eyeballs can't be used as toys for little Jerlin? Chen Zhao had killed the undying bird. Why couldn't he? Chen Zhao's pets also ate and drank here. Basin soared in the air and landed from time to time to pick up a piece of meat. After the undying bird was cut up, everyone started extracting the earth essence in the flesh. They extracted at least 30 liters of golden earth essence. The quality was even purer than the big spider's earth essence. The earth essence couldn't be shared with anyone. Chun Zhao and Wes thought that they'd share it with whoever really needed it. Giving them the high-purity earth essence now was too much of a waste. They worked from noon until 3 or 4 in the morning. Everyone was exhausted. Finally, they finished cutting up the undying bird and extracting the essence. Chun Zhao started checking Angelite's injuries. Angelite's arm had been cut off by the saint carving. Almost a day had passed, but there was still residual magic power in Angelite's wound. However, Chun Zhao realized that the dark magma could absorb the magic power. West, I'll concoct a potion for you in the next few days. It can help you regrow your limbs, but I'm afraid you won't be able to appear in front of your family or work at your insurance company for the time being. President, can my arm grow back? No problem. Chun Zhao wasn't worried. Back then, Rasfa's grandson Daniel's leg had been bitten off by a shark. A potion made from a perfect demonic crystal could make his leg grow back. After almost 2 years of research, Chun Zhao had a deeper understanding of demonic crystals. Hearing this, Ung'Alit heaved a sigh of relief. After all, losing an arm was a big blow to him. Whether it was in life or in battle, losing an arm would cause a lot of inconveniences. President, how long will it take? About 2 weeks. Looks like I'll have to call my family, Ung'Alit said. What about the company you work for? No company allows employees to be absent for 2 weeks without any reason. Ung'Alit didn't care much about his job. To him, selling insurance was just a part-time job. The supernatural organization paid him 10 times more than what he earned from selling insurance. Moreover, selling insurance took up too much of his time. Now, he had found a justifiable reason to quit that job. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1580. To be honest, Chun Zhao was speechless about the divorce rate in America. There were so many people in the association, except for those who were not married. Of those who had families and businesses, only an elite had a wife and children by his side. For example, West and Aduz had basically been divorced for decades. Apparently, West had been married 3 times. For example, Klaus had been married twice. Hey, Elisa, I'm going out of town and can't go home. An elite called his wife. An elite, can't you see what time it is? Angelite's wife, Elisa, complained. Sorry. I'm in China now. I forgot about the time difference. China? You're in China? Yes. But your passport is still at home. How'd you go to China? An elite really wanted to slap himself in the face. He had gone too far. He did not know how to end it now. An elite, tell me the truth. Do you have a woman outside? Elisa asked suspiciously. To be honest, Elisa had always been suspicious of an elite, because an elite often did not go home after work. She had called his insurance company several times, but they all said that an elite was not at the office. But an elite did not go home either. For example, an elite had said that he was going on a business trip for 3 days. Then she called Angelite's company. She found that an elite was not going on a business trip. Instead, he had asked for a 3-day leave. No, definitely not, an elite said quickly. He did not know how to explain it. Then where are you now? Elisa questioned. I really have something to do. I can't go home. If you don't have another woman, then go home immediately. It was no wonder that Angelite's wife was like this. Angelite's behavior was too abnormal. Moreover, it was not just once or twice. An elite could not say it out loud. I really can't go home now. If you don't come back, we'll get a divorce. What? No, I really didn't cheat. An elite defended himself. But how could he explain it? There was no proof. Moreover, he himself was full of doubts, so he really couldn't explain himself. If you don't appear in front of me before the sun sets tomorrow, then we will divorce. Angelite's brain was about to explode. Divorce? An elite put down the phone and quickly found Jalik. Jalik, do you have a way to install a prosthetic leg for me? It's best if it's a simulation, an elite said. Jalik was busy at the slaughterhouse. He looked back at an elite. Didn't the president say that he could help you regrow your arm? Why do you still want artificial limbs? I want to go back to see my wife, or she will divorce me. She thinks I have an affair. Oh, you don't? Jalik teased. What time is it now? Hurry up and think of a way for me. It's not difficult to make an artificial limb, but in such a short time, it's just an empty shell at most. Go find Ruan and ask him to come over and make a magic artificial limb with me. It can temporarily serve as your arm. Okay, I'll go now. An elite anxiously ran to find Ruan Faxburn. Actually, Ruan Faxburn refused. After all, this was a waste of time for him. However, an elite brought Chun Zhao out. Ruan Faxburn agreed without hesitation. If he really told Chun Zhao and Chun Zhao showed up, it would be ugly. Ruan Faxburn was indeed a famous alchemist. However, his value was to solve problems for the people of the society. 7 or 8 hours later, Jalik and Ruan Faxburn worked together and finally made a magic artificial limb. Then, an elite rushed home anxiously to put out the fire. Chun Zhao heard about this. However, he could not do anything about it. As for whether an elite could successfully put out the fire, it was hard to say. However, if Angelique really divorced his wife, Angelique would probably hate more for the rest of his life. At noon the next day, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai brought the whole family home. Ever since little Jerlin obtained the Eye of the Phoenix, she had abandoned the undying skull Hanks. However, little Larissa had inherited her sister's hobby. She grabbed Hanks and started gnawing again. "My dear master," Hanks said in despair, "is gnawing on skulls an inherited hobby in your family? It means you still have value," Chun Zhao said calmly. The underling ran over and handed Chun Zhao a glass of juice. At the same time, it said, "Master, I want to plant some apples in the villa. Can I?" "Yes, go." Chun Zhao waved his hand. "But don't destroy the villa's design." Chun Zhao picked up Hanks's head. "At least I gave you information about Treasure Island," Hanks said unhappily. "But the information you provided is useless. Until now, I haven't even seen a shadow of Treasure Island." "It's not my fault," Hanks argued. "No, to me, it's your fault. That's not fair. I'm a master. You're talking about fairness with me?" "Fine, master, I was wrong." "Yeah. Little Larissa pulled Chun Zhao's leg and reached out to grab it. She seemed to want Hanks's head. "Take it." Chun Zhao tossed Hanks's head to little Larissa. Chun Zhao walked to the elevator and went down to the beach. At home, Chun Zhao rarely jumped down, especially in front of little Jerlin and Larissa. It would be a bad example for them. As soon as Chun Zhao entered the water, the 5 generals and the dolphin family swam to him. The 5 generals and the dolphin family were similar to dogs. They were very close to their masters. Once they recognized their masters, they would be very clingy. Chun Zhao would go into the water to play with them whenever he was free. Chun Zhao started to dive into the deep water. The 5 generals and the dolphin family followed closely. Occasionally, the dolphin would toss a fish before Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao found the giant clam. The giant clam had moved more than 100 meters from its previous position. Chun Zhao had to catch it again every time. The giant clam wasn't like a shark or dolphin with a brain. It didn't have a brain, so Chun Zhao couldn't subdue it and make it recognize him as its master. However, Chun Zhao felt that the giant clam was something good, so he treated it as his private collection. He also had the 5 generals and the dolphin family watch the giant clam so that it couldn't escape from its territory. Chapter 1581. As soon as Chun Zhao came out of the sea and reached the shore, he saw a car stop on the road above the beach. Then 5 or 6 young men and women got out of the car. Most of them were wearing swimsuits. "Wow, it's so beautiful here. How come I didn't know there was such a beautiful beach in the past?" A few girls were shouting excitedly. Chun Zhao frowned. He was annoyed to see the young people get out of the beach directly. Chun Zhao came to the beach. "Hey, this is private land. You better leave." The young men who came down froze for a moment. Just then, a tall guy walked out. He was a head taller than Chun Zhao and only wore a pair of boxers. The young man walked up to Chun Zhao and looked down at him. "Huh, Asian, what right do you have to say this is private land? There's no notice board here." Chun Zhao raised his head and looked at the young man. "I'll say it again. This is private land," Chun Zhao repeated. "What if I don't leave?" The tall guy looked at Chun Zhao mockingly. "Karan, ignore him," a blonde girl said. "Let's play." The girls were all wearing swimsuits. To be honest, if they told Chun Zhao nicely, he might not have chased them away. The boys and girls seemed to be sure that Chun Zhao couldn't do anything to them. They walked past Chun Zhao and started playing. What was worse was that they started eating and drinking without restraint on the beach. There was beer, drinks, and all sorts of packaged snacks. After eating, they would throw their trash on the beach. All of these actions stimulated Chun Zhao's nerves. Just then, they started going into the water. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, a wave pushed them away from the shore. Before they could react, a shark fin blocked their way. "Ah, shark! Shark! Shark, what Help!" The 5 tiger generals had already blocked their way back to the shore. The sea kept pushing them into the deep water. Chun Zhao watched as the young people flopped around in the water in panic. Their faces were filled with evil smiles. "Help! Sir, help!" Chun Zhao walked to the shallow water but didn't go in. He always had a smile on his face as he looked at those young people with a strong desire to live. No matter which way they swam, the water would knock them over. Not only did the 5 tiger generals block their way, but they also kept dragging them into the water. However, Chun Zhao didn't plan on killing them. He just wanted to teach them an unforgettable lesson. No one knew when little Jerlin had run to the beach. "Dad, what are you doing? What happened to those brothers and sisters?" "No, nothing," Chun Zhao said indifferently. At this time, the 5 tiger generals left. Chun Zhao didn't control the water anymore and let them go ashore. The first to come ashore was the big man called Colin. However, just as he reached the shore, a wave came from behind and slammed him onto the beach. Chun Zhao walked up to Colin and squatted down. "I told you, this is private property. Without my permission, you can easily die here." The young men behind him also escaped to the beach one after another. "You better take the trash away." At this moment, Colin stood up again. He seemed to have recovered. He was looking at Chun Zhao in annoyance. "What if I don't?" With a smile, Chun Zhao looked at the young men. "I don't just have sharks here." Roar! Princess crawled out of the bushes. Seeing Princess' terrifying body, everyone peed their pants in fear. "Bear, brown bear," Chun Zhao kept smiling, looking at the panicked young men. "Are you willing to take the trash away now?" "You trash. You raised this bear? If you dare let it hurt us, you'll go to jail." Colin's aura had already weakened. His voice was also much softer. "Do you know about the fortress agreement? This is my territory, and I've already ordered you to leave. If you want to stay, then stay forever." Chun Zhao sneered. "Don't think I don't know what the fortress agreement is. I'm a law student. I know very well that as long as we don't do anything threatening, the agreement won't take effect," Colin said, pretending to be calm. "Is that so? But what if you all die here?" Colin suddenly had the urge to do something. He looked at Chun Zhao and then at little Jerlin beside him. Suddenly, Colin charged at Chun Zhao and reached out to pinch him. Poof! Chun Zhao didn't give him the chance. He broke a few of Colin's ribs with one punch. "Ah!" the girls screamed. The other 3 boys ran at Chun Zhao at the same time. They looked like they were going to attack Chun Zhao or snatch Colin back. However, Chun Zhao thought that they were going to attack him. Without any explanation, Chun Zhao knocked them all down. The 3 girls were even more terrified. They thought that Chun Zhao had a medium build and was Asian. So, they thought that Chun Zhao was easy to bully. They didn't think that Chun Zhao not only had an evil beast at home, but was also so skilled. The 4 boys were all beaten to the ground. "You have 2 choices now. Be eaten by my pets, or take the trash away, including these 4. The girls didn't have the courage to say no. Under the double threat of Chun Zhao and Princess, they could only pick up the trash on the beach in fear. Then, they helped the 4 boys to the ground and carefully escaped. "Don't step on the grass. There are stairs there." Chun Zhao yelled. "Dad, you're amazing." Jerlin looked at Chun Zhao, her eyes shining. "Yes, of course." Chun Zhao picked up Jerlin, a proud expression on his face. Nothing was happier than being praised by one's own daughter. "Dad, Mom, are you getting a divorce?" Ceylon looked at her arguing parents. "Of course not." Smiling apologetically, Angalit glanced at his wife. Amy tried to control her emotions. She didn't want to argue with Angalit in front of her 10-year-old daughter. However, she still felt that Angalit had another woman outside. This was something no woman could tolerate. Divorce was obviously the last choice. If she didn't have to, she didn't want this to happen. First, Angalit had confessed to her. However, Angalit refused to admit it no matter what. This was what she was most angry about. Just then, Angelite's phone rang. "Mr. Angalit, your son Colin is in the hospital right now." Chapter 1582. Angalit froze for a moment and turned to his wife, Amy. "Kellen is in the hospital." Amy took a few deep breaths. "What happened?" "I don't know. Let's go to the hospital first." They didn't delay, and Ceylon also went to the hospital. Brother. Ceylon and her brother's relationship was quite harmonious. Angalit and Amy entered the ward and saw their son wrapped in gauze. They both looked worried and distressed. However, Angalit played the role of a strict father and immediately said, "Kellen, I heard that you were beaten up by someone. What happened? What did you do outside?" Amy was still worried about her son's injury. Hearing Angelite's words, she suddenly showed a bit of anger. Angelit, why do you think this is Kellen's fault? Why can't someone else attack Kellen? Me, don't be unreasonable. I just want to figure out what's going on. You're saying I'm unreasonable? Why don't you say you have a woman outside? I don't. No? Then why is it that your whereabouts are always so unpredictable? Also, you lied to me that you went abroad. I have my own reasons. Angelite's tone suddenly weakened. Then explain clearly. Don't tell me you're a secret agent and can't let your family know. Amy sneered. She knew Angelit too well. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. When Angelit was in elementary school, he was bullied but didn't dare to fight back. He was cowardly and introverted. It was already unexpected that he would become an insurance salesman. In Amy's eyes, Angelit had always been a cowardly man. In fact, Angelit acted like that in front of his wife at home to maintain his marriage. Contrary to his personality, Me was strong-willed and impulsive, and she was too opinionated, even too confident. As long as it was a fact, she would take it as the truth. Between a husband and wife, one of them always needed to compromise. But now Amy was sure that Angelit had an affair. What she wanted now was for Angelit to confess to her. Stop arguing. Colin's mood became even more unhappy. If you want to argue, then leave my ward. Someone had broken several ribs in his chest. However, he and his friend had already made a promise. This matter must not be made public, because they were the ones at fault. Moreover, the other party seemed to be very rich. He didn't want any trouble, especially if he caused trouble for his family. Being beaten up by others was already depressing enough. Now, she had to listen to her parents arguing in her hospital room. This made him even more frustrated. To call on, today was definitely the darkest day of his life. He had lost face in front of the girl he liked. Now, in the hospital, and enduring the parents' quarrel. If you want a divorce, you'd better be straightforward. As soon as he said this, the wind and clouds changed color. You also think we should get a divorce? Amy looked at Kalon. Wait, that's not what I meant. Kalon immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Angelit was like a volcano that was about to erupt. If you're still not awake, then you better shut up. You don't need to get involved in my business with your mother. He felt that he was the one who was wrong the most. He clearly hadn't done anything wrong, but he had to be suspected by Amy. But Amy felt that she was the one who was wrong the most. Why can't Kalon say it? He's a part of the family, so he has the right. Amy said, Are you really going to divorce me? As long as you confess, I'll consider forgiving you. I told you I didn't cheat. Damn it, I didn't cheat. Angelit finally exploded. Amy's face was livid. Seems like you still don't want to confess. Fine, then you can live with that bitch. I wish you happiness. With that, Amy pulled Ceylon away. Where are you going? Angelit hurriedly pulled Amy back. Ceylon and I are going to stay at my parents for a while, Amy said. Angelit hesitated and finally let go. We both need to calm down. If they continued to argue, it would only cause both sides to lose control of their emotions and worsen the situation. Plus, Amy's parents lived in San Jose, the third largest city in California. Even if they drove, it would only take a few hours. Mom, Dad, don't divorce. Ceylon looked at her parents with tears in her eyes. Amy glanced at her daughter and didn't say anything. She pulled her out of the room. Angelit slumped on the chair in the room. Dad, did you really have an affair? No, I said I didn't. Angelit tried his best to defend himself. But even his son, he was full of suspicion towards him. Not to mention Amy. I didn't do anything wrong to your mother. I'm innocent. Then why did Mom say you had an affair? Colin was already an adult. He had his own knowledge and worldview. He knew how dirty the adult world was. Of course, as a son, he didn't want his parents to divorce. Even if he didn't care, his sister Ceylon was only 10. She might not be able to take this kind of damage. Mom, don't divorce Dad, okay? Ceylon sat in the back of the car and begged her mother. Amy's mind was in a mess as she drove in silence. When they got home, Amy started packing. Then she left with Ceylon. She argued with Angelit the whole day. After a few hours of driving, Amy was both mentally and physically exhausted. Mom, Ceylon and I are almost home. Amy dialed her mother's number. Okay, your father and I prepared a delicious dinner to welcome you and my cute granddaughter. When the car arrived at her mother's house, her mother and father were standing in front of the door. Mom, Dad. Amy walked in front of her parents and hugged them affectionately. Where's Ceylon? Why isn't she getting out? Amy's parents asked. She seems to be asleep. Amy opened the back door. Ceylon, you're home. Don't you want to see your grandpa and grandma? But Ceylon was still lying in the back. Ceylon. Amy walked up and patted Ceylon's cheek. Still no reaction. Ceylon. Amy seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her daughter. What's wrong with Ceylon? I can't wake her up, Amy said worriedly. Let me see. Amy's mother walked up and tested the temperature of Ceylon's forehead. It's normal. Amy's mother wasn't too sure. Take Ceylon to the hospital first, Amy's father said. Chapter 1583. How's my daughter? Doctor. Come up. The doctor said. She doesn't have any injuries, but she lost control of her emotions and sealed herself off. That's why she's in a coma. Then what can I do to wake her up? Amy's heart was heavy. She suddenly realized that her previous actions were indeed very inappropriate. She didn't care about her daughter's feelings at all. She kept arguing with Ingalit in front of her daughter. That was why her daughter lost control of her emotions. Her daughter seemed to be very similar to Ingalit. When she was hurt, she would make a fuss. Instead, she would keep it to herself and stay silent. But she wasn't Ingalit. She was still a child. Amy should have noticed it long ago. But she hadn't gone to see Ceylon on the way. Amy blamed herself even more. She needs to wake up on her own, the doctor said. Currently, there's no medical treatment that can wake her up. Is there no way at all? Sorry. The doctor shook his head and turned to leave. Amy's parents were also very worried. Their love for their granddaughter was no less than Amy's. Amy, should we inform Ingalit? No. Hearing Ingalit, Amy was furious again. That asterisk shoal. It's all because of him that Ceylon got sick. A moment later, Amy softened again. I'll call him, Amy said with a sigh. After hearing the news, Ingalit immediately rushed to San Jose. When he arrived at the hospital, it was already 2 in the morning. Amy stared at Ingalit with a complicated expression. But neither Ingalit nor AI me had the time to quarrel with him. Amy, how's Ceylon? Her situation isn't good. The doctor said that she doesn't have any illnesses, but because of us, she's sealed herself off. Then what can we do? Ingalit asked. The doctor can't do anything either, Amy said. Ceylon's like a vegetable now. Angelite's expression grew even more terrible. He wanted to scold Amy, but he swallowed his words in the end. He didn't want their relationship to worsen. Ingalit thought of Chun Zhao. Right now, he didn't know what to do either. He could only look for Chun Zhao. I'll make a call. Maybe that person can cure our daughter, Ingalit said. You know a doctor? Yes. English nodded. A previous client. Before? Have you resigned from the insurance company? Amy, I don't want to talk about it. I admit that I'm hiding something from you, but I can assure you that it's not what you think. I didn't cheat. Even with Angelite's promise, Lin Fan was not a match for Ingalit. However, this kind of thing couldn't be proven with just a guarantee. If Ingalit couldn't prove it, AI me wouldn't be able to find him. Women are paranoid. Ingalit couldn't care less about the time. Walking to the window, she took out her phone and called Chun Zhao. Hello. Ingalit, tell me, what's the matter? I believe you must have something to do to call me at this time. President, something happened to my daughter. She's unconscious in the hospital. I need your help, Ingalit said. Give me the address. Chun Zhao stopped complaining about Ingalit disturbing him. In San Jose, Moro Hospital. Okay, got it, Chun Zhao said. I'll go to the airport now. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hospital. After hanging up, Ingalit heaved a long sigh of relief. In the association, Chun Zhao gave everyone a reassuring feeling. It wasn't just during battles. Chun Zhao also gave them a sense of security in other aspects. How is it? Did your friend agree? Yes, he's coming from LA now. Ingalit nodded. Amy was confused. Since when did Ingalit know such a friend? Judging from his expression, Ingalit seemed to have relaxed after the call. It seemed that Ingalit trusted this friend a lot. Although Chun Zhao had left immediately, he only waited for 3 hours at the airport. He couldn't rush to the airport even if he wanted to. He couldn't just fly there. The risk of flying over was too great. With the American military's radar, they could definitely find UFOs. After all, if he flew at high speed, he would generate heat. He couldn't avoid the military radar. Chen Zhao didn't want to be targeted by the military. At 8 in the morning, Chen Zhao finally arrived at Moro Hospital in San Jose. An elite brought Chen Zhao to the ward. Outside the ward, Amy hadn't slept the entire night. Although her face was haggard, she still couldn't sleep. "Hello, Ma. I'm Angelite's friend, Chen Zhao." Chen Zhao introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Amy, Mr. Chen is a medical professor at UCLA. He's also a neurologist. He's awakened people in a vegetative state before." An elite added a few buffs to Chen Zhao. As expected, after hearing Angelite's introduction, Amy perked up. "Mr. Chen, thank you so much for coming." "You're welcome. I'm friends with an elite," Chen Zhao said, smiling. Chen Zhao smiled. "Take me to see your child now." Amy and an elite brought Chen Zhao into the ward. When Chen Zhao saw Ceylon lying on the bed, his first thought was that her soul was complete and stable. From the outside, he didn't notice anything wrong with her body. Of course, Chen Zhao had already heard about Cisco's condition from an elite before this. Chen Zhao went up to examine Ceylon. The situation wasn't good because Chen Zhao didn't find anything wrong with Ceylon after examining her. Amy kept looking at Chen Zhao in disbelief. She wanted to hear good news from Chen Zhao. After the examination, Chen Zhao couldn't wait to ask about Ceylon's condition. "Mr. Chen, how's my daughter?" "It's only a preliminary examination right now," Chen Zhao said. "I need to discuss it with my team." Hearing that, Angelite's heart skipped a beat. Chen Zhao didn't have a medical team. Chen Zhao had always been a loner. "When can you give me an answer, Mr. Chen?" "I'll give you an answer today. But the doctors in this hospital only took an hour to give an answer." "So they can't wake your daughter up?" Chen Zhao said. Amy froze. Then she was overjoyed. "Mr. Chen, are you saying that you have a way to wake my daughter up?" "I can only say that it's very likely, but I can't guarantee it." Chapter 1584. Angelite's mood was the complete opposite of Amy's. Chen Zhao clearly didn't tell Amy everything. Chen Zhao gave an elite a look. An elite followed Chen Zhao out. "President, how's Ceylon?" "To be honest, I can't do anything." "What? Even you can't do anything?" "But when I checked just now, I realized that your daughter is more like sleeping than in a vegetative state," Chen Zhao said. "As for falling asleep, don't you think there's someone more authoritative than me in the association?" Chen Zhao asked. An elite suddenly looked up. "Norma." "Yes, Norma." Chen Zhao nodded. "I'll call her over now." Amy watched Chen Zhao and Angelite's conversation not far away. She'd relaxed slightly because of Chen Zhao's words, but she still couldn't truly calm down. She was always on edge. An elite came over and told her to rest, but Amy still couldn't relax. Chen Zhao stood behind Amy. "Ms. Amy." Amy turned her head, and Chen Zhao suddenly snapped his fingers. "Sleep." Chen Zhao hadn't used the Banshee's charm in a long time, but as his power increased, the Banshee's charm didn't regress. Instead, it became easier to use. Amy's vision darkened, and she collapsed. An elite reacted quickly and caught Amy. "Take your wife back to her place to rest. I'll come with Norma." An elite thought for a moment and then nodded. Norma came quickly as well. She arrived 3 hours later. An elite also returned to the hospital. "President." "An elite, what's the situation now?" Norma asked. An elite explained the situation to Norma. "Okay, I understand. I'll try to enter Norma's dream and wake her up." However, when the three of them entered the ward, Norma stopped in her tracks. "Huh? What's wrong?" "An elite, your daughter seems to have been invaded by a nightmare." Chen Zhao and An elite glanced at each other in astonishment. They hadn't discovered Ceylon's true situation. Norma had the bloodline of shapeshifter, so she immediately realized that something was wrong. "What should we do?" Chen Zhao asked. "Are you confident? I wonder how strong this shapeshifter is." Norma said, "President, it's best if you enter her dream with me. I might not be able to defeat her alone." "Then take me into the dream," Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao actually wasn't that confident because most of his power was in his body. He didn't know how much of his power he could use in the dream. Norma, bring me in too, Elite said. As a father, he couldn't just stand by and watch. I just learned how to bring people into the dream. It's already very difficult for me to do it alone. I can't do it with two people, Norma said. Angelite's eyes sparkled. He really wanted to say that he would replace Chun Zhao and enter his daughter's dream, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Norma only brought Chun Zhao in because she wasn't confident. No matter how he looked at it, Chun Zhao was definitely more suitable than him to enter his daughter's dream and save Salon. All right then. Elite finally nodded. What I need to do? Nothing, Norma said. Just sit down. Don't resist my magic later. Chun Zhao and Norma sat side by side on the chair beside the bed. Norma's magic was already activated. Chun Zhao could feel Norma's magic around him. Chun Zhao suddenly thought of the first time his spirit left his body. At that time, he'd been knocked to the ground by Old Turtle's punch. But compared to Old Turtle's brutal methods, Chun Zhao was much gentler. Norma was much gentler. If Chun Zhao resisted, Norma wouldn't be able to pull his consciousness into the dream at all. Norma's magic could make people enter a dream or dream themselves. It seemed like Norma's magic couldn't be defended against. In fact, with Chun Zhao's senses, Norma's magic couldn't escape Chun Zhao's senses at all. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt someone tug at his body with great force. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a wasteland. The sky was gray and hazy, just like the wastelands in movies. There was no sun or moon, no mountains, no plants, and no color. Was this the world of dreams? Where was Norma? Where did she go? Also, which direction should he go? Chun Zhao sat down where he was. According to the probability of events happening, things would definitely happen around him. Since he didn't know where to go, he might as well wait here. Chun Zhao pinched his face. He felt something, but when he tried to punch the ground, his power disappeared. Chun Zhao fell into deep thought. What he'd entered definitely wasn't his real body, but he still felt something. This feeling was different from the spirit leaving the body. At least, the spirit didn't have a physical body. But in the dream, it actually had a physical body. Chun Zhao couldn't help but think more. Taoists felt that there was actually a universe hidden in the human body. That was the sea of consciousness. Was the sea of consciousness the dream world? If the dream world and the real world were actually a complete world, a complete universe, then did it also have a complete set of rules? Chun Zhao suddenly thought of this question. If it was a universe with complete rules, then his power should be able to be used here too. Suddenly, Chun Zhao realized that his dark magma extended out from under his feet. The small world started spreading out too. At the same time, Chun Zhao's power started flowing in his body. Chun Zhao looked at his hands in shock. Could it really be done? Was it because he understood the rules, so he could take back his power? Or was it just because he thought about it? If he could have power just by thinking about it, then could he also have godlike power if he wanted it? Chun Zhao tried again, but there was no change this time. Was it because he didn't understand a stronger power? The realm was there, so his power was naturally there too. No matter which world he was in, he couldn't really have godlike power as he wished. So, whether it was Norma or the other Nightmare Lord, they also couldn't have more power than they originally had. Chun Zhao suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. It formed a dark cloud in the sky. The cloud covered a few square kilometers. Chun Zhao finally confirmed that this wasn't his real power. It was the power generated by his consciousness. Chapter 1585. This was because the demonic domain, Darkness Descends, had actually formed here. This was the Darkness Descends that Chun Zhao had never truly possessed. But in this dream world, Darkness Descends had actually appeared. So Chun Zhao was very sure that this wasn't his original power. It was the power that the dream world had given him. It was like a normal person entering the dream world. Then, this person would only have the power of a normal person. If he was an athlete, perhaps he would have more power, but it wouldn't exceed the limits of humans. But if he was a powerful being like Chun Zhao, first, he would know how to use his power. On the other hand, Chun Zhao fell into deep thought. The real world and the dream world could be imagined as two different countries, A and B, Chun Zhao had been a scientist in Country A before going to Country B. A scientist's knowledge wouldn't lose its value just because he went to another country. Of course, this analogy was also very similar to Chun Zhao's life experience. When Chun Zhao had first come to America, he hadn't brought anything other than his medical skills. He'd relied on his medical skills to gain a foothold. From this, it could be understood that the dream world was a world with complete rules. It wasn't empty. At least in terms of rules, the dream world and the real world had the same, or rather close. However, this world didn't have spiritual qi. Chun Zhao frowned. This meant that he would use up as much power as he used. This made Chun Zhao even more careful. He had the same power as in the real world, or even more. But he couldn't last as long as in the real world. An idea suddenly popped up in Chun Zhao's mind. Everyone had a dream world, or rather, a sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was hidden in one's consciousness. This meant that his sea of consciousness had actually followed him here. So if his sea of consciousness had spiritual qi, could he use it to replenish his immortal power? Chun Zhao suddenly thought that perhaps the next step of his cultivation was to open his sea of consciousness. Just then, Chun Zhao felt movement in front of him. He immediately got up and went in that direction. He charged forward at full speed, but he didn't fly. Instead, he ran. Flying would greatly consume his immortal power. If he ran, it would consume less. But running on the ground wasn't much slower than flying in the sky. In the distance, Chun Zhao saw a giant. More accurately, it was a giant girl. That giant girl was Ceylon? No, it should be Ceylon's subconscious. She sat on the ground, hugging her legs and burying her head between them. Her body was as tall as a mountain. A two-headed serpent that was burning with flames was coiled around her left calf. One of the two-headed snake's head was biting Ceylon's calf, while the other head was fighting with a horse burning with green flames in midair. The horse burning with green flames was Norma's consciousness incarnation, Nightmare. The twin-headed snake that was burning with flames should also be a shapeshifter. Without thinking, Chun Zhao charged forward and grabbed the two-headed snake's tail. He directly pulled the two-headed snake down. Be it the two-headed snake or Norma, they were both shocked. When Norma saw Chun Zhao, she was confused but felt that it was only natural. However, the two-headed snake was completely dumbfounded. Although he was surprised by Norma's appearance, he wasn't surprised. After all, Norma was also a nightmare and could enter a person's deep consciousness. But Chun Zhao was clearly not a nightmare. Not only did he come in, but he also displayed unbelievable power. The two-headed snake was huge, but it was nothing compared to Chun Zhao's strength. However, the two-headed snake still managed to tear off a piece of flesh from Ceylon's thigh. Its body grew larger. Chun Zhao grabbed the two-headed snake's tail and smashed it on the ground like a whip. After going back and forth a few times, the two heads of the two-headed snake were dispirited. Norma, who had transformed into a shapeshifter, swooped down and bit the two-headed snake's abdomen, tearing off a piece of flesh. Norma was usually quiet and gentle in the association. However, after transforming into a nightmare, her fighting style became abnormally violent and savage. After Norma devoured a piece of the two-headed serpent's flesh. As time went by, Norma's body grew a little bigger, while the two-headed snake became a little smaller. The two-headed snake suddenly turned around and bit at Chun Zhao. "President, be careful. Don't let him bite you." Norma was in shapeshifter form, but her voice was still her original voice. Actually, even without Norma's reminder, Chun Zhao wouldn't let the two-headed snake bite him. After all, this wasn't his home ground. Plus, Chun Zhao didn't know what special abilities shapeshifters had here. Chun Zhao grabbed the two-headed snake's tail and spun it around a dozen times. Then he smashed it onto the ground. The two-headed snake tried to bite Chun Zhao a few times, but he shook it off. Chun Zhao wouldn't give it a chance to bite Big Quinn himself. Norma always took the opportunity to bite off a piece of the two-headed snake's flesh. Chun Zhao also had the urge to bite off a piece of the two-headed snake's flesh. Try it. The thought popped up in Chun Zhao's mind. Chun Zhao had always been a bold person. Of course, it could also be said that he didn't know his limits. Chun Zhao bit the two-headed snake's spine and tore off a piece of flesh. Next, Chun Zhao's body shook. Instantly, Chun Zhao saw a pair of eyes from the depths of his soul. The feeling was too special. It wasn't from the outside world, but from himself. Chun Zhao bit off another piece of the two-headed snake's flesh. But this time, the image that flashed by didn't appear again. Chun Zhao was a bit disappointed. The feeling was too special. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Chun Zhao had to get rid of the two-headed snake first. Just then, chains burning with green flames shot out of Norma's shapeshifter body. The chains were like a part of Norma's body. They nimbly wrapped around the two-headed snake. Chun Zhao had seen Norma use this move before. She'd used it against evil spirits and demons. The two-headed snake was tightly bound by Norma's chains. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. It also couldn't resist Norma's pull. The chain started sinking into the two-headed snake's flesh. Every time the two-headed snake struggled, the chains would only bind it tighter. Chun Zhao didn't need to finish the last part. Norma could already do it, and she needed it more. The weaker the two-headed snake was, the stronger Norma was. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1586. The battle ended. Under Chun Zhao and Norma's pincer attack, the two-headed snake was finally completely devoured by Norma. Norma shook and returned to her human form. President, why do you have real power in someone else's consciousness? Norma asked, confused. Can't you? Chun Zhao asked. I think I can do it. So, I recover my real power. It doesn't seem too hard in this consciousness. What? This is someone else's consciousness. How can you do it? Norma's face was filled with disbelief. Even us nightmares can't do it. Nightmares can't do it? Chun Zhao was stunned. He'd thought that it was just a small trick. Even a beginner like him could do it. Nightmares, who often entered other people's dreams, should be able to do it. But hearing Norma's words, Chun Zhao couldn't help but be confused. Whatever, he couldn't understand. Let's not think about it. Chun Zhao shook his head. Norma, do nightmares always fight in consciousness so monotonous? Actually, if two nightmares fight in someone else's consciousness, they basically see who can control the main consciousness first. Norma pointed at Ceylon's consciousness. However, a powerful shapeshifter can almost instantly devour this young lady's consciousness and control the entire world of consciousness. When that happens, he will be invincible here. However, the shapeshifter that attacked this young lady this time is only slightly stronger than me. Moreover, he has already become very weak after entering the human's world of consciousness through the crack. Hearing Norma's words, Chun Zhao fell into deep thought. His current power didn't come from his consciousness. But he did have this power. So where did it come from? Was it from his consciousness? In other words, his consciousness was transferring power to him. If he thought about it this way, in other words, he wasn't completely connected to his consciousness. Norma, can you take me into my own consciousness? I can't. I can only bring others into your consciousness, and you have to let go of your own accord, Norma said. I can't bring myself into my consciousness. Okay. Chun Zhao was a bit disappointed. Oh, after dealing with that nightmare, Angelide's daughter should be safe now, right? President, don't you think we need to talk to this girl? Norma pointed at Ceylon's main consciousness. From beginning to end, Ceylon had been hugging her legs, as if she had fallen asleep. Even the two-headed snake's attack did not have any effect on it. Enlighten her? Chun Zhao looked at Ceylon's consciousness and then at Norma. I'm not good at this at all. I'll leave it to you. Norma was also a little confused. She did not understand the ways of the world at all. Her EQ was not necessarily higher than that of an underage girl. She was originally blind, and the only people she interacted with since she was young were the mediocre people in her family and her uncle, Louis Clallam. Later, he became a member of the supernatural organization. How would she know how to enlighten others? Guild leader, I don't know what to do. It's fine, Chun Zhao said shamelessly. You can try. Persuading children was the most troublesome. Norma had no choice but to walk towards Ceylon's main consciousness. Hello, Ceylon. When a nurse entered the ward, she found two strangers in the ward. The nurse was puzzled. Were these two people the child's relatives? Why would they sleep here? Also, why was the patient's father standing at the side with an anxious expression? Just then, Chun Zhao and Norma, who were sitting on the chair, suddenly woke up. At the same time, Ceylon also opened her eyes on the bed. Dad, Ceylon made a soft sound. Unnalit immediately rushed to the bed in surprise. Dad, where is this? Ceylon could not remember what had happened. Chun Zhao and Norma stood up and walked to the bed. Who are you? Are you my friends? They're my friends. Unnalit looked at Chun Zhao and Norma. His eyes filled with gratitude. Chun Zhao and Norma also heaved a sigh of relief. Then the doctor came and examined Ceylon. Unnalit sent Chun Zhao and Norma to the entrance of the hospital. Guild leader, Norma, thank you for your help. If not for you, I don't know what I would have done. Okay, Unnalit, Chun Zhao said. Spend some time with your wife and child. Take care of things at home first. There was nothing big in the organization anyway, so Unnalit had to go. So Chun Zhao gave Unnalit a long leave. As for the potion for your arm, I'll make it as soon as possible. Okay, guild leader. Then I won't send you and Norma off. That day, Chun Zhao and Norma flew back to Los Angeles. Chun Zhao cared a lot about what he sensed in his consciousness. Now, he was like a blind man crossing a river. He could only explore by himself. After his magic power turned into a mortal power, he could only explore by himself. Although his power had increased by leaps and bounds, problems came with it. In the past, every time Chun Zhao improved, it was the growth of the system. There were precedents to follow, and Old Turtle could help too. But now, even Old Turtle could not help. In fact, Old Turtle was also in seclusion. Old Turtle said that he would enter the river map in 100 years to find him. That was a little more than a month in the real world. There were many things that Chun Zhao had to explore and explore by himself. There was also another point about what the elves had said. They were naturally close to the elements. Natural elements were actually spiritual energy in the world. Like magic power or spiritual power, there were different names in the East and West. Elves did not have magic power, but they could use their closeness to the elements. Thus, they could directly control the power of the elements. They could achieve an effect similar to elemental magic or natural magic. From a Taoist perspective, this was the state of being one with the world. Of course, elves were definitely not that strong. At least, they were not stronger than spiritualists. Chun Zhao cared more about the principle of their closeness to the elements. Dad, how's Ceylon? Much better, Unnalit said. I'll go to San Jose to see her, Kalon said. He and Ceylon were very close, and Ceylon was also very close to him. When he heard that Ceylon was in a coma and hospitalized, he was also very worried. Can you move? I'm fine, Kalon said. Actually, he still hurt all over. After all, a few of his ribs had been broken. He could not recover so quickly. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1587. After the doctor's diagnosis, Ceylon was discharged. The doctor didn't understand why Ceylon had suddenly woken up. When Amy woke up and realized that Ceylon had recovered, her face was filled with disbelief. But then she thought of Chun Zhao, whom Unnalit had found. She thought that Chun Zhao might have cured her daughter. That day, Kalon also came with his injured body. But what annoyed Unnalit was that Amy still hadn't forgiven him. But neither Unnalit nor Amy quarreled in front of Ceylon. Amy, when are you going back to L.A.? Unnalit asked. Go back yourself, Amy said indifferently. I haven't decided yet. How can you be like this? Unnalit said angrily. I don't want to quarrel with you now. Amy's tone was still cold. Unnalit was about to go crazy. Unnalit didn't want to stay in San Jose, nor did he want to stay at his father-in-law's house. His father-in-law and mother-in-law all looked at him unkindly. They completely treated him like an outsider. No matter how he explained, his father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't believe him. After thinking for a long time, Unnalit called Kalon to his side. Kalon, stay at your grandparents' house and try to persuade your mother to go back. Dad, where are you going? Where can I go? I'm going to stay in a hotel for a few days. Your grandparents don't welcome me at all. Unnalit was helpless too. He could only pin his hopes on his son. After all, his son was older and more reasonable. Dad, did you have an affair? I told you I didn't know. No. Ungalit was about to lose control. Okay. Calm down. I'll persuade Mom to go home. Kalon was worried that if he continued, his father would really go crazy. I'll stay here for a while, Ungalit said. Call me anytime if anything happens. Got it. Ungalit didn't return to LA, mainly because he was worried that if his daughter asked about him, he would be able to appear before her immediately. Without Ungalit, the family was happy and harmonious. Amy's parents were very happy about the arrival of their grandson and granddaughter. They prepared a sumptuous dinner for Amy's family. No one mentioned Ungalit, the loner. Whoosh! Colin woke up from his sleep. He realized that his whole body was covered in sweat, and his pajamas were soaked in water. Colin gasped for air and touched his chest. The pain seemed to have lessened a lot compared to during the day. Colin got up and went to the living room to get a glass of water. When he passed by Sealand's room, he suddenly heard noises coming from inside. Colin carefully pushed open Sealand's door. Suddenly, Colin saw someone standing in front of Sealand's bed. This person was definitely not anyone in the family. Hey, what are you doing? Corin shouted. The man's body didn't move, but his neck turned 360 degrees. Colin saw the twisted, bloody face. In that instant, all the hairs on Colin's body stood up. The figure charged towards Colin. Don't come over. Kellen was so frightened that his hands and feet flailed wildly. A gust of cold wind blew past, but there was nothing. Just then, the lights in Grandpa, Grandma, and AI Me's bedroom all lit up. The three of them came out of their respective bedrooms. Colin, what are you screaming about in the middle of the night? Colin opened his eyes again and was stunned to see his mother and Grandpa and Grandma standing in front of him. And Ceylon also got up from the bed in a daze. Brother, what happened? Was it an illusion? Colin's heart was full of doubts. Are you bored? Yelling in Sealand's room in the middle of the night? AI Me scolded. Colin also didn't know how to explain. Go back to your room and sleep. How old are you already? Still playing pranks. Colin could only go back to his room dejectedly. After turning off the lights, Colin still couldn't calm down. Was it really an illusion just now? Or did he really see something unclean? Colin couldn't be sure. Colin picked up the rubber ball on the table and threw it at the wall. The moment the rubber ball bounced back, Colin suddenly saw the rubber ball slow down in midair. It was like a slow-motion scene in a movie. Colin's face was filled with doubt. What was going on? Colin raised his hand and grabbed the rubber ball lightly. Then he threw it with more force. This time, the rubber ball slowed down even more. Colin's face was full of confusion. Colin tried again. The moment the rubber ball was thrown, Colin moved his feet and appeared on the other side of the rubber ball. Colin easily caught the rubber ball in his hand. At this time, Colin finally realized the changes in himself. He seemed to have become very fast, very, very fast. Colin looked out of the house in the dark night and threw the rubber ball outside. Then, Colin turned into a whirlwind and dashed out. When Colin found his body stirring, he could not move. He seemed to be able to escape the shackles of gravity. He could even run on roofs and run on walls. Colin easily ran a few hundred meters and caught the rubber ball easily. Colin's face was full of surprise. This change was too amazing. But running a few hundred meters like this was really tiring. Colin's stamina had always been good, and running a kilometer or two was definitely not a problem. But now, after just a few hundred meters, he actually felt very tired. Why did his body change like this? Colin couldn't figure it out, no matter how much he thought about it. Colin started to test his speed in front of his grandparents' house. He found that his speed was even faster than the world's top sprinters. But he couldn't last long, and every time he finished running, he would use up a lot of stamina. After running for 2 or 3 hours, Colin finally returned to the house. Colin, why aren't you up? It's already noon. Amy, who couldn't bear it anymore, pulled the covers off Colin and pulled him out of bed. Colin's face was full of fatigue. He had used up too much stamina last night, so much so that his body was still extremely sore. Mom, let me sleep a bit more. I'm so sleepy. Who told you to play a prank in the middle of the night? Amy scolded. Get up, your grandparents prepared lunch for you. Go wash up now. Colin got up helplessly. looking like he had just woken up. He didn't feel energetic after washing up. His body was still sore. It didn't feel good at all. When he came to the table, he heard Ceylon call out softly, "Ouch!" Colin saw Ceylon's glass of juice fall from her hand. Colin's hands were sharp. He moved quickly and caught the glass gently.